Second shot. Stay there, you watch, I'll move it. Morning all, welcome back to Lords, day 2. This county championship match here at the home of cricket, and it was a fantastic first day for Middlesex. Yorkshire put in all out for 159, a brilliant day with the ball. Overheads were pretty helpful yesterday for the most part, not in the evening for the Middlesex batters, but they did well, got through to stumps on 84 for 2. I'm Kevin Hand. Throughout the day, we'll have a whole load of guests with us on the stream, bringing you live coverage of this one. But let's start by looking back on the day 1 action. Lovely shot. Mid-offs wide, even if you've been orthodox, Eskenazi wouldn't have cut that one off. Glorious way to get off the mark for Lythe. Well bowled, that's the spot. Bean wasn't sure whether to be back or forward to that one. A little dabble, gets away with it, gets his first boundary as well. Lovely, glorious shot by Lythe. Second boundary of the morning for him. Eskenazi in the foreground there giving chase, but that ball's going to beat him all the way. Not quite as fiercely struck as the previous one. Had to get bad on that one, it's a thick edge. And it's another boundary, but that's a big win for the bowler as Lythe's turned around. Oh, that's got to be close, he's gone. Lythe plays down the wrong line, that was as plumb as you like. He's gone for 15, Roland Jones makes the breakthrough for Middlesex. Right up there from Roland Jones, Shah Massoud off the mark with a boundary. But goodness me, he had to lay bad on that. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Put away by Shah Massoud. Dismissive stuff from the Pakistan left-hander. That's clipped in the air for a moment, but through square leg. Well, that was quite something. Far from a half volley. Massoud puts it away. Short and wide, Bean happily goes after it. Punches off the back foot, a little edgy. Now that was a bit more edgy from Bean, flashing outside the off stump. Bowls him! Well, brought one back up the slope to get Lythe earlier. Did that one just come back up the slope a little bit as well? Take the inside edge. Either way, he's got through Bean's gate. Leg stump half volley. Edged and gone. Taken at gully. Helm has the big wicket. Root heads back for 5. Good over from Helm so far. He's asked questions. The ball before. Edged and gone. They've picked up Brook as well. 4 down inside 18 overs. Bamba's first of the match. And they've got 4 pretty big ones as well. Shah Massoud remains, but Brook edges through to the cordon. Short and wide, put away. Saw Finley Bean play a few of those, and it's put away for 6. Goodness me, what an uppercut that was. Out, caught Eskenazi in the slips. Oh, around the wicket, he's gone! Well, they've got the big 3 in quick succession. Root, Brook, and Shah Massoud heads back. It's a little short and guided by Hill. Gets off the mark. 18th ball with the boundary. Now with the slope, yes, he's gone. Tattersall falls for 5. There was always a chance with the slope. I think Tattersall will feel he was slightly leg side of that. Hadn't gone a long way across, but Middlesex were keen as soon as that inside edge was beaten. And there it is. He's gone. Well, it just looked like it. It's a wow on the scoreboard at the bottom for Higgins. 2 in 3 deliveries in this over. 7 down, and Thompson set up straight away. Flashing drive. Backward a point. Might pick up the boundary for it, Codes. And things might start to happen quickly here with 7 down. Oh, short. Pulls. Pulled emphatically as well. That'll be a boundary. Code doubles his tally. 2 boundaries in his first 3 deliveries, just upping the...
And a ball from both ends, but...
It's flashed away. Gully looking for the tumbling stop was Helm. Backward point giving chase. Can give up now. That's run nicely by Hill. They've just left a little gap there at the moment, moving Gully wider for Hill. Wow. Forehand smash from Code. Short from Bamborough, a rarity. Just thinking about the pull. Ends up slapping it back past the bowler. Oh, he's got him. Hill rocks back, but he has to head back. Higgins strikes again, a 3rd wicket for the Middlesex all-rounder, which will keep Higgins interested. There's the tighter one, and there it goes through to second slip. Lewis to Ploy, holding on. Code departs for 24. Pushed away. Pushed away for a boundary. That's a nice shot. Short wides, cuts just in front of cover. I was looking through point to see where it was going, but cover rolls to his left. Looks at his fingertip as well now. And then... Oh, that's a lovely shot from Fernandez. That glorious flow of the bat on the drive. And he's going to get a perfect 4. Look at that. Well, not quite. It bounced over the rope. Oh, that's it. Bowls him. Goes straight through. Lovely length. Fernandez looking to push forward on the front foot. Possibly wasn't quite there for the stroke. Fernandez gets in between. Dream ball for the bowler.
It's picked up beautifully there from Mark. Drops a little bit short there from Code, and he swivel pulled that.
Use the feet again from Holden. Just opens the face on that one. Gets through, and gets through for 4. Holds off the mark with a boundary.
Especially at Lords. Ah, just like that.
Guided again. Soft hands, angle bat over the top of it. Give yourself every chance. That's what Holden's done there. Thompson runs in. It's a lovely shot. Holden getting into position, as we've said, getting across a long way, bringing that bat face down. He really does. Beautiful ball. I tell you what, Holden will walk off ruefully at the moment. We're not far from all of the players walking off with him. The umpires are coming together. It's a brilliant delivery from Edwards, a dabble from Holden. And now that's a nice shot. May not even need to run, they're going to, just in case. Masood's giving chase. It's a nice shot. And a nice way to get off the mark with a boundary. Punched. No stopping that one down the slope. Point giving chase. That is some piece of timing by Lewis Deploy. Leans into it outside off. Leg stump half volley and treated as such. Stoneman's into the 30s. Well, what about that from deploy? A signal of intent from the Middlesex number 4. East to backward point, it gets through, and it gets all the way through as well. Back-to-back boundaries for deploy. Deploy has a plan here. A little bit of width and punished away in front of point. Boundary for Stoneman. Pretty good first day for Middlesex here at Lords. They'll be hoping for a very impressive one on day 2 as well. We'll be talking through that with Alan Coleman, Director of Cricket, in just a little while. But first of all, let's look back on the close play interview last night, which was with Ethan Bamber.
Ethan Bamber, thanks so much for joining us. The end of day 1 here against Yorkshire. A phenomenal day with the ball. It must be wonderful to have the Dukes back in your hand.
Yeah, definitely nice. I think the boys as a unit were excellent. I certainly didn't start the word I wanted, and that was disappointing. And I think I was fortunate with that break, just allowed us time to reset. Rowe just really set the standard there with those 2 early poles. And when we came back out after, I think Helmy was brilliant from the other end, long spell, deserved more than that 1 pole, and Higgy just doing Higgy things. So I think we brought back really, really nicely. Disappointing didn't set the tone better, but we'd have taken 150 for sure. However, it came in a bit of a tumble in the middle, the boys were fantastic at the end there. So good day.
Very quick word on the Kookaburra ball. You've obviously toiled away for the last 2 weeks. I heard you just mentioning to a couple of other journalists that you like a challenge. It's been much maligned by a lot of bowlers around the county scene. How have you found it yourself? Because it's been hard graft.
Yeah, I mean, I would love always to average, 2 with the ball and get a wicket every other ball, of course, but I think realistically, you need to look at ways to move the game forward and to try and improve the standard of the game and to try and improve the skills of people playing it. And in any experimentation, there's going to be some periods where things might need tweaking or where they don't quite work. Some really good bowlers got wickets for Kookaburra. We played on 2 wickets, I think, where both innings in perspective, they were quite placid and difficult. And it was tough work. But also, you do need those challenges, I think. And I think all of us, even if we don't like to move to Philly, we would say we're better bowlers for it in some way, and certainly we'll take things forward. So they're trying to move the game forward, they're trying to find different ways of producing international cricketers, and obviously there's maybe things to change, but are there things to change in the Championship as it has been, where it's obvious that maybe things have been unweighted or unfairly weighted one way or the other at times. So I don't think we need to dwell on it too much now. We've got 2 more games in the middle of the summer. Yep. If they go really well, that would be an interesting, indicator of what the conditions might need to be to facilitate that Kookaburra ball. But I hope this answers your question.
Ethan, Duke's back in hand today. 2 wickets for yourself, and what a pair of scalps. England's Harry Brook and Pakistan's Shan Masood. Fair few runs between those 2 boys. You must be delighted to have got those 2 out.
Yeah, they're two fine players and very dangerous. And as I said, I'd started not how I wanted, and that was disappointing for me because it's a big game for us, and obviously you want to set the tone well. So I was pleased that I was able to come back and make a decent contribution. Nice to get good players out, of course, but there's a long way to go, and we've got to be right on it again second day.
It's a gun side, this Yorkshire side. You've got the 2 that I've just mentioned. You've also got a certain Joe Root in the ranks. They're not a bad outfit. We've rolled them for 159 here today. Certainly a good toss to win, but we've made the most of the conditions today. Obviously, we're 85 for 2, I think, at the end of the day's play. Eroded a fair chunk of that lead. We must be positive going into tomorrow. Conditions look better up above.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the boys were fantastic. A really, really tricky period under lights to negotiate. The kind of intent and assertiveness I thought everyone who went out there played with is just, I just find good batting staggering. I just don't know how people do it. So, that was fantastic. And I think we all know that it is a good day, and we should appreciate that, but also realise that is what it is. And there's a big 3 coming up. The boys are focused on making sure that we have 3 more good days.
That's one. I've seen plenty of ways that batters have handled a tricky session at the end of the day. the way Leas Deploy went about it was something special. You've obviously got a nervous night watchman sat there somewhere. I don't know whether that was yourself, so you probably didn't appreciate, but it was great to watch. What do you make of his attacking flair?
I literally don't think I'm qualified to comment on that kind of ability of batting. It's phenomenal. I mean, as a night watchman, was I under the table with a sheet over my head? Maybe, but it's phenomenal batting, and as I was saying to Friendly there, he's done it to me, so I'm happy he's now doing it with the Middlesex badge on his helmet.
Absolutely, Ethan. Well, a brilliant day. Well done to yourself and well done to the team, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Ben. Thank you.
Ethan Bamber there, talking to us at the close of play yesterday. Here we go for the start. The umpires are out, the batters are ready to go. Leas Deploy has spotted something. I think there's a little gap in the sight screen at the pavilion end. He has 23 to his name from 18 deliveries. A very positive approach from Deploy last night, I think, in response to just how well in particular, Edwards was bowling, but it's going to be Thompson from the pavilion end this morning. He's right arm around the wicket, 3 slips in a gully. Here's the first ball of the second day. Right on the spot from Codes, and that's where from Thompson, and that's where Yorkshire will hope to leave it all day today. The overhead's looking pretty good. There's the overheads, which are considerably different to yesterday, although I have to say in the last hour it's blown in a little bit more cloud cover. Beautiful. The timing on that from Deploy. Down the hill. It's a long old hill though. It does beat Shan Masood's first boundary of the second day. And Deploy continues to rattle along. 27 from 20. A nice start for him. Nice start for me. Kevin Hamburg's up here alongside me in the commentary box. The Managing Director of Cricket, Alan Coleman.
And Deploy starting where he left off yesterday evening. A classical back foot punch. Races away down the slope for 4 runs towards the Tavern stand to get Middlesex's scorecard underway for day 2.
Yeah, good first day for Middlesex. It was incredible session. I don't think we saw each other after the first 7 overs, did we? The turnaround from there, I say turnaround, the continuation really. Middlesex building into that day unit, the bowling attack. They went about their business. It was impressive stuff. That's a beaut. And there's all the indications that it's going to be there as well for Yorkshire today. I talked about looking up, not down for Middlesex today, and on that front they might hope that just that little bit more sunshine today perhaps, although we've lost it at the moment and not sure how much more of it there will be around, because 1 or 2 grey clouds have arrived just for the start at 11, but that was obviously helpful yesterday in any cricketing ground, but especially at Lord's. Use of the feet again, we saw a fair bit of that from Deploy. You see Rich Dillenworth in the background behind Deploy there with the snood on. Thoughts with the umpires. It's a blustery day again.
It is chilly down there this morning. Walking around the outfield, it is well, that was beautiful with the sun out. It is a cold morning here at Lord's. And Middlesex hoping for a good day to bat in these conditions.
Oh, look at that go. Don't even start to give chase to that. Take your time. He's off. Go and pick it up. That's a beautiful shot from Deploy. End of the over. 92 for 2.
Deploy races to 31 from 24 deliveries now. We've seen this positive intent a number of times. Batting outside off stump there. Jordan Thompson just a touch full. Deploy on top of the bounce. Beautifully controlled cover drive for 4 runs.
97 against Glamorgan for Mark Stoneman. Missed out at Northamptonshire. Keen to find these next 12 runs just to get himself in again today. 61 balls faced yesterday. Batted well. Had to really grind, grit it out. Difficult conditions. Those floodlights were on and really did feel like a day-night match. In the last hour or so, I thought Max Holden was particularly unlucky, but they were still out there at that point.
Yes, it did look dark at that point. I was sitting inside the pavilion there, and there were plenty of shadows visible. And this is often the way you lose a late wicket, and the umpires come off soon after that.
Code from the nursery end around the wicket, leg slip in place for Stoneman. A couple of orthodox slips. Everyone else bar long legs on the single. Nicely done again from Code. Just on the spot. A little bit of shape on that one, it looked like, for Stoneman to think about. A big partnership this, though. Looked at Shah Massood, Root, Brook. Really strong middle order, and of course Lyth at the top. Has he got outside the line? Yes, he has. Or he has in the umpire's opinion anyway. Umpire Illingworth. They went up quickly, looked a little bit disappointed, but also went down pretty quickly.
An animated appeal there from behind the stumps from wicketkeeper Tattersall, but I think you're right here, Kev. I think this will just strike him outside off stump. Oh, it's tight. It's very tight. Benefit of the doubt there going to batter Stoneman, but he's pushed himself outside off stump there, hasn't he, after the ball's hit him. So that's probably the bit that may have deceived umpire Illingworth.
Well, a little bit of luck for Stoneman perhaps with the last one. Follows up with a fine late cut to rub salt into the wound for the bowler, and for Yorkshire, lovely shot.
I think Code for Yorkshire here will be bemoaning his luck here, as you often see a very close LBW shout, perhaps a touch unlucky, but Stoneman on top of the next delivery and a cut just behind square on the offside for 4 runs, taking him to 42.
Oh, tight again. It's just that late movement that he makes after the ball hits. Ball hits there, then he goes across. Batters and bowlers, I think, like to think cricket evens itself out in the end, don't they? 96 for 2.
They do. I'm not sure it does, but they do. We like to con ourselves. I think that it does. And I think that would be a great clip for one of those "You're the Umpire" pages, wouldn't it? Is that out? Is that not out? Sure. I'm sure if you've got a white rose on your cap, you probably think it's out, and if you're wearing the 3C axes,
you think it's out as well.
I was going to say you're probably quite happy that it wasn't given out.
I think Shah Massood could have counted himself a little unlucky yesterday as well, with one where he might just have been outside the line of off, but these are the fine margins you hope across the season will even themselves out. Lovely shot for Deploy up on his toes. They've put back a deep point for Deploy, scoring a little too freely through the offside yesterday and again this morning.
And you're just seeing that shot there with 3 slips. Thompson started with, he's now down to 2. So Yorkshire have pushed a slip out into the cover ring and dropped a man back. But I suspect we'll see that change for Stoneman. Yeah, back to 3 slips, as you can see at the top right of the screen.
Inside edge on that one. Hits the back of the bat, Stoneman afterwards as well. Is that in frustration with himself, or just to make sure that the umpire knew? Yep, that hit the bat. That's a pretty picture now. The sun's out. Lovely colour of the grass. A rogue cloud rolls across Lords, but otherwise a glorious sight. It's always great watching Stoneman go about his business. He almost looks a little bit angry about it, doesn't he? His determination, his steel, his grit. Proper opening bat. Lovely, lovely ball. Stoneman looks untroubled, checks the lines. He was well beaten on that one.
Plenty of talk over the last few weeks about the ball. And this Duke ball still offering plenty of movement for the Yorkshire opening pair today of Thompson and Code. And that one just drifting across Stoneman there. Held his line nicely, let the ball nip down the slope away from him. But a probing start from Yorkshire.
Edged, he's taken him. Great catch by Lythe. Low to his right. He was well beaten the ball before. And this time they find the edge. Lovely stuff from Thompson. Stoneman unable to get in behind that one. Just a lovely ball down the slope away from the left-hander. Back goes the Middlesex opener. Third Yorkshire wicket. Stoneman gone for 42.
Pretty much an action replay of the ball before this one that Stoneman played and missed that. This time Thompson finds the edge, and a very low catch there from Adam Lythe. Diving away and rolling to his right hand side. Stoneman saw it and was happy to walk off. But a good reward there for Thompson.
Yeah, they've been on the spot this morning, haven't they? Just a ball or two that Deploy's managed to get away, but otherwise they've really been at Middlesex first thing this morning. They'll have known this morning's key, and look, I think that's probably the chat by the man in the middle there as well, Joe Root at the moment. Out comes the Middlesex number 5. Another player of real grit, determination, and an awful lot of fights, Ryan Higgins. So Higgins, one ball left to the over. Right-handed, left-handed combination now for Middlesex. The two left-handers, they settled into a nice line and length. So 3 slips in place. Nice use of the feet from Higgins. Good stop in the covers. End of the over. He's picked up the wicket. 97 for 3. Thompson back on the spot again. 2 slips and a gully. Sorry, Code back on the spot again. 2 slips and a gully. Point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Little pond of blue has opened up above Lords. Middlesex will hope that will expand into an ocean across the day. The forecast is that we should be untroubled. Not any of that heavy cloud of yesterday, which always aids the bowlers here. Another use of the feet from Deploy. It's been something of note in this innings in particular, more so than I think last week at Wantage Road, or indeed in the match here against Glamorgan. He seems to have really advanced a lot.
He did it in the game at Northants last week. Deploy tended to use his feet when he wanted to attack the bowler, so he walked down the wicket a couple of times and hit Sanderson and Tremaine back into the pavilion at Wantage Road. Here, using it as a bit more of a defensive technique to upset Code's length. That delivery there, you see, just hung back in his crease. So just doing all that he can to unsettle Code, who is known in the game for his nagging accuracy. Very skillful bowler, been very successful for Yorkshire. You see in your shot here, keeper Tassel just coming up to the stumps. Just run the helmet on there, just to stop Deploy advancing down the pitch to Code.
There is the immediate example, pretty much, of what we've been talking about. Code putting it right up there. Deploy forced to stay in the crease. Play it late. Any little error, and the bowler's in business. Higgins doing likewise, just using his feet, getting out of the crease. 98 for 3, end of the 22nd. Trail by just 61 now, so 14 added to the overnight score by Middlesex. Loss of Mark Stoneman, caught by Lyth at second. Thompson's second wicket, 2 for 34 for him now. But I thought Edwards bowled particularly well last night for Yorkshire.
Yeah, that delivery got Holden with was a beauty, wasn't it? Bounced, nipped away down the slope, caught the edge of Holden's bat. Probably ball of the day, you would say.
Stark contrast this morning to the conditions when Holden faced that delivery. Angled away. Long chase down below us. Hill managing to collect. It's the 100 up for Middlesex. 133 balls. They've gone on a fair lick. 4.5 and over. That short boundary plays into it slightly, but also the aggressive lines and lengths of the bowlers, as we saw first thing yesterday from Middlesex as well.
This is a stark contrast to Middlesex batting of more recent times, in the sense that if Middlesex members and supporters would have seen 3 down inside 22 overs, a relatively frequent amount over the years. But
before more, Higgins off the mark with a boundary.
As I was just saying, that run rate though really does help. Middlesex going at just shy of 5 and over here. Higgins opens his account. with a drive just behind point here from Thompson. Touch full, touch wide. And Higgins controlled it behind square, raced away to the shorter side for 4 runs. But that run rate all important for Middlesex here, and the lead only now 54 for Yorkshire.
Glorious. Back-to-back boundaries for Higgins. We've seen one of the deliveries of the day last night. That's one of the shots of the match so far from Higgins.
I think you're right there, Kev. That is a beauty from Ryan Higgins. Just advances slightly down the pitch. A classical on drive up the slope towards the pavilion. And I think you're right. There won't be too many shots better than that one today.
Little tickle, deep square just dropped back. Try and take Higgins off the front foot, just put it in his mind, deep squares back. Had a shot there, you'll see long leg perhaps just switching across with the left-hander now. And what was deep square will remain deep points for the left-handed deploy. Higgins, first class average, is only just over 30, but he's a much better bat than that, isn't he? And I guess probably he's in the period of his career now where he'll be hoping to significantly change that career average.
And I think, yeah, when Higgins left Middlesex for the 2018 season to go to Gloucestershire, he did open the bowling a lot, so probably batted a little lower down the order, a bit more of a 6 or a 7. Worked his way up to number 5 here for Middlesex, and so now a very common feature in that position. Middlesex's standout batter in Division 1 cricket last year, and has obviously made a fine start to this season as well, with a double 100 in Game 1 against Glamorgan at Lords.
Council leave for deploy, turn the over. Couple of boundaries, 3 to start for deploy. Higgins has got going. He'll have the strike on 9, 110 for 3. This is, I guess at the moment, so it's a new look Middlesex. Of course, Higgins has come back from Gloucestershire. The long-term plan would have always been for him to be around number 5, but chose to make the switch to Gloucestershire, and now back at Lords, and this number 5 position is very much his in the lineup at the moment. 3 slips behind him as Code will continue from the nursery end. Little dabble, little naughty from Higgins early on. Naughty a good description?
Just looked on first glance that Higgins tried to give himself a little bit of room there almost to open up the offside to Code working with the ball going down the slope. Perhaps a little too tight for what he was trying to do. You can just see here he's out of his crease trying to put the bowler under a bit of pressure.
And he's a player that would pretty much walk into any side in the country at the moment, isn't he, Higgins? Bat and ball. His ability as an all-rounder, his record as an all-rounder, as you say, opening the bowling at Gloucestershire. 4 for in the first innings here for Middlesex.
Umpire Illingworth just inspecting the front line there, keeping an eye on it. Code obviously very tight to that no ball line, as often many seamers are. Although generally Middlesex been quite good on that this season, haven't they? Not too many no balls at all of memory from the seamers.
Wow, there's a ball. What a delivery that is from Code. Not much Higgins can do about that. Absolute beaut. Higgins heads back with Well, probably a rueful thought or two, but not a great deal you can do to keep a ball out like that from Code from the nursery end here at Lords.
It looked in real time an absolute beauty. And it was just a slight angle in, nip away down the slope. You see it so many times from the nursery end. Dare I say a Tim Murtagh-esque delivery from Ben Code there. Angled into the right-handed batter. Higgins just plays around it and flicks the top of the bail. The ball loops over Tattersalls' head there behind the stumps for Yorkshire. A beauty from Code. 110 for 4 now, Middlesex.
And that's where they're looking to probe away at this stage of the innings, Yorkshire, for that reward, especially early in the innings for Higgins. Good one to get ninth delivery. Stephen Eskenazi, for the first time, makes his way out to the middle this summer. He missed out in the match against Glamorgan, recalled against Northamptonshire last week, but on a flat one, with the Kookaburra ball in hand, there were big runs for the man who's out there in the middle waiting for him to deploy, and Max Holden, and it meant that poor old Stephen Eskenazi didn't get a bat last week, so first bat of the season against the county that he made his first 2 first-class appearances against. Hard taskmaster, that Angus Fraser. Yeah, your first 2 first-class matches, Stephen Eskenazi, Yorkshire. And Yorkshire on an absolute high in 2014 and 15 as well, title winners those years.
Eskenazi would have been chomping at the bit, wouldn't he? Champing at the bit, sorry, to watch his teammates rack up those runs at Wantage Road last week. Sat with his pads on, ready to go for a decent amount of time there. Looking to take this first opportunity of the summer here at Lords.
T20 caps in for Middlesex. It's had an interesting couple of winters. Big Bash winner 2 winters ago. 4 slips behind him at the moment. 4th just a little wider.
Straight down the wicket, Steve Eskenazi getting himself down and outside off stump. Just trying to take the Bolden LBW out of the equation early on and be proactive with his footwork. And I think that just shows, with the footwork that Deploy, Higgins and now Eskenazi have shown this morning, shows that this Duke ball is offering the bowler some assistance. The Middlesex batters trying to be proactive to disrupt the line and length of both Thompson and Code.
Lovely again from Eskenazi. Good over from Code though. He's picked up the wicket of Higgins with a beautiful ball, taking the off stump, beating the forward defence of the Middlesex number 5. So Deploy 36, Eskenazi, a couple of deliveries. The start of his season. And there's the tail of the tape so far. Fernandez the first to go for 6, bowled by Thompson. Holden out to a beaut from Edwards late last night. In the dark here at Lords as it was, Tattersall taking the catch, gone for 12, but a big one this morning picking up Stoneman, caught live. Second slip off Thompson for 42. That just heaps a little bit of pressure onto the Middlesex number 4, Lias Deploy. Thompson's economy, they're obviously looking a little unhealthy. Similarly Edwards, but they've been extremely aggressive. And there's another attacking line which brings a boundary. Deploy moves to 40.
Four more to Deploy's tally there. Full delivery from Thompson, just worked into the leg side. Despite the dive from Yorkshire, that one trickles over the rope. 4 more runs.
Timing's incredible from Deploy, isn't it? I'd say it's one of the sweetest times at the ball I've seen. Well run, good cricket, dropped the single.
Yeah, Middlesex had Dave Houghton, former Middlesex batting coach, in the changing room yesterday to say hello to the boys, and Houghton obviously worked with Deploy at Derby, or brought him into Derbyshire, and was waxing lyrical about him as a player, composure he shows, the skills that he has, and I suspect Middlesex members very excited to see him pull on the pink and blue shirt under lights at Lord's here in a couple of months' time.
You remember in life where you were when certain things happen or certain pieces of it. Where were you when you found out that Elias Deployed decided he was joining Middlesex?
Yeah, not sure it's going to go down in the annals of time as to where I was, but I was actually at Hornsey Cricket Club.
There you go.
There was a second team game, second team T20, and we had a phone call from Lewis's representatives.
Edged. Oh, it's gone. That one carries. Lythe gets his fingers underneath it again. Eskenazi's gone. And a couple of quick wickets now opens a door for Yorkshire to get back at Middlesex. Good start last night with bat, but losing 3 now this morning, and 2 in quick succession. Again, that cranks the pressure. So that name's still on the screen there, Deploy at the bottom, but Yorkshire have a real chance, a real opening now to get at Middlesex.
Another fine piece of bowling here from Jordan Thompson, just luring Eskenazi into a shot. It's the danger of batting with the bowling from the pavilion end, in that you don't know if the ball's going to nip back down the slope. That one's just held its line and shaped away a little bit, dragged Eskenazi into a shot that in hindsight he wouldn't have played. Well taken at slip. 115 for 5 now.
Yep, you wait your chance. Eskenazi out on this second morning, and this is this period. As much as talk about the overheads, the ball's still only 25 overs old, so there's a real opportunity here for Yorkshire. They'd have known it. We saw that shot of Joe Root just a little while ago in the huddle after the wicket of Stoneman, I think it was at that point. And Root was clearly making his point, getting it across to the players, and I think that would have been, look, listen, this is the point to come back at them. This is the opportunity, this is the moment. Opportunity for Jack Davies here again, Middlesex wicket keeper now, given the nod ahead of Robbie White, Joe Cracknell to replace John Simpson. It's been a long queue forming for a long time behind Simpson, who's going to spend the last couple of his years of his career down on the south coast. Josh DeCarey still to come. Merlin Jones, he's got history against Yorkshire. Helm and Bamber are pretty good 10 and 11, but Middlesex will want a considerable middle order partnership here. Trailing by 44. They're nearly there. They'll want to get up and over that and just start to get themselves into a positive position in the first innings. Make the most of what was a very good day with the ball yesterday, but they'll be wary, especially this morning now. Only had half an hour. It feels like we've been up there for a session already. Dug out first ball. About the first hour, don't they? For the first 30 minutes here, it feels like we've been out there for perhaps an hour and 10 minutes already. It's been quite the start. Davies now has to try and settle in. It is Middlesex debut as an opener against Hampshire in the Championship. He's got a bit of work to do alongside Deploy, who'll just want somebody to steadily settle in next to him now, settle down, hang around. No rush. Middlesex will want to try and bat the majority of today if they can. But they'll have to do it around that name with the asterisks still next to it. Deploy. Hope that he goes big. Hope that he can be out there for a long time. But this is what we're talking about. And what have we had? 33 minutes now. 6 overs? 7 overs now. And an addition of 31 runs for the fall of 3 wickets to the overnight score. All the talk about Kookaburra representing something closer to Test cricket. This has been a pretty epic first 30 minutes here at Lords this morning.
It has been. It's been edge of your seat stuff, actually. I suspect all the Middlesex and Yorkshire supporters who are in the ground today have enjoyed this tussle between bat and ball that we didn't get to see over the last couple of games. Yorkshire bowlers have been a huge wicket-taking threat.
A shot from deploy, just finds the little gap there for the single. Keeper up, so he's to stay in his crease. There's our vantage point in between the rebuilt Compton and Edrich. Mighty stands for mighty names in Middlesex and English history. Deploy just tying his laces at the non-strikers end there, just gloves off. Had a good time of it at Northamptonshire, and he and Holden went past the record partnership for Middlesex, set by Compton and Edrich. Could we see the Holden and Deploy stands one day at Lords?
There will be a change of name though, won't there? Because the Tavern Stand and the Allen Stand as part of the Lord's master plan are being combined into one. So does that become the Allen Stand? Do they lose the Tavern?
Let's have a look at the pictures of the drawings of that one. Is there any distinction at all, or is it just going to be one stand wrapping around there?
I believe it's just, one stand.
The Gubby Allen Tavern Stand. Who do you think of first when you think of the tavern? What Middlesex name comes to mind first?
That's a very good question. Who'd you have? Would you have the Brearley Stand? Would you have that?
Well, now that he's retired, I think the bowling coach can be dug out. Tim Murtagh Tavern Stand.
I think Tim Murtagh will get a bar stall in the tavern, I think, named after him.
Just outside the loos. Didn't they do that in at Wrexham? In the This Is Wrexham documentary with Deadpool, and have you not watched it yet?
I've not actually watched the Wrexham documentary.
You're gonna love it. You've got to tune
From somebody
into
who's been to watch football at Wrexham.
Oh yes, no. Back you go, Jack. $116 for 5. Wasn't that a birthday present from Ryan Reynolds to his mate? One of the he had a urinal dedicated to him in here.
I've not seen it. Wrexham promoted, aren't they? Double promotion now, back to back.
Catching up Brentford soon.
Some way to go, yeah. As I say, though, I have watched Brentford in League One play at Wrexham. I think we won 3-0, if you're asking, Kev.
Was that the Deadpool takeover by then, or?
That was the infamous Martin Allen in charge of Brentford, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Deploy's pushing the singles nicely here. There's been a little bit of a change, I think, from Lewis Deploy in his approach. He's rotating the strike quite regularly, pretty quickly.
And that's so important in these situations when you are under pressure as a batting team. Just being able to rotate the strike. Middlesex don't have the benefit of the left and right hand combination here with two left-handers in Davies and Deploy. But just to keep that scoreboard ticking over and keeping that run scoring intent is really, really important. And Deploy's done that fantastically well so far today.
Solid stuff again from Davies. There's a way to get off the mark. We saw a glorious on-drive from Ryan Higgins earlier on. That's a classic straight drive from Davies.
Beautiful off drive there from Jack Davies. Thompson just a touch over length. Very well controlled off drive up towards the pavilion for 4 runs to get Davies' account underway.
There's that quick single taken now by Davies. I'm sure will be a little bit of the chat between Deploy and Davies. We've had an update on the Allen and the Tavern. Yes, the Allen and the Tavern stand. There is going to be a distinction between the two, which is an interesting one. A distinction in levels, I think I've just heard. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you take it in?
I was trying my best to listen to Steve Fletcher there.
Now, back to the old approach from Deploy. He's on to 47. A use of the feet. This is a masterful performance so far from Deploy because he looks completely at ease with his game, quite happy. Let's go up and down the gears.
This was evident at Northants last week. Deploy using his feet to the seamers, and this time hits the ball hard past mid-off there, having advanced down the wicket to Thompson, taking his total to 47.
Scratches out his guard. Field was changed late there, so I think Deploy just took a moment himself. It's deep square set back, and it's deep square. He's got to move and tumble. He does very, very well there. Moriarty holds him to a single. Deploy will keep the strike. He's on to 48. Davies has 5. 127 for 5. One thing with Deploy last night, when he was backing himself against the seamers, I was saying that it must be incredible hand-eye coordination, particularly in that light that Deploy has.
He definitely went with a positive approach, didn't he, in those tricky conditions under lights. It was quite dark at that stage, bit of weather around. And I think Deploy took the approach that attack is sometimes the best form of defence. He played, you're right, I think you used the word masterful. And I think that's a good way to describe this 48 not out so far.
That's 49. This really has been impressive. We've talked about the use of the feet, hand-eye coordination, how hard he hits the ball, the timing, speed with which that ball's been coming off the bat. But dropping these singles from Deploy has been... That's where it feels masterful, because it feels as though he is able to go from gear 1 to gear 5 and back down again without a second's thought. Just squirts away, won't be a single though. Deploy having to get back.
Yeah, still keen to run and rotate the strike there. Davies making the right decision. Davies would have had a very good sight of that. I think growing up they always said if the ball went behind square the non-striker should call, but Davies there knows how hard he's hit it, knows how quickly it's come off the bat and has a very good view. So right decision to send back Duploy, but great intent again from the Middlesex pair here to try and rotate that strike.
Wow. That was good from Davies. Pressure out there this morning. 3 wickets have gone down. We've seen 2 straight drives like that, and that's perhaps an even better one.
Code's been very accurate this morning, just a touch full this time. Davies, a beautiful straight drive back past him. Code unable to get that big bowler's left boot on it to stop it. And 4 runs to the Middlesex total.
Just about to bring up his debut here against Hampshire. It's a strong Hampshire attack, so I remember it. Barker, Abbott, Abbas. Ooh, that's tickled from middle stump. Excitement for the Yorkshire team again. Disappointment that he got an inside edge on it, Davies. But he actually played in that innings. It was only a brief innings opening up. He looked good for the time that he was out there, and I remember him playing one straight drive like that, straight back down the grounds to the pavilion early, opening up, and you thought, yeah, okay, this lad's got something.
Yeah, a player who's always shown a lot of promise, Jack Davies. Always had an air of quality about his batting, very stylish, and was always, even from a young age, had a lot of time.
Roy remains on 49. Davies will have strike. Middlesex 133 for 5. The experience of being out there in the middle at the moment with Lewis Deploy as well would be great for Davies. And you know, again, that part of the signing is that, isn't it? It's what he brings to the rest of the dressing room.
I think the benefit of Max Holden batting for all of that time with Duploy last week at Northampton was a huge benefit as well. And I think that it wouldn't be unfair to say that Duploy would have very much helped Holden through certain periods of that innings. As a batter, sometimes you can get a little bit on edge at certain times and at certain scores, or if you've had a little quiet period, and Duploy's experience and calming nature would have been brilliant for Holden. And Middlesex supporters will be hoping that that is replicated here with young Jack Davies.
And it feels as though there is that mix of experience and youth in there as well, isn't there, now, with Stoneman and Robson at the top. Right, Robson's out for this one. It's given Fernandez the chance to go and gain some experience alongside Stoneman. Holden up at 3. Middle of his career now. But then Deploy, a vastly experienced number 4 and highly quality. High in quality as well. Higgins similarly, it's real. Talks about the powerhouse of the middle of the Yorkshire order. You can see that with deploying Higgins in the middle of the Middlesex order now. And Robson returns up at the top as well. Looks like a good balance to that batting lineup to me. It's somewhere where perhaps, I think I've touched on it a couple of times, but you know, looking back in recent years, you've looked at that middle order and perhaps there hasn't been that big name, that big experience, that leadership quality, somebody who's able to consistently churn out the runs, but now having Deploy and Higgins in there, and someone, you know, players like Holden and Eskenazi will benefit massively, which they perhaps didn't have in their earlier years, those players to play around. So Field. I'm trying to think of the last Middlesex player in the middle order actually who would have been a real churner of runs.
David Milan, since he obviously left and went to Yorkshire himself, he would be probably that
number 4.
Yeah, that last sort of really experienced player who you could almost book in for 1,000 runs a year if he played every championship game. Fine player, David. Now obviously only playing white ball cricket, has retired from red ball cricket, and believe has been helping with a bit of coaching up at Yorkshire.
Well, that was another one of those, like Eskenazi and Holden. I remember years ago in a conversation with him at Northamptonshire about white ball, red ball runs. You know, and he'd gone through a patch where I think the red ball runs, the first class runs hadn't particularly been there, but he'd scored an extraordinary weight of List A and T20 runs. So again, I've always talked about, you know, Eskenazi and Holden as being, you know, one of the first generation really to come through where, right, you've got to get into the first team, got to get into first class cricket, which they did, but then clearly batters of their generation wanted to be playing T20 as well. And when you first saw them get into the championship side, they were never really going to get near the T20, and then all of a sudden they're the T20 openers and the gun players in the Middlesex batting lineup for the last couple of years in white ball cricket.
Yeah, and I don't want to call it a turnaround because they're both very talented cricketers, but yeah, Steve Eskenazi was very much seen as a red ball player when he first came into the Middlesex ranks and has grown and evolved his game into being a wonderful white ball cricketer. And Max Holden has obviously batted at the top of the order. Richard Johnson and Steve Eskenazi moved Max into the middle order last year in T20 cricket. Max Holden, an exceptional player of spin bowling, and that was one of the main reasons, and he has really taken his T20 cricket to another level with that move to batting at number 4. See, Middlesex saw Ryan Higgins bat at 3 very successfully last year as well, so the T20 lineup is shaping up quite nicely when you add Deploy into it.
Think about 2. Only needed 1 to reach the 50s. Back for the second. 51 from 43 for Deploy. Scored 37 in his first match here against Glamorgan. Got the century at Northampton. And now he's got his first 50 as a Middlesex player at Lords. We'll be hoping to double that at least today.
Well played, Lewis. Deploy there, 51 of 43. Beautiful clip to bring up his 50.
Ooh, nearly falls over. Just about keeps that foot grounded.
Let's not forget here, this looks like a phenomenally good piece of wicket keeping from Tattersall. Ball just sliding down the leg side, just misses leg stump, but you'll see from this angle, great piece of work by the Yorkshire wicketkeeper. Oh, very tight to that leg stump. And that is very much one for any young wicketkeeper watching. I think take a look at Tattersall's position and balance there, because that is outstanding work. And obviously there, the brilliance of that from Tattersall is for a moment you lose the ball, so you don't see the ball as it passes the batter. So to be able to get yourself into that position really is a phenomenally good piece of work. So just about now, Tattersall won't now be able to see the ball, and then it reappears for him. Outstanding work from the Yorkshire gloveman.
Oh, that's a ball. It's one to come back down the slope. Gets through Deploy. A huge wicket for Yorkshire. Huge celebrations. They know what that means. It's the big wicket in this Middlesex lineup, certainly of those that remain. They've got the main man. Deploy's done for 51. Code. That's his second wicket.
Big wicket of Deploy here for Code. That one's come back down the slope, swung back in. and continued on that trajectory. And it just looks like it's removed off stump here. Yeah, nipped back down the slope, having swum back in. It's caught the top of off. Very good piece of bowling. It was going to take a very good ball to get Duploy out, and Coder's delivered it for Yorkshire.
And when you see it from that angle, it explains it a little bit better. When you see it from behind the bowler's arm, you think that Duploy's got himself into a bad position, but goodness me, it really has moved, that ball. And credit as well to the keeper, Tattersall, which standing up not easy at Lords, especially when you're not a regular keeper here. That's what's kept Duploy in his crease. Helped to bring that wicket. Over to Josh de Carey's to come and join Jack Davies. Again, a player that first made his Middlesex debut as an opener, as Davies did. Now in at 7 and 8, the pair. The big job to do. We're in a very similar situation now, actually. The last ball of the 30th over, this was somewhere around this period where Middlesex had got through Yorkshire yesterday, and it was almost a danger that Middlesex would have bowled them out in terms of a session's worth of overs. Inside 32 overs, I think it was 37 in the end that the innings was done. But there was a point where you thought, goodness me, you could have them all out inside 32 overs here. Yorkshire tightened it up, not quite to that level just yet. But they're bowling themselves back into this one here. A lot of chat behind the stumps. Phil being orchestrated. Shan Masood is at mid-off. He's changing a lot behind the stumps there. 3 slips, a gully. It's going to be a leg slip as well. End of the over, 135 for 6. Davies with 10. De Carey surviving his first ball. Now they need the 2 youngsters to really knuckle down.
Obviously a bit of Red Rose history in Josh de Carey's family, so a little bit on this as well for him, I'm sure. Although he was born in London, he saw his Lancastrian father. We'll be hoping for a performance against the White Rose of Yorkshire.
Tight. The umpire took a while there. Jack Chantry eventually shook his head. It had a chance.
As we often say, where the ball ends up might just be an indication here of where it's travelling to. The ball ended up going to square leg. Davies across his stumps. There we go, so the ball's just going down leg side. But always a good indication that where the ball goes. Get a better view of it from this angle. Very wide on the crease there, Hill, as well. It's tough to get an LBW, but a good appeal from Yorkshire.
It's a brilliant stop. Davies' eyes lit up there. Brook diving to stop that one. Umpire Chantry took a long while to think about it, and actually the look from behind looked not out. The look from front on, which is where the umpire's looking from, he thought, oh, got a chance. He did take a long while before he shook his head. Jack Chantry. A bit of bounce there for Hill.
Just a bit of swing there away from the left-handed Davies for Hill. Obviously got that slope to work with as well, but that one's gone through the air.
Bit of cloud cover over Lords. '30th over. In fact, it was around the 30th over yesterday when the ball seemed to start doing a fair bit more. Whether that was conditions, whether it was the ball. At that point, it got particularly gloomy, I remember, around the 30th over mark as well. But some bowlers that you talk to, they'll say, yeah, when it gets to 30 overs, some balls really start to come to life.
Yeah, they do. Often the Duke ball does take a little while to warm up and start swinging. Yorkshire bowlers have definitely used it to good effect this morning.
It's a single to end the over. First run that Hill has conceded. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 1. 136 for 6. Sun's back. Middlesex bats will be delighted. We haven't seen it for a little while. The patches of blue are less frequent overhead at the moment. But there's that card. Middlesex just needs to be careful here that it doesn't dwindle as it goes down. There's a lot of batting to come. Bat a long, long way down. They'd have hoped Snowman to ploy. Somebody could have got in, kept going. But Duke's ball, early season. It's not always the case. As we've seen, an absolute peach of a delivery from Code to dismiss deploy. Here he comes to Davies. Thinks he's got him, and he has. Davies plays around one. It was a celeb appeal from Code. Went straight through with the arm up in the air. He was convinced. Umpire Illingworth didn't take too long to make his mind up. 7th wicket, 5th of the morning in the first hour.
Code has been very accurate this morning, threatening the front pad of both the left and right-handed Middlesex batters. That one Davies just pushes forward to, catches him just around the knee roll. That umpire Illingworth obliges with the finger. There you just see it slow down. Not too many complaints, Kev. See you nodding your head there.
I think that's pretty plumb, isn't it? And the position that Davies ended up in afterwards, and the position he held afterwards, I think he knew he was in big trouble there. 3 for Code. He's picked up Higgins, deploy, and now Davies, which means De Carey's is left with the tail. Strong tail it is. Roland Jones, Helman Bamba. work to be done. They trail by 23. Any little advantage here will obviously help, but Middlesex will want it to be sizable. They don't want to offer day 2 with the bat to that Yorkshire middle order that they did so well to skittle yesterday themselves.
Just wondering here from Captain Roland Jones if we might see one of his sort of well-known trademark counter-attacks here, just to try and push Middlesex's score up. Since Duploy's gone, it's been hard to score. Duploy probably the only one who's, since Stoneman last night and Duploy, the only one who's been able to score fluently, you would say.
A quick reflection, because I know you've got to go in a minute, but what a stark contrast to the Kookaburra to this. Bit of a shock to the system for both sets of batters, I'd suggest.
It has. It's been a much more even contest between bat and ball. Very tricky period for Yorkshire yesterday afternoon, and then a very tricky period for Middlesex this morning. Yorkshire really have got this ball moving around both in the air and off the pitch, off the Lord's Slope, as you would expect. And a big period now in this game for Captain Roland Jones to try and assert his authority.
Five for 52 this morning. Quite the comeback from Yorkshire. 84 for 2 overnight, Middlesex. I'd have been feeling good about it because it was tough, tricky conditions. Arguably the hardest of the day to bat in last night for Middlesex. They did well. Stoneman and Deploy and Holden as well. Alan Coleman, thanks very much. Alan's going to make way. Sam Robson will be up with us in a minute. Managing Director of Cricket at Middlesex. It's been a first hour really that's mainly been in keeping with the match so far, but for Middlesex's start to this innings yesterday, 84 for 2 at stumps last night. They started very, very well. They'd have been wary this morning. They'd have known Yorkshire would be coming at them hard in this first hour, and they've hit hard. 5 wickets, 52 runs. 23 they trail by Middlesex with 3 wickets standing. Crucially, De Carey's is there, as Alan Coleman mentioned, son of a Lancastrian, the most famous as well, Michael Atherton. Played up at Old Trafford last year, and indeed he first made his name against Yorkshire. Got a century for the university side against Yorkshire a couple of years back, and yeah, that really got everybody chatting. Sharma would be very happy with what he's seen from his bowlers this morning. Haven't left the spot. Just 2 runs conceded from Hill. His first 15 deliveries. Really good from him. Two slips and a gully, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Pretty orthodox 6-3 fields for the Middlesex captain, Roland Jones. Works fine, and a boundary for Roland Jones to get off the mark. With a rare loose ball drifting onto the legs. Bit of a flourish as there ever is with Roland Jones's shots. On 41 for 7 into the 33rd. Yeah, Josh De Carey, who scored that century for Leeds Bradford University against Yorkshire. It wasn't a first-class match though. 2021 that was for the now 21-year-old. It'll be 22 in 5 days' time. See him behind that again. To Carey's. That's a lovely shot. Peter Carey's his first boundary. Seen a few of those today now. Flowing drives down the ground and feel good. Feel very good for a player who surely would dearly love to climb back up this order. He's given the additional duties now, almost primary duties of being the Middlesex spin bowler at the moment, having forced Luke Holman out of the side. He's also got a little bit of competition in the spin department now from the only made a century in his first class innings as a Middlesex player. Nathan Fernandez, left arm spinner, played 7 of the T20 matches last season alongside De Carey's. Spin option in the championship side as well. Oh, a little dabble down the track. Followed it in the end. Ball slips away down the slope. Yeah, goes off the surface there. Got himself in line, got himself into a good position, but it just jagged away from the right-hander off the surface. And angled in from Code. Good from him. 3 for 43 from 14 for Code. Still 14 behind Middlesex. Helm. First class 50 to his name. Bamba just shy of one last year against Surrey. Formidable lineup they're up against. Code, Thompson, Edwards and Hill, who's had a fine start. They'll keep coming at Middlesex. Ball only 34 overs old. This is going to be a test. bowled really, really well last night. Almost a Roland Jones performance from Edwards at Lords yesterday evening, finding some extra bounce. And he's straight on the spot to the Middlesex skipper this morning. Yeah, it was impressive to watch yesterday evening from Edwards. Good pace, good bounce. Really got a couple to climb on. Deploy. Leg side again. Roland Jones, I think he's just come off the pad. It's trickling. Oh, slip and slide down below. Code has a little look back down at the surface. Oh, Bambi on ice. Australian overseas for Yorkshire. Played his part. There's the other overseas in the background that he passes, Sharma Sood, the skipper. There's the Roland Jones straight drive, again a distinctive one. Good number of straight drives down the ground today. Day 2, the best day to bat. Middlesex better make hay this morning and into this afternoon and not allow Yorkshire too much of it. Between the wickets, we've seen some cracking shots. Davies, to Carey's, Roland Jones, Higgins. It's some gorgeous straight drives. Deploy pulled out a few shots as well. There's another one from Roland Jones. Just be a couple. Field set back, patrolling the big boundary below Old Father Time. Deep square and long leg. I think he'll be reckless about this, Roland Jones, at all. But equally, if the challenge is put before him by Edwards, then I don't think he'll resist the chance to play a shot or two. I don't think we'll see him try and hit Edwards off a length. That's a chase for deep square. A chase you won't win. Middlesex trail by 2. The skipper is going at a good strike rate now. Just straight leg side. Angled approach. You can see it there, wider than those that have been coming in before. With the slope as well at Lords. Starts too straight onto the legs. Roland Jones relished. Clip through mid wicket. Over to Carey's. Batter with Mark Stoneman as an opener. It's Durham and Nottinghamshire here. 2 seasons back. Bags of wickets last year at the Aegeus and then at Chelmsford. Got him on a Lions training camp in the winter. So with the bat, I'm sure that he'd dearly love to make a big impression again. Oh, flashes In front of Gully, it's a boundary, and Middlesex have a lead. But fine margins here at Lords at the moment. Wasn't really there in these conditions, the Duke ball. Perhaps a Kookaburra might have looked juicy on that length, but a little bit of width attracted to Carey's, but the length of the ball meant that he was stretching for it somewhat as well. And unable to get over the top of it. But he gets a boundary. Middlesex, oh, no ball calls. Middlesex now lead by 4. Yorkshire won't be too concerned. They've got a long match ahead of them here at Lords. Got a strong middle order that they'll back to fire at least 1 or 2 of them in the second innings. Wow, that's a Jaffa. Beaut from Code. We saw one get rid of Higgins. This was potentially even better, but it started outside off. Look at that. Absolutely no choice but to play that to Carey's. Ball nips away down the slope. On the spot again. Here for the first match against Glamorgan, that first Kookaburra round, Angus Fraser described as sometimes a shootout with the Duke's ball early season. Well, there are runs to be had, but that's the point of the Kookaburra experiment, was try to get away from the shootout style cricket of the Championship. We're certainly back a little bit more towards that kind of Wild West Dukes County Championship contest here at Lords than we were the more placid affairs of Kookaburra in the first 2 rounds. Played by to Carey's in behind it, played it patiently, waited on that ball, got himself into position. Good over again though from Code. That ball that beat the edge was a belter. Both of these will be thinking about batting for a long time. As I say, Roland Jones won't hesitate if there's a short ball, a half volley, a little bit of width. If they try to go at him, he'll go at the ball. Imagine we'll be trying to think about batting for a long while here, if possible. Try and take this closer to a 60th over than a 30th. Think about 2, just a single though. Have a look at some of the other shootouts taking place in this 3rd round in a moment. But just going back to the Yorkshire innings for a moment, 159 all out. It was 36 overs, indeed 37.4 overs for their 159. That's nicely played, clipped wide of mid-on, over pitched from Edwards. Had to lay bat on it from there. Straight line. Really nicely done by De Carey's. Moves level with Roland Jones. 15 balls faced for De Carey's for his 15. Brennan Jones, just a marginally better strike rate down at the bottom, but again, it's time Middlesex will be thinking about here. If it's on that spot, they'll just defend. About time. The last one was right up there and onto the stumps, asking Carey's to be positive on the stumps, and he responded. This man bowled really well yesterday evening. Tested deploy. Deploy had to come up with a response, which was an aggressive one. Took the attack to Edwards and Yorkshire. Again, length not quite there for that at the moment. Saw it in the last over as well from Code, where De Carey's just went at one on that length. Edged it in front of Gully. Will they perhaps closer to positivity than caution? That's probably the balance. Look to have some intent about what you're doing. Don't let Yorkshire bowl at you, but equally don't be reckless. Behind that one solidly again. There's an opener's knock to be had here for De Carey's. I'm sure, not having spoken to him, but I'm sure it goes without saying that he'd want to get back up the order. Hooks away nicely, just a single. End of the over here, 169 for 7, 37 gone. We've got 35 minutes until lunch. Let's have a quick look at those other games. We're starting Division 1, Lancashire all out for 146 at Chelmsford. That was yesterday. The innings came to an end after 42 overs. Top score of 32 coming in at number 10. 32 not out from 29 balls from Williams. This really is a little bit more back towards the Dukes encounters. Should be more accustomed to. 4 for Snater, 4 for 42, 3 for Cook, 3 for 18, economy of 1.29. Essex in reply though, they're going great guns, they're 133 for 1. Dean Elgar, 45. Kushi's gone. Kushi 53 from 33 gone. Cook 30 from 78, so in as a night watch and making the most of it. Frustrating Lancashire greatly. How often do you see that? Night watchman come out the next day and greatly frustrate the opposition. Frustrated for Hampshire against Warwickshire. Southampton. Warwickshire 149. Davies opening up. 81 for Rhodes. 69 for Yates. Top 3 went well. A couple of cameos in the middle. Barnard, Mousley and Briggs. Shape on that one, but started wide enough for Carey to get in behind. Didn't really zip through as we've seen before. That delivery from Code. Briggs 24 and Bethel. In fact, my apologies, Bethel 19 and Burgess 7. The 2 not out at the moment. 4-15 for 6. Warwickshire at Southampton. Abbas, Abbott, Holland, Dawson, Fuller. The usual suspects on the south coast. Edged just short. Lyde goes to his left in front of slip, knowing it wouldn't carry. His hands on his head suggests he feels he should have taken it. Root at slip. Oh, goodness me. Tried to punish that one at the end of the over to carries. Nearly a chance for Lythe at second. He did well to get down in front of Root, where it definitely wouldn't have carried to slip. Just outside the channel of slip as well, so it had to be seconds, I guess. But for sure he knew that it wouldn't carry. Tried to get his fingertips underneath it. It was all tight as the ball, the ground and the hand came together. There's Root, who's the slip fielder. Got the gloves in his pocket. It's a little pouch for the hand warmers for slip. Is that official club attire? Gibbard in the Headingley shop. I wanted to invest in those for a few of the outground games. A few people well wrapped up in the background there. Again, it's strong wind today, keeping the temperature down. Kent against Surrey. Kent are 161 for 4. Beldrummond 70, Leaning 30. Garrett 25, Joe Denley 26, 161 for 4. 2 for Worrell, 1 for Roach, 1 for Laws. Clark and Steele in the attack as well. Surrey winning the toss at St Lawrence. Pulled away, fine of the deep square. 4 more for Roland Jones. Again, if they drop short to him, if they go at the stumps, Roland Jones will go after them. He won't sit back and let them bowl at him. Might be best advised just to stick on a length to Roland Jones here. Flayed at that one, all nearly a chance. Backward point. Moriarty threw out an outstretched hand. In the air. Backward point. Just loop him. Oh, goodness me. So Nottinghamshire 193 all out yesterday against Somerset at Taunton. 48 for Montgomery, the top score. 39 Clark actually as well in that 193. Tough time for the rest. 3 wickets for Craig Overton. 2 for Pretorius, 2 for Gregory, 1 for Josh Davey, formerly of this parish. Somerset in reply, 171 for 4. Dixon 72, Renshaw 34, Davey 33 not out, coming in at 3, so a night watchman role for him. Lammonby 17, Goldsworthy 3, Banton there now on 171 for 4, trailing by 22 with 6 wicket standing, so simply pace game there as it is at Chelmsford, so what we're seeing here. Same situation, Durham and Worcestershire. Durham managed 61 overs for their 244. 55 from Ollie Robinson, 47 from Ackerman. 3 wickets for Jason Holder, 3 for Finch. Pulled away again. They're ill-advised to do this to Roland Jones. I think he will happily counter anything overly aggressive, which is what Yorkshire are serving up to him. Middlesex skipper moves to 25 from 20. absolutely no problem putting any of the short stuff away. It's not a pitch for the short stuff. Extracted good bounce yesterday against Deploy. On a length or just short of, but banging in short here I think will be futile against, well, either of these. But Roland Jones in particular, so strong on the hook and the pull. Yeah, Worcester's reply against Durham. 148 for 8 in the 49th. So they've seen far more play up at Kidderminster. And that one's being played. 61 for Libby, 32 for Jones for Worcestershire. They're the only ones to go past 20. 148 for 8, still trailing by 96 runs. That's the Division 1 scores. Division 2, wickets about as well. Every game bar that at Derbyshire into its second innings. Leicestershire at 253 for 3 at Derby. 128 not out for Marcus Harris opening up. Some bloke called Pete Hanscom's 25 not out as well. Glamorgan 271 all outs. Northamptonshire 2 without loss in reply. Top score for Glamorgan of 82 from Ingram, 50 from Douthwaite, 61 from Crane. 5 wickets for Sanderson in that one. Nice looking shot and gets through. Pushes it straight of Shah Massoud, picks up another boundary. Middlesex lead by 24. This is becoming an annoying partnership now for Yorkshire. Sam Robson alongside me. Sam, you'd dearly love to be out there at the moment playing that, but a lovely shot from Josh de Carey's. Welcome to the mic.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, closer. Kev's just given me told me how to speak into a microphone. I'm a bit of a novice, so. Yeah, it's been a good partnership after a few early wickets. So yeah, it was looked pretty difficult the first half an hour this morning. So yeah, it's been a good, handy partnership. What have they put on now? 30, 40? 40 or so probably.
Yeah, what have they got? They came together 136, so 47 the partnership, which is a huge boost at this stage, a lead of 24. Bit of shape on that one. Just a little sign of frustration in the last couple of overs from Edwards and Hill, saying that they're probably ill-advised to put anything in their own half against Roland Jones at the moment. He's got a few hooks and pulls away. Didn't release. Rightly so. Carries has looked good. Down the leg side, another boundary. This is becoming more than a frustration now as the 50 partnership comes up for the 8th wicket. 51 this pair have put on, and it's really put Middlesex into a much better position than they were when Davis departed. 35 minutes, 49 balls. Just a little bit of pressure starts to shift back to Yorkshire now. Oh, that game's a fraction low. Back and across from Takari's. Keeps it out, only just. 187 for 7. Sam, you're up here because your left thumb is not in great shape.
No, it's not. Fractured at the first day of the season, actually. It was the last or second last over of day one, diving for a attempted catch that I didn't grasp onto. But yeah, so frustrating. Had a bit of an injection, I think, in the second day when we batted, which allowed me to do that. So that was good that I was able to get out there and do a job that day. But yeah, it's still pretty sore. So hopefully in the next week or two, next couple of weeks, I'll be available again. So yeah, it's disappointing, just annoying. Not the end of the world, but annoying. annoying because all the build up to in pre-season and through the winter and whatever, you get excited for the start of the year and you want to be out there playing, particularly games like this at Lords. It's been a good crowd actually. I was in the pavilion yesterday with a couple of friends and it was a lot of Yorkshire supporters had come down and a lot of the members in there, particularly with Root, Brooke and some of the test players playing. So yeah, you want to be playing and it's frustrating, but yeah, it's good to see Nath, who replaced myself last week, come in and get a great 100 at Northampton. So yeah, and we're well placed at the moment. There's still a long way to go, obviously, but got a bit of a lead. So yeah.
That one is cut off, mid-off. Good work from Masood. Yeah, I was going to say, he missed out at Wantage Road, really. Kookaburra around.
Yeah, there's been some runs, haven't there? There's been some really high scores, weren't there? I mean, obviously here the first game, and then what were we, 550 odd for two. We haven't had many double hundreds in recent years at all, and I think I'll wait till he.
Little flare that one.
And I think if Leos had got his four more last week, that would have been 3 doubles in, I think, 5 or 6 days. So a lot of runs. The boys are playing well, which is good. Gives them a lot of confidence moving forward. It's always nice to get a few runs early season. Let alone an early double or a big 100. So at least the guys are well placed. It's been difficult going this game. The ball's moved around and whatever.
Full gives Roland Jones the chance to free up his arms. He's not going to resist that. They're putting it into the spot too many times at the moment for Roland Jones. He's punishing them. On to 29 he goes.
Yeah, he goes for his shots, Toby. I think it's a big advantage having him coming in lower down. It's always when there's a number 8 or a number 9 who goes after them, it means that if you don't get it right, they can swing things around a little bit, which he's done here. So yeah, it's been a crucial 60 or whatever it is.
There he goes again. Cry catch. Deep square comes in. It's just short. It's a big boundary out there. He might be a little bit too deep. As hard as Roland Jones hits it, as far as he hits it, that was in the air. I was just about to say before that shot, it feels like they're standing toe-to-toe with Roland Jones, which I wouldn't advise to do in a low-scoring game, because if you're going to bang it in short, if you're going to put him up there, you're probably best advised, especially in pitch like this, conditions like this, leave it on a length against Roland Jones, because he's not going to resist. And this is already a useful 30 off 25.
Yeah, definitely. The ball's moved around, hasn't it? I mean, it was a very handy toss to win yesterday. Overcast, low clouds, and bit of rain around, so when you win the toss at Lords early season like that.
Oh, Kerry's drawn into that one.
Despite the high scoring first couple of weeks, you win the toss yesterday, and I think you know that if you put the ball in the right area there for the first few hours, it's going to be a good time to bowl. So it's been difficult. Ball's moved around, it's swung, it's seamed around as well. So some good balls this morning. Yorkshire bowled pretty well the first hour or so. I watched a little bit from up in the pavilion, and they got in a decent area, and there was some good balls knocking around. So yeah, at least what is it now? Lead of 40. So if we can keep that going and then bowl well second time round, we're in a good position.
There's a lot of talk about the Kookaburra ball trying to bring conditions closer to test level than perhaps the Dukes does in April and May in particular in England, but actually the intensity of the first hour this morning, the first half an hour even, it was as high a quality as you could imagine. It was full on pressure. Deploy was standing up to it.
Yeah, absolutely. They bowled well, didn't they? They challenged the forward defence and they challenged the forward defence, and I think the guys said in the dressing room yesterday, it's swung around a fair bit as well. Early season here at Lords, I think if it's overcast and whatever, it's it's been pretty well documented in recent years. The ball tends to seam about and can be pretty challenging batting conditions at times, but the ball swung too. So yeah, they got it in the right area this morning, and it was tough work.
I love the way that your old opening partner, your old skipper here at Middlesex, put it, Chris Rogers. He said of all the grounds in the world, Lords is the one where you look up, not down, more than anywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think even now the sun's starting to come out a little bit now. So yeah, I think someone like Toby will know that. He'll know in the back of his mind, if he 40 over old ball, if he can hang out there a bit longer, there'll be more runs for the taking, hopefully.
Oh, chips him back. Just went for one that wasn't quite there on that occasion, and that was where they were perhaps better bowling at Roland Jones on that length. He banged some in short, he'd cashed in, but line and length does for the Middlesex skipper in the end. Crucial breakthrough for Yorkshire. Crucial partnership ended.
Yeah, absolutely crucial. Yeah, just held on him. Might have he's played a few good shots, and he probably lining him up. But yeah, crucial wicket that, because as we said before, Toby, he wasn't going to hang around. So if he was going to another half an hour of batting for him, and Middlesex might have been another 40, 50 on. So. Yeah, crucial time.
Back goes the skipper. Carey's still there on 24. He started as an opener. Slipped down the order, not really as a reflection of his batting, but with the rise of his bowling. He's a man who bowled very well, I thought. Tom Helm at Wantage Road, and again yesterday picked up that wicket of Joe Root. Huge moment that was. Lead of 33. They need him to show what he can do with the bat, and he can. He's a very useful lower order batter, Tom Helm. But there's the card, which shows it's pretty tight at the moment. Shah Massood 33, Bean 29, Code 24. All will be disappointed they weren't able to go on. But similarly, Deploy, Stoneman, Roland Jones, now De Carey's. That's a really key name down at the bottom of that card. Where can De Carey's take the final 2 wickets for Middlesex? This could all happen in a flash. It could be over in 2 balls, which puts a different pressure on De Carey's, but with Helm and Bamber, I think he's able to trust the aptitude of both.
Absolutely, I think it goes without saying, as we said a tick ago, didn't we? The sun's coming out, and I think everyone who has a look at the scorecard knows that Yorkshire with Root, Brook, Massoud, and a few really top quality players, we're going to have to bowl well this afternoon, because if one of them gets in, they'll be looking to take the game on too. I think particularly someone like Brook, given the conditions, he'll know that. As I wait. Yeah, someone like Brook, I think the guys were saying this morning actually that if he, given what someone like him has seen with the ball swinging and seaming a bit, I think he's going to be taking the game on. So yeah, it'd be a good afternoon's cricket.
Last ball of the over for Thompson. Helm right in behind it. 192 for 8. The lead's 33. Roland Jones has gone. Thompson has a 4th wicket, 4 for 62. He and Code doing the damage. Thought Edwards bowled really well last night. Roland Jones made a mess of his figures today. 1 for 61 for 10 for Edwards. He'll be glad to see the back of the Middlesex captain. Change of bowling. Edwards is done. It's going to be Hill, none for 14 from 4, a more economical approach. I wonder whether they have done that anyway, whether the wicket would have fallen or not. That partnership was just threatening to get out of control for Yorkshire, which is why Roland Jones will be massively disappointed. Sam Robson alongside myself, Kevin Anderson, as you said, another 20 minutes or so of Roland Jones would have been pretty useful, but 20 minutes until lunch it is, because we're making up overs from yesterday with the time lost. So
yeah, it is crucial in low-scoring games like this. A bit of a lead, I mean 30. As I said, if someone like Toby had batted for a bit longer there, you know that he's going to keep the scoreboard going. So a lead of 30, 40. I mean, if they got off to a reasonable start in their second innings, that you sort of knock that lead off. But if you can get 60, 70, 80, 90 ahead, particularly in a game like this, lowish scoring, you're in a really good position. So it is still a crucial partnership. This crucial 20 minutes. Oh, Bonzer of the ball. Yeah, so I think is it lunch? Yeah, it is. It's 10 past, isn't it, today, Kev? 104 overs today after losing a bit of time yesterday. So it's a long day, isn't it? 24 overs, still 80 overs left in the day.
yeah, and the weather's going to play its part today. It should be out there for a full day's play.
Yeah, good sun's out. Looks like good Saturday afternoon. Probably a beer garden somewhere. Looks like it'd be a good afternoon to go and have a...
Is that where your mind's
pint
drifting, Sam?
Well, not yet, but give it 2 hours.
Really?
Give it 2 hours. I said I was going to go home at lunch, but I might hang around and see...
What do you do at home? Bit of DIY or little beer garden out the back?
No, probably... Yeah, you never know. Might try
Too
and
early to
sneak
fire
off
up the
somewhere.
barbie, isn't it?
Yeah, too cold, isn't it? Freezing out there now, but... Yeah, there's a pub near where I live, the Westbourne. I reckon I've got a few mates who live local to there. I reckon a Saturday afternoon, early summer. Well, it's not summer yet, is it? Spring. I reckon that'll be a bit lively. So if we can knock Root over and Brook over early, I might have to sneak over there later on at about 4 o'clock.
Celebration.
Not yet. Who'd you have any yesterday, Kev? You have any lively characters?
Ishant was up. Ishant Kaushal.
Yep.
Very promising Noah Cornwall.
Noah, yep. Good.
Faced him a bit in the nets.
Yeah, he looks good. Noah, yeah. He's young, left arm, swings him around. He's got a bit of pace. So, yeah, if you're tall left armer and a bit of pace and you swing him around, you've got something, don't you? So, be good to see how he develops over the next year or two.
Spared of Gus Fraser yesterday. I had a bit of Alan Coleman. 193 for 8, end of the over. So yeah, a bit of Alan Coleman yesterday. No Gus. I think that was the whole lot yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, Gus has been up a fair bit lately. Who else do you normally get? Selv up here a bit too, don't you? Occasionally.
Selv's been up.
Yeah.
Roland Butcher. So last match here, the Glamorgan match, it was brilliant downstairs. Roland Butcher, Ricky Elcock, sort of Gat obviously out in the middle.
Yeah.
Wandering around.
Get a few old war stories out of them. On comms.
Pretty good. Well, gee, Sam, what was your debut now? 2008? 2009?
It was, yeah. I played a 50-over game in 2008, but yeah, first class debut was 2009. So at Essex, Chelmsford.
A few stories going back to then as well. You're getting to that stage now. A few old war stories.
Yep.
Oh, swing at that one. Good stop in the end at Gully.
Yeah, we actually had Corey Collymore in the dressing room this morning.
You should have brought him up here with you.
At the moment. Yeah, I don't know if he's still over there or not, but he was knocking around then. So
has he moved? He lived local for a little while, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he does. I think he's just in London at the moment for a few weeks, but yeah, he's back in Barbados doing a bit of coaching. I think he said he was doing some coaching in Bangladesh over the next few months. So yeah, he was doing well, Corey.
Was that the year before the title, I think? 2015, was it?
I think he was a bit earlier than that. I think he was about 2011, 12, that sort of era. He definitely played the year we went up. We got promoted. I remember that well, because I sort of played most of the year played all season that year, and that was Chris Rogers' first season. So Chris and Corey came at the same time. So that was a good season. Had a bit of fun off the field as well. They were good characters, good team men. They liked.
Oh, swing at that one from Carey's.
Yeah, Corey was similar to Chris really. They were experienced players and top class players, so they helped us on the field. But they enjoyed a good time off it, and we celebrated well when we won, and sort of brought the guys together really. So team spirit and camaraderie and all that sort of stuff was really good. So they were fun times, particularly as a young player when you go in and you're playing with those sort of blokes. So yeah.
It'll just be a single with the sweeper back, and of course that was the build-up at that point. 2014, then 2015, Yorkshire winning the title, and then Middlesex came back and picked up the title themselves. But that was the build-up to it, though, wasn't it? That promotion in 2011, 2012, just avoided relegation that final day at Lancashire. No, it's 2014. Sorry, just avoided relegation at Lancashire, wasn't it?
Yeah.
After what was a good start that year, but Yorkshire stormed away after Middlesex had a strong start. 2014.
It was, yeah. Yeah, that was a great game, actually. That final 2014 match, I remember that well, actually, because we went up. I reckon was there something? Did they have to?
They had to win.
They had to win, yeah. And I feel like there might have been something with the bonus points where they needed to get a certain amount of runs in the allocated overs, and I think it was Glenn Chappell.
Yeah.
Yeah, he slogged a few in the 109th or 110th over or whatever it was, which kept them in it. Well played.
What I've forgotten from that one, you always remember Harris and Murtagh batting it out to save, but actually how long Owen Morgan batted in that one as well. I was looking back last year, at one point Morgs batted for a long period of time to save it on that final date before Harris and Murtagh got it over the line. Unlikely.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they had to. It was a proper old school saving the game, wasn't it? I think it's the last time I've ever seen Tim Murtagh get in behind one, because but yeah, no, they had to pat him back. It certainly wasn't Bond's ball, or Baz ball, should I say.
Murtagh ball.
Yeah, exactly. But no, they were good times. So
It did. That was the build-up to that title, wasn't it? And then there was the Yorkshire match here where you and Chris Rogers had that extraordinary partnership. 241 Buck hit in that game. 472 was the chase.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an amazing game. It's funny, we were saying yesterday, we used to play Yorkshire a lot, but obviously, the different divisions, and I think we missed Yorkshire during COVID as well, even when it was sort of like a split up into groups. We weren't in their group, so I think this is the first year we've played Yorkshire in Championship cricket for about 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, 2017 was the last. Ooh, bit of shape on that back in to Helm. Back-to-back victories. The 2016 one here, obviously, and then 2017 as well. I think it was an innings victory that year.
I think a few of their guys are playing, actually. I think Live, they've got a few guys still going. Haven't they? Live, Root was definitely playing in the big chase. I think Root was the captain, actually, when Chris Rogers got that massive score.
So his first match as captain as well, I think, maybe, was it? Something rings a bell.
It may have been, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're the last. Of course, the last two standing for Middlesex, Yourself and Toby now, from 2016.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how quick it goes, really. It doesn't feel that long ago that year. You sort of look back on those big games and that final match. I mean, that was an incredible game, really, the way the last day panned out, and with everything sort of in the background with the Somerset game. I can't remember where the other fixtures were that affected it, but...
Oh, now that one's gone
runs.
down. Long leg's giving a chase, a fine leg. Won't get there. Middlesex closed towards the 200s. Helm's dug in, hasn't he? He moves to 5 now from 14, just 1 from 13 prior to that ball. He's playing his part to hang in there for De Carey's.
He is, and he can bat well, Helmy. So yeah, hopefully he can hang in there a bit longer, and yeah, it's just a matter of getting the lead up now, isn't it? Get as many as we can. It's pretty straightforward.
Take 2016 out of it. What was your favourite memory against Yorkshire? I guess it's got to be that 472. Probably have to take that one out of it as well. But
yeah,
those tussles
probably
over the
that.
years.
Yeah, I think we had a good win here. 2017, I reckon we won by an innings.
Yep.
So I remember that was a good win. I think any big wins at Lords are always good memories. But yeah, we normally I reckon we had a pretty good record against them during those years.
It's a great shot from Helm. Lovely little clip. And he'll pick up another boundary. Brings up the 200 for Middlesex. You'd have been pleased with that one, Sam?
Yep, always good. Getting them through the leg side there, yeah, when they get a bit straight, particularly down that way. With the down the slope, it always seems to run away pretty quickly, even if it is to the longer boundary.
You had much of a chance to bat with Josh because he first came in. It must have been an injury for you at the time because he was batting with Mark Stoneman. Got an 80, didn't he? And there was a run out against Nottinghamshire. Luke Fletcher thrown down at the non-striker's end. Durham was his other match.
Yeah, a little bit. I've opened with him, I reckon, a handful of occasions when he got a chance at the top 2 or 3 years ago. And then I'll let Thompson bowl here and then...
Or unless did he come in at 3? Maybe he came in at 3 in that game, did he? Where he got run out the Nottinghamshire game.
He might have come in at 3 then, yeah. He played a few early season then. When was that? 2 years ago, I think, 2022. And then, yeah, batted with him a couple of times last year when he was sort of batting down the order. And yeah, look, he's improved. He's got better and better. I think that's the promising thing. I think if you're a young player, you just... I think if you're a young player, yeah, the main thing is if you can improve and get better. It's such a difficult game. Cricket, you have your ups and downs, but I think like if you feel like you're getting better year on year out when you're young, then well, at any stage of your career, but especially when you're a young guy trying to actually get into the first team and sort of prove to yourself that you're up to it. If you're improving, you're on track, and he's definitely got better in recent years, and he's kept improving, and he's a smart cricketer as well. So you can even see with the ball, he knows where to put his fieldsman, and he's always got a plan, and he's thinking. So yeah, he's got better and better. He's a good team man. He's a good bloke, and he fits into the team really well. So yeah, it was great to see him have some success last year, and hopefully he can keep getting better and have more of that success this year.
You pretty much got in and never looked back, didn't you, Sam? 2009.
Yeah, I had a couple of... I reckon I was in and out a little bit the first 18 months. I think that's natural whenever you first go in. You're not... Unless you're... there might be the odd real sort of superstar player that just goes in and gets off and running and never looks back. But no, I think I was in and out a little bit the first couple of seasons, but... Played. I think from about 2011 was when I was sort of got in for certain, and then that was it. So I think it helped me really, that 2011 season, that we did well as a team, and I had other experienced good players around me.
Well, that's the first year of Rogers, wasn't it? Chris Rogers at the top with you.
Absolutely, and it helped a lot. I got to open with him most of that year, and I think occasionally he batted 3, and when Strauss would play, and I'd open with Strauss. So I was pretty spoiled as a young guy getting to bat with those guys. But it did take the pressure off. It meant that, normally though players of that quality are scoring at a reasonable pace, and you can just sort of do your thing at the other end really, and you sort of go under the radar a bit as well. I think they were always the prize wicket, so sometimes the opposition probably hadn't given me much notice, and I was off to 20 or 30 and you're off and running. So it definitely helped playing in a good side that year during 2011, and then in the years later we were pretty strong. So
it's a pretty strong side at the moment. Stoneman at the top, obviously yourself missing at the moment, but Deploy, Higgins, Eskenazi back in for this game. It feels as though it's a little bit closer back towards getting that good mix of experience and youth.
Yeah, Deploy's helped a lot, hasn't he, already? I mean, obviously, he got that big score last week and whatever, but he's had a good couple of years for Derby and he's a quality player. Even today, I mean, this innings in the circumstances was crucial, wasn't it? Quick 50, put the pressure back on them in difficult circumstances. So yeah, he's helped enormously already, and he's a really good guy. And there's a good shot for 4.
Cracking shot to carries into the 30s. Middlesex 208 for 8. The lead now is 49. It's just again starting to get useful. This partnership, it's only worth 16, but on the back of the De Carey's and Roland Jones' effort, Yorkshire would just be wary that, again, as you said, I think 60, 70, 80, just starting to get to a position then as a lead. You can start to feel you've got something to put some pressure on in a low-scoring game. But I'm sure he'd be keen to move back up the order, only De Carey's. He's dropped down here to 8 at the moment because of his spin duties, but having come through as an opener and scored that century against Yorkshire a few years back for Leeds Bradford.
Yeah, definitely. I think what he's done well is he's sort of he's fitted into that role quite nicely, considering, as you said, he's generally been a top order batsman his whole life, or through youth cricket and so on. But he's been able to play a few little counter-attacking innings with the tail like this. He definitely did so at the end of last year. There are a couple of times where he sort of got rallied with the tail and scored quickly and took the game on when he needed to do, as he's done this morning. So he's shown that he's pretty adaptable. And yeah, as I said earlier, he's just a solid all-round young cricketer. So hopefully he keeps getting better and better.
Mention that crowd, it's not quite as good, I don't think, today as it was. You see, maybe it is, maybe it's filling up a bit again, but Pavilion yesterday really was packed, it felt. Hard to tell though on a cold day like this, because Lords does have a habit of hiding people behind glass in a few rooms here and there. The long room, obviously the Middlesex room.
I think the Pavilion especially, yeah, there were...
Goes after that one. Single down to deep square.
Yeah, there were a lot of people... A lot of people in the Pavilion yesterday. I think Yorkshire, big famous traditional old club, a lot of supporters. I think a lot of them made the trip down, as you said before, first time we've played them in quite a few years at Lords. So I think, and obviously with the added attraction of Root, Brook and a few of the stars playing, so the Pavilion was really busy. But I think you're right. I think the bars, the long room bar and the bowlers bar, were packed, and I think because it was just freezing cold. And yeah, with a pint in hand in the bowler's bar in the warmth, I think that was probably a more attractive place to be than sitting outside yesterday afternoon. I don't think you can really blame them.
Get through for a single. Think about 2 actually as it's pushed away. Back they come.
Well run.
And the lead moves to 50. De Carey's on 32. 52 now the lead. De Carey's 34 to 11 for 8.
You got any more guests lined up this afternoon to keep you company, Kev? I was going to say you'll be speaking to yourself if you don't get any more guests, but I suppose you do that anyway.
It's an easy gig, this one. Watching Middlesex at Lords, much worse things to do. I was going through the scores elsewhere actually when you came up to replace Alan Coleman. There was a fair few wickets going in some of the games. Cook at Essex was one of the games we were looking at. He came in as a night watchman last night. He's 49 not out for 125 balls. Speaking of which, De Carey's has now faced the second highest number of balls in this innings behind Stoneman. He's just gone past Deploy, which we were waxing lyrical about Deploy's effort out there. This is a fine effort from De Carey's at the moment, isn't it? 49 balls. Stoneman faced 71. And Deploy faced 47. They've now gone 10 overs beyond the Yorkshire innings. They were all out in the 38th.
Yeah, lead at 50 now, so it'd be good if... It'd be great if we could keep pushing this up. 70, 80, 90 if we can.
Yeah, I don't know who's in this afternoon, whether it's going to be Angus Fraser or who's floating around. Gus is an umpire now at the weekend, isn't he? I don't think he's got his first club fixture yet. Fancy batting in a game where Gus is umpiring? Old bowler.
Yeah, I think he might give a few too many LBs for my liking, Gus. Although, having said that, he is a bit old-fashioned, so maybe he keep the finger down, give the benefit of the doubt. I think they can be pretty quick to get the finger up these days for LBs umpires, Kev, so...
Old DRS hasn't done the batters any favours, has it?
No, so... But yeah, he may well be umpiring today, Gus, I'm not sure.
I think he came back and reviewed his first... He told us about it, yeah, I'm going off to do my first game. Next week we saw him, then had to go. Big smile on his face. Fired a few out, he said. Another Lancastrian, of course. Angus Fraser by birth. Talking about Josh De Carey's his father. $2.12 for 8. That's lunch. Brilliant from De Carey's 35. Helm's done really well with him. 9 from 20. Roland Jones with a fine 30 as well, helping Middlesex to this 53 lead. Sam Robson. We'll take a break here on the commentary. Thanks very much for your time. Good luck with that thumb injury. Hopefully we'll see you soon out on the field as well as up here.
Thanks for having me, Kev. Cheers. Cheers, guys.
Enjoy that beer garden if you find it later on at some point. I won't tell Coleman or Jono. Thanks very much to Sam Robson. Thanks for joining us as well on the stream this morning. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks to Alan Coleman up here first thing as well. Middlesex at lunch, 2.12 for 8. They lead by 53. It's been an entertaining morning. 6 wickets falling. Middlesex having resumed on 84 for 2. Join us back in just under 40 minutes here at Lord's.
Everyone is welcome at the cricket. Multiple groups are open during the match, located in the pavilion basement, which is sponsored in the shop and the entrance match. For those attending with small children, baby changing facilities are available. Open to is fully accessible, adult changing places for those who require it. Please ask the students for details. Wi-Fi is available. If you wish to use it, simply go to Wi-Fi and press connect yourself with that. Whilst you're on the phone, please take a look at the www.lords.org website, featuring all the latest news for MCC and cricket. The site is fully optimised for mobile licenses to browse power today. For even more behind-the-scenes access, why not follow us on X, Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok? Searching for @Home Cricket. Fans are encouraged to share their photos and get in touch using the hashtag #LoveLots. For Middlesex and MCC English Yorkshire is located on the pavilion adjacent to the House Garden, providing exclusive clothing, leisure wear, gifts and accessories to our members, along with the Middlesex Cricket Club. The shop is open until 5 p.m. In our retail shop, you can find a range of awards, MCC and team merchandise, including a range of kits, gifts, souvenirs and leisure wear. The Grace Day shop is open until 6 p.m. Our full range can also be viewed on our online stores for awards via store.laws.org and for MCC via mccstore.laws.org. International shipping is available. MCC is delighted that the MCC Museum and Library are open until 5 p.m. today. Museum entry is £5 for adults and £3 for concessions, including MCC Associate and Middlesex members. However, entry is free for all MCC members. Library entry is free, but is restricted to the MCC and Middlesex members and their guests. Our popular Lord's Talk is getting to book now. Join our next guest programs for a fascinating look around the home cricket, including from great teachers to Pavilion, world-famous locker room, players' dressing rooms, and the MCC Museum, overlooking Ashes there. Please visit the Lord's website for future tour dates, for information or to book a tour online, lords.org/tour. If you haven't been to this before, you may wish to visit the Lord's Time Hall, a stunning installation behind the ground content stands. The wall showcases the 100 greatest milestones to have taken place at Lord's, alongside thousands of water messages. If you have time, this is well worth a visit today. Lords.org has more information on the Time Hall and how to purchase a certificate plan. As part of our commitment to reducing plastic waste levels, we have reusable cups instead of single-use plastic cups. Alcohol drinks are provided in reusable cups for a £1 deposit. Please take your used cup back to a bar and receive a fresh cup with your next drink. At the end of the day, simply return your cups to one of our designated redemption bars and receive your £1 cup deposit back. Please make use of all the legal points around the ground as we fill your wallet.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Umpires are out. There are the batters. Tom Helm has 9 to his name. Josh DeCary's making his way down the other end. 35 from 51. Middlesex 212 for 8, a lead of 53. In the lead in terms of the runs at the moment. However, Yorkshire will fancy a couple of quick wickets and getting out and batting for a long time in the blazing Saturday afternoon sun here at Lords. Dan Moriarty, former Surrey spinner, into the attack for the first time. Let's see if DeCary's fellow spinner or Helm tail ender puts one up in the sky. Slip in place, shortish mid wicket. It's Moriarty to get us underway after lunch. DeCary's 35 from 51. Only Stoneman, 71 deliveries, has faced more as a Middlesex batter. Now then, boundary, second ball after lunch. DeCary's on to 39. Middlesex lead by 57. As sick as Yorkshire fans will be of hearing it, but Moriarty's on and the game is afoot. Afternoon, Mark Lane alongside me in the commentary box. I was going to say hello to you at the end of the over, but a reverse sweep from DeCary's has bought us a little bit of time. Here comes Moriarty again.
Yeah, afternoon, Kevin. I quite like this from Josh. Sort of getting on the front foot, trying to take the game forward. Like you say, second ball, reverse sweep.
And they'll fancy, won't they, that he'll be able to buy this wicket and perhaps the next. It'd be interesting with Bamber. Bamber is very much a head down number 11, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, they're Josh getting one away off his hip, gone down to sort of 45, and I think this will be the way that Helm and Josh play. If it does end up with Ethan coming in, there, I would have thought they'd have carry on with that same sort of approach, being aggressive.
That's a lovely shot by Helm. Full toss, but he's placed it nicely in a long old chase for Hill out there. I'll take a couple. Lead moves to 60. DeCary's will have strike on 40. 219 for 8 Middlesex. Again, all of this, it's a match position that on winning the toss yesterday, if you'd have said to Middlesex, this is where you'll be. You take that? Yeah, definitely. However, 84 for 2 overnight. They may have had even loftier ambitions than this.
Yeah, but I mean, we are where we are, and the fact that we've got this lead, and I think, you know, a really positive start straight after the break, when hopefully that can continue for a fair period of time. So, you know, Duke's ball, I know as much as the sun is out, there is a little bit of cloud cover, so the Yorkshire bowlers will also feel that they're in the game. So I think it's about capitalising on any sort of miss from the batters, and let's see if we can get that score or that lead as big as Middlesex can.
Here's Code, 3 wickets under his belt already. That's a lovely shot. DeCary's ticks along to 48. I think that scoreboard at the bottom of the screen there is just out of kilter at the moment. Should be 227 for 8. DeCary's on to 48. One of the scoreboards here has it wrong, either the one on our live stream or the one inside the ground. So we'll watch closely for a moment because Carey's may or may not be on the verge of a 50. It's given us runs, no celebration from Takeri, so we'll go with the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen at the moment. I think the in-ground now has actually had a problem. It's rectified it, and it agrees with our stream commentary. So 46 for Takeri's. A little bit of bounce there, a little bit of bite for Code.
Yeah, as we just said now, the way that Josh has approached this is it's quite a natural thing for Josh. I mean, he wants to be seen to be a genuine all-rounder. You know, he was a batter first, if you like, but again, a little bounce on there, and actually quite well played.
That's a good stop. Holds him to a single. That's a 47. 60 balls face. I've been focusing on the number of balls face. He's faced the second most balls in the match now. Stoneman 71. He went past Deploy's 47, and then in the Yorkshire innings, Masood faced 51 for his 33. So he's outscored any of the Yorkshire batters, and he's only behind Deploy now for Middlesex. Get a chance to go to his 50 one more time in this over, but I say the number of balls faced because he's coming in at number 8. So you generally wouldn't associate perhaps the number 8, right, the number 8 second highest scorer in the innings, but he's batted really well. You know, it's been a proper innings this.
Yeah, I mean, that shows he's in good touch. That straight drive he played just now, straight down the ground. You know, presenting a full bat face is always good to see, especially when the ball's moving around.
And right in behind that one as well, we've seen some gems of deliveries today from the Yorkshire bowlers. One that got Higgins, Deploy, some absolute beauts. But De Carey's equal to that one, gets in behind it. And Middlesex 227 for 8, lead of 68. Warm work on the nursery ends just before?
Well, I'd like to say warm. It's been pretty fresh out there this morning. But yeah, so for the lads who are not playing, we had a session this morning which went really well. So they got their overs in, and batters had a good bat. So we're all hopefully prepped up, ready for our game on Monday at Radlett against Hampshire.
It's a single to start the over for Helm. Really good bat as well, Tom Helm. Remember when he first broke through, which is a long time ago now. People were talking about his batting potential as well at that point. He's a proper batter in the lower order. Oh, now going for the reverse sweep, looking to bring up the 50 with the reverse to Carey's. Oh, that one on the chest.
Well, it's obviously an area where Josh feels he's strong, and shorter side of the ground as well, so could get full value for that shot.
Tickle just a single, well run, well fielded.
So it's interesting, the twice that Josh has played that reverse. Yes, he's got one away and then didn't quite get the second one, but it makes Moriarty almost look to try and bowl a back of a length ball, which kind of takes a little bit more threat, and both times Josh has been able to knock that off his hip for a single.
He was on loan last year from Surrey at Yorkshire, now permanent signing.
Yeah, I've seen quite a lot of Dan Moriarty around the circuit and how he sort of broke into the Surrey side. He's a real competitor, quite an angry left arm spinner, shall we say, which is.
Now get a single here, back they come for the seconds. Carey's has his 50, coming in at 8. He's produced some fine innings, top of the order, middle of the order as well. Dropped down to 8 at the moment as the spinner, but raises his bat. He'll face 64 deliveries, 8 fours, 87 minutes, and this could be a really, really crucial knock in the entire context of this match.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it just, that depth all the way through, being able to kind of impact the game, certainly the strike rate that Josh has gone at here, so, long may that continue. So, puts Middlesex into a strong position the more time, because it's his strike rate, the amount, the strike rate is high, so.
Yeah, Tom Helm on the other end has scored 64 already this season against Glamorgan here. Which was his 4th first-class 50. I've done him a disservice. 4th first-class 50 for Helm. And actually, actually I do remember now. 64 he scored against Glamorgan, which is his highest first-class score. He scored 350s with the highest score, I think, of 52. So.
He played really well against Glamorgan,
Nice run single again. Caught in the 18, Jake. Can we move commentary cam over there just to get something comical happens? Are we going to chop that reflection that we're making now? Oh, what's going on behind there? Bit of fun and games in the commentary box. We've had a set malfunction. Sort of well, we're hoping it's not a wardrobe malfunction, but we've had a set malfunction at the back. Just the fingers up the top at the moment. What? The fingers up the top is brilliant. Oh, it's a lovely ball, and he's got him. Carey's turns around in frustration. Almost marches back to the pavilion. It's another beaut from Code. He has a 5-foot. That's his 4th, my apologies. 4th for Code. But Carey's, you'll see, is disgust. Angling in. That's a great delivery, goodness me. What a ball that is. He could have been out in any way, shape or form there. To Carey's, look at his response, bat behind his back. This will be a great angle of it as well. Angle there. Look at that, it's angling into middle. He's edged it just above. Passes over the top of middle and off. Hop. And the bat held behind the bat like a naughty little schoolboy, but frustration as he storms off. So Bamber comes out to bat with Helm. Brilliant for him to carry. He's put Middlesex into a good position here. A lead of 74 is healthy. They'll hope that Ethan Bamber, who has a highest first-class score of 49, can hang around a bit with Tom Helm. And Middlesex can just push that a little bit closer to a 3-figure lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going back to that delivery. I mean, like I say, when I looked like he was shaping in towards that sort of middle stump and then went back over. Not sure a lot of Josh could have done with that, but a great knock. Gave the innings a bit of momentum. So, as you say, let's see where the tactics that Helm will apply here. as you say, Ethan is probably more renowned to stooge about as opposed to cut a dash. So it'd be interesting to see how Helm goes about this.
Yeah, they're both really good batters, aren't they? You know, I think either of them could regard themselves as so you can let him survive his first ball first. 2-3-3 for 9 and Code 4 for 58 now. He's been brilliant. 18 overs and they've picked up De Carey's for exactly 50. Second 50 of the innings. Only the second batter to face more than 50 balls in the innings. And only the third batter in the match to face more than 50 balls, which would throw back a week or two.
Quite. So 52 overs in and the ball still, you can still produce a delivery like that. So, you know, highly skilled, very difficult to play. And like you say, this time last week when we were talking about batting and bowling, it's the roles are reversed. So hopefully this lead of just over 60, 70 now, like you say, if we can get that as close as we can, every run is crucial now. So just be interested to see how Helmy plays it and goes about his business here.
Yeah, I was going to make the point, that's a well-run single just wide of mid-off. That Helm or Bamber, you know, in some batting lineups over the years, you know, if you said Bamber was coming in at number 9, you wouldn't particularly shirk at that for any reason. He's a very solid batter. In fact, Ricky Elcock was up here in the first round. His son was with him as well, went to school with Ethan, and he was saying at school Ethan was a serious bat.
Well, serious might be a bit extreme, but yeah, I do get your point. And it's interesting that they've decided to just take every run that's available here. So Helm's trusting Bamber that he can deal with these next 5.
2 slips in a gully for Bamber. He beats him with that one. Well, it's interesting the different levels, isn't it? Of course, Toby Rowland-Jones came through as an opening batter at youth level, didn't he? And I believe in the Middlesex Academy as an opening bat. Look at him now. A very crucial little knock that he put together of 30 as well down the order.
And then on the flip side of that, Josh De Carey's opened the batting all the way through youth cricket, has ended up it's almost his other skill has got him into this side.
That's what to expect from Bamber. He'll push it around nicely as well. Just get him behind for now. Try and get himself in. You never know. Hang around for 20 minutes, half an hour here, and all of a sudden, by hook or by crook, an inside edge or an outside edge, you're just starting to nudge that lead. I would say into the 90s maybe. But Yorkshire bowled well, a nagging line, a persistent length. The only time they really let it go, I think they perhaps got a little bit carried away to Toby Rowland-Jones. Banged in a few short, a few full, and in the end it was a line length delivery that picked him up.
It's ironic, isn't it? You know, we keep talking about smashing your pitch, bowl your best ball. You know, seems to be enough in the ball, enough in the surface to be patient and. I'm not saying wickets will come to you, you've still got to work very, very hard to it, but giving yourself that best chance.
There we go. If you haven't seen Ethan Bamber bat before, then that's why we've been talking about his potential as a number 11. Potential to do a little bit more damage in this first innings.
Flew off the bat. Must be a good bit of wood he's got there. So beautifully timed and hit in front of square, and I think that was 4 on any ground.
Serious bat at school.
Absolutely.
Weren't we all? Trouble and safe. Shan Masood had one stump to throw at. If he'd have hit, Bamber's dive would have been in vain.
Don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. Beautiful shot, and you know, barbecue your mate. He's obviously tried a pinch strike. Said, don't worry, Helmy, I've got this covered. So, but it's good. Scoreboard's moving, and like you say, if these two can back for another 15, 20 minutes, who's to say that we can't put on another 15, 25 runs? So, I like the intent. I like the positive approach that they've taken. So that gets the score to 239. So let's see if we can get in around that 250.
Batting point is 11 runs away. That's a very good point. I've forgotten about that. 3 bowling points now for Yorkshire to go with the 3 bowling points at Middlesex. Claimed already. No batting points for Yorkshire. It'll be, again, a decent little milestone. Well, there's 2 here, isn't there? 11 more runs, and then after that, a 3-figure leads. Middlesex will be over the moon with that. They may well need it because it is day 2, the best day to bat. Yorkshire will hope when they do get Lyth, Bean, Masood, Root and Brook back out there. It's for middle top 6 for Division 2 cricket. It's not far off Test cricket, that, is it?
But if you can take a couple, even 3, 4 before we get to parity, then we'll feel in a strong position.
But it is, that's Lyth, Test opener, Masood, Test captain, Root, former Test captain, Brook, and Bean, huge potential. So that's some top 5. And I think Richard Johnson said it to me either on interview or just in passing last week that this is a Division 1 fixture really that we're watching out there at the moment. Middlesex just slipped out of the top flight last year and disappointed to do so, as it was a slide towards relegation from a position where mid-season they thought they were in a decent place.
But also you've got 2 attacks that suit this Duke's ball as well. Sort of pitch it up, sort of a bit more skiddier bowlers. I know Helm, Roland Jones are slightly taller, but you've still got your Higgins and Bambers, and these 2 guys here from Yorkshire aren't exactly. They do have some bowlers that hit the pitch, but it's more of that get the ball, that old-fashioned English seamer, if you like.
Taken single again. 240 for 9. Yeah, it rolled back the ears a little bit for Middlesex yesterday, watching them go after Yorkshire like that, hunting in a pack. As Roland Jones, Murtagh, Finn, Franklin, the championship year with Harris and Fuller as support, and a young Tom Helm, Harry Podmore as well. There's an array of fast bowling talent they had. But it had that feeling yesterday there was no escape for Yorkshire, whoever the ball was thrown to. Similarly for Middlesex here, there hasn't been. Like I say, the only area where I'd be critical of Yorkshire is when they pulled away from what they've done so well, which was nag that off stump all the way through, and they just seem to get carried away against Roland Jones.
Bit of ego, a bit of emotion, isn't there, when someone's going at you?
But I thought they kind of came at him first before he even. He took them on for the 30 in the end when they were banging it in. The numbers of hooks and pulls. And again, this stage of season, this pace of surface still at this stage of season, it just seemed odd. But they got him with a line and length ball in the end. 240 for 9. My reading of it at the time was, if they put it on a line and length, he'll defend it. He'll just hang out there because he's got to carries at the other end. But if they drop it in short, or they try anything else against him, he'll go after them. And it could be costly, and it was for the tune of 30 runs, which right now in this match situation is, well, could be damaging for Yorkshire. But the one that really excited me in this attack was the one that perhaps stood toe-to-toe most of all with Roland Jones, and that was Edwards. Australian seems to get some good pace and good bounce from the pavilion end yesterday evening. It's been an enjoyable match to watch. Here's Thompson, 4 for 74. Code has 4 for 59. It's a race to the 5 foot, but Middlesex are racing along towards the first batting point. Bamber moves to 10, Middlesex are 6 shy with the 250.
That's a great shot. I told you this bloke could bat all round the ground. But again, they've had 2 misses back of a length here, and he punched one through the offside and then pulled one through mid-on, so maybe just got a bit of a loosener, if I'm honest, and he's got to try and settle in, try and drag Bamber forward.
Got a deep square back for Bamber. We've gone short that first ball. Is it a ploy?
Yeah, he's probably trying to get Ethan to think there's one coming, so they can't just sort of lump onto that front foot. So, again, really exciting couple of overs here. So if Middlesex can get to that first batting point, extend that lead as far as they can, should be a good afternoon's worth of cricket, I think.
The bumper again. Yeah, deep backward square and long leg in position. Tom Helms coming down to have a chat with Ethan Bamber. Keep tucking, Ethan. But again, to some extent, 55th over of this innings, almost Bamber and Helm at the moment. So if they want to keep bending their back at this point, and we do get in for another 6 overs, then 60 over mark still out there. Let them bend their back right now if they want, tire themselves out. Just stick to that off stump, it served them so well. Of course, you don't want to batter prodding forward, plunging forward constantly. You want to push him back, but they bowled beautifully, I think.
Yeah, I think that there's enough in the surface. I don't know if the ball's still swinging, but there's enough encouragement, shall we say. But I think you've got to bring as many modal dismissals in as you can by bringing in that bowl, bringing that LBW, get that caught behind. So I think erring on the side, certainly to lower order batsmen, it's better to go fuller than shorter, I would have thought. Play that nicely.
I'm enjoying this.
He takes his batting very seriously, Ethan. He works very, very hard at it. He's always sort of aware of how he can add some value to the innings, and I guess his job batting at certainly in this game, batting at 11, is to try and extend that innings for as long as he can, because every 5 runs could be really, really important. You're probably saying with Ethan, what comes after 5? It looks like it's run. He's pinched the strike again, so he's, I think that's excellent. And Helmy's responded beautifully, nicked another single. So they both obviously feel quite comfortable out there, and a little partnership of, what's that partnership worth, Kev?
What are they up to now? 12?
Yeah, 12. So all adds up, doesn't it? Another 10% on.
5 more is the golden number at the moment, isn't it? A batting point for Middlesex. Something that's been so elusive in recent years. So elusive since the title, really. The promotion year for Division 2 2 years back was a good year with the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think this seems like a more typical April sort of game, early season, ball nibbling around. Runs are hard to come by, and you've got to work hard for everything here. So maybe looking at all the other scores, is any extra point, if we can get a leg up over someone else, it's all got to help to the big picture.
Beautiful, beautiful from Codes. Again, it's what served them so well. And these aren't tail-enders that are just going to keep swinging at the off stump, on the off-stump line. That's why I think it's almost like the old Raymond Illingworth, isn't it? Just float one up there. He'll hit you for a couple of sixes, but he'll get out. Oh, I can get him much cheaper than that. Easy game from up here, though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's kind of on the edge of your seat stuff, isn't it? You miss, there's a 4. Outfield seems quite quick, but bowlers feel that they're always in with a chance. So I think this has been good to see, this little sort of 40-minute slot since after lunch. So this is the last ball of the over. I'm assuming Ethan's looking for a single here. Can we get ready?
We'll be on the watch for it now. 2 slips, a gully. There's a point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Some more deep backward square leg with that tight boundary to the grandstand behind Bamber in shot there. Oh, plays inside the line. Rueful, his code as he turns away. End of his 20th over. Another maiden for him. That's his 4th maiden, 4 for 59. Bamber on 11. Helm on 16. Middlesex still 5 away from another batting point. Oh, now just bounces up nastily on Shah Masood and they'll get through for a single. Oh dear. Tumble looks as though he's alright, I think. Hopefully that's damaged pride and nothing else, because he's gone over and he's taken a fair old lump out of the ground, but obviously the fear is that he'd have twisted in doing so. Let's see. On his haunches, I'd suggest where he is at the moment it's mainly damaged pride, just an uncomfortable fall as opposed to anything else. Hallowed turf has to be repaired, but of course greater concern is to make sure that Shah Masood is okay. Batted beautifully in the first innings, batted with an awful lot of time and looked as though he's setting himself up for a big one. Oh, that's a beaut. Gorgeous delivery from Thompson, top of off stump, just outside of. It's rocked back behind middle and leg, the off stump. Perfect seam bowler's dismissal to the right-hander, and Bamber has to race off with Middlesex 4 shy of that batting point. A lead of 87, which is more than useful in a match situation where Yorkshire was skittled for 159 in the first innings. Let's have another look at the wicket. Just came back down the slope, take the outside of off stump. Bamber couldn't get across and behind it. It's going to account for a lot of top order batters, that ball.
Yeah, it looks like it just almost like shaped in and followed him down the hill, so hit off stump quite hard. So yeah, good skillful bowling. So, but a nice little partnership. Shame about that extra point, but Middlesex bowlers now got a job to do. Pick up a couple as quick as we can and get this game moving forward.
Well, it's that name Shah Masood at the top 33. Been 29, code 24, but also it's the couple of names that are missing there, Root and Brook. If either of those get going and make up for it in the second innings what they missed out on in the first, but there'd be an awful lot of top order Yorkshire batters who felt they missed out in the first and want to cash in the second. On day 2 here, we're very early in the match here, overs wise as well. Here's the applause. Off goes Thompson, 5 for 80 from 17.2, 4 for 59. Coden. We just muttered off air, didn't we, Laney, that it's a race between Code and Thompson for the 5th, and Thompson got there first.
He's bowled beautifully, isn't he? 17.2 overs. Is that 5 for 80? And as a pair, that's it's 9 for 100 and 9 for 140. So they bowled beautifully between them. So, but again, Duke's ball, the attack of Helm, Bamber, Roland Jones, Higgins, they'll fancy that they can push this Yorkshire batting line up, knock them over early. So
We always say let's wait until the opposition's batted and then we'll judge, but it does almost feel as though it needs the third innings here to really get to grips with this song. So you look at Deploy's 51 from 47, De Carey's 50 from 66, Stoneman 42 from 71, all good knocks. But you're still looking at this point and think, should one of them have gone on? Or actually, is that a really good story? And because it went so quickly in the Yorkshire first innings, it almost feels as though we've got the third innings to bear out just how good a performance that was for Middlesex.
And as you say, we're only sort of in day 1.5 here, really. So the surface should be still pretty sound. Heavy roll has gone on now in between the innings. So I think this session between now and tea is going to be crucial for both teams. I think it's who kind of wins this gets their sort of kind of first dibs at pushing this game forward.
That wicket was the end of the 94th over of the match. So we've only just had a day.
Well,
we haven't had a day. We're still 2 overs short of having a day's cricket.
Yeah,
for the duration of the match, which is extraordinary, isn't it? It was 37.4 the Yorkshire first innings, 56.2 the Middlesex first innings. So yeah, as long as my usually iffy maths is correct, which I'm starting to feel is wrong, but yeah, it's 2 overs still shy of a day's cricket. So yeah, match situation wise, we barely advanced at all. It's almost 20 wickets in a day at Lords.
Absolutely, and to be fair, I think the bowlers have batted really well. I think there's been some real genuine dismissals. I'm not sure how much has been batter error as opposed to highly skilled bowling. So going from 2 weeks of the Kookaburra to the Dukes now, I think there's some relief bowlers around the country, not just here at Lords. So I think that any lead's a good lead, and it seems to be everyone's contributed in taking the Middlesex innings as deep as they could for as long as they could. So we're really interested to see this next sort of half a session or until tea and for the rest of the day. So Middlesex lads will be keen, they'll be up for it. So you've got to create those chances and then got to take those chances. I think that's the key here. You want nicks to carry, you want nicks that carry to be caught. So should be exciting.
5-minute bells rung, and back out in a moment to see where this match goes from here. It does feel as though this next little passage of play now, what have we got? Time wise, tea will be at 3:50 today, so they're going to have an hour and 20 minutes in terms of time, but they'll probably get a little bit more in terms of overs. We'll probably go on till just gone 4 by the time the overs are bowled, and we'll have a reasonable idea by tea as to where this match will be heading, because I don't think Yorkshire will be too perturbed with their batting lineup. They'll hope that one of that top 5 in particular will get in and go big here at Lords. So much experience, and well, how many times has Root in the last decade, I suppose, for England really been in this kind of situation where Angus Fraser was describing it last week as with the Dukes ball, it's sometimes a shootout, which is what it is here. It's backs up against the wall at the moment for Yorkshire, and well, you put Shah Massoud, Joe Root and Brook up against the wall, they're going to come out fighting, and Lyth at the top as well.
Yeah, as much as we're excited by that Yorkshire lineup, I think Bamber will always be a sort of challenge on this sort of surface, these sort of conditions. Higgins has picked up many a wicket, and Helm, Roland Jones. So as much as Yorkshire have got their frontline players, I think that Middlesex will be, with a 80-odd run lead, will be as excited. So
if you were just to look at that scorecard now, it's a pretty decent matchup, isn't it? The names that are there, Shah Massoud. Okay, you haven't got Root or Brook in that scorecard there at the moment, but we know they're out there in this match. But then with the ball, Roland Jones, Helm, Bamber, it's up there as in terms of, and Higgins, it's up there in terms of a bowling attack. We talked about rolling back the years yesterday and thinking of great Yorkshire and Middlesex battles, and Mercer and Roland Jones and Finn and Rayner lining up against the likes of Sidebottom and Bresnan, Plunkett. It was a pretty decent Yorkshire attack over the years, wasn't there? And Robinson before his departure, of course, down to Sussex.
I think what we're saying is it's a proper game of cricket, isn't it? As much as it's a Division 2 game, it's a proper game of cricket with challenging conditions for a certain skill, but highly skilled bowlers have bowled beautifully for the Yorkshire Yorkshire County Cricket Club in the first inning. So, you know, let's make sure that Middlesex can sort of repay that favour. And as much as you talk about Masood and Root, if they don't come off, it might send a few shivers if you knock a couple over early, you know. So I'm trying to swing it around to a positive, Kevin, if I'm honest. Otherwise, John will never speak to me again.
I'm trying to think of all the Yorkshire watchers at the moment as well. They'll be looking at this and thinking this is a big innings here to come. And I mean, if they can get hold of this innings, then they'll be the heavy favourites when Middlesex eventually come out to chase, because it will flip, won't it? All of a sudden, a couple of wickets and you chase, and things become pretty tricky. That heavy roller on the pitch at the moment from Carl McDermott, it looks a belter of a track from up here. Lovely straw colour, not a bit of grass on it, but it's offered a fair bit off the surface. It hasn't seemed ungainly, an over amount of seam. We've seen a bit through the air with the Duke's ball back, overcast conditions. But you know, the slope at Lords, you keep it on the spot. The slope's going to keep you in it. Early season conditions, Duke's ball, there's enough there. There always is at Lords, isn't there?
It's ironic we're talking. I know this is a slightly lower scoring game, but talking with a bit more excitement in our voices about this could swing either way. I think last time I sat with you here with the Glamorgan game, it was to the contrary, that this could go either way. It was almost like the Kookaburra ball negated each other, and it became a bit of very much a stalemate. But so hopefully start well, get the ball in the right areas, ask some questions of their batters, and create some opportunities.
Umpires are on their way. Toby Rowland-Jones leads out Middlesex, and Lythe and Bean are on their way down the pavilion steps at the moment as we speak. So there are the umpires just walking into shot now, and Middlesex are in a team huddle at the moment just below the pavilion. Two openers on their way, and we'll be ready to go. There they are, players out to the middle, and trailing by 87. I mean, all of a sudden, if there's 2 wickets on this board, then the match takes a shape very quickly, doesn't it? But Yorkshire will be hoping for a steady start, try and get them through to tea. Let's have a look. Minimum overs today, 63. So it'll be scheduled to be, 32, 34 in the evening session would be the schedule. I think we'll have a few more than that to bowl. We'll wait on confirmation on what time tea is going to be fixed at today with the make-up in overs. It's going to be the last man to go with the bat for Middlesex to open the bowling, Ethan Bamber. He's got Lythe on strike with 3 slips. Backward point, cover, and a mid-off. Mid-on, warming up is Toby Rowland-Jones, mid-wicket and long leg. Bowled well from the pavilion end. Bowled well from the nursery end as well, Bamber, but from the pavilion end is where he picked up the wickets in the first innings. Here he goes. Yorkshire's second innings, they trail by 87. Leg side to start, should be a single. Max Holden deployed in the deep. I think that's Luke Holman sat on the bench behind him, down for an atta. We're talking football, Wimbledon and Arsenal.
Amongst other things, I should think. Not sure if that's Noah Cornwell down there.
On the bench?
Yeah.
Oh, was it? No, yeah, he was up here on the mic yesterday. I saw him briefly having a bowl out in the middle at lunch with Richard Johnson, Tim Murtagh. That's nice from Bamber. Excitement gets going in the slips.
Like a bit of shape there, little wobble. So again, that's Bamber's natural length, slightly fuller. Get that ball just to nibble around, and it's nippier than you think, Ethan. He just gets the ball onto you a little bit quicker than you think.
Wasn't it this round last year against Nottinghamshire, and he was clocked the quickest in the match until the final innings when Broad was playing, and he cracked it up as Notts tried to bowl out Middlesex. Just over pitched Little, putting it up there, looking for that little bit of swing, a little bit of movement off the surface early, but just over pitched on this occasion. Leans into it nicely. Bean to get off the mark. They were going at sixes for a fair bit of that. Well, the 7 overs that started the game before the rain came in this opening pair. And that was Middlesex bowling full lengths, aggressive lines, and that of course leaks runs. 6 of an over I'm sure was slightly frustrating, but first morning it's a fine balance, isn't it? To try and get the ball up there and see what you can find, but equally not lose control early on.
Yeah, it's not about getting too greedy too early. I think if you can create some pressure through areas and stuff, and almost who gets bored first, batter or the bowler.
Decent first over from Bamba. Just overpitched slightly on that one that got away for 4. 5 without loss. Opening over of the Yorkshire second innings. They trail by 82. They'll be delighted if they can chip anywhere near towards parity with this opening stand.
Don't say that, Kev. We need to take a couple with us. So, encouragement. Looks like the ball's nibbling around. Just got slightly too full, got put away by Bean. So Roland Jones from the pavilion now, senior player. If he can smash his length, get that ball nibbling around. Let's see what happens.
Roland Jones rolling back the years from the pavilion end at Lords. See how he deploys the troops for this one. Helm didn't have a bowl at the pavilion end. Bamba was switched up there in the first innings. Higgins bowled beautifully from the nursery end, I thought. But much like missing saying, Mercer from the nursery end at Lords. Roland Jones from the pavilion end runs in. It's still a wonderful sight to see. Not quite the speed of old, the length of run-up of old. It was a long and almost foreboding run-up that he had, wasn't it? Did it carry? It did. A rolling, tumbling stop. It's to Carey's at slip. Lythe has gone for 1. Roland Jones strikes with the second ball from the pavilion end. He's hurt his hands, but he's held the catch. And that Middlesex will be delighted with.
I'm not sure whether that's blood or bone. Or bone, yeah. But what a catch. What a beautiful catch. So, what a good start. What a great catch that was.
Could be the title of your autobiography, Laney. I'm not sure if it's blood or bone.
I've got mine ready, mate. It's called Me, Jack and a Bag of Balls, but I'm just waiting for a publisher.
Roland Jones takes a drink. He's only had to bowl 2 balls and he's got a wicket. And a good one as well. Here's the big one. Shan Masood. Skipper, then Root, then Brook. They've got in amongst them early. And they've got Lythe, former England opener.
As much as we talk about those 3, live can be dangerous, just how he goes about it. So if we feel we can get a couple more, almost open up an end and try and expose that as quick as we can, really. But in the meantime, being patient.
Tom Helm's taken the slip position for Shan Masood, another left-hander. Smiles in the faces there in the background. So basically this is the 96th over of the match. We've just had the 21st wicket. And the spot again. Helm goes in at slip, deploy at second, Higgins third, Fernandez the backward point, cover Stoneman, mid off Holden. Mid on Ethan Bamber, mid wicket Stephen Eskenazi. Nice shot. Just strokes, and that was how he played the first innings. Everything was done it felt at about 60-70% from Shah Massoud. It looked as though he was just setting himself up to still be there in 3-4 hours, and Middlesex were delighted he wasn't.
Goodness me, if that's 60 or 70%, we could be in a world of trouble. But
in terms of the way he's gone at that drive there, he's not gone at that full-blooded. He's just gently stroked it away. He's just playing himself in, almost as though in his mind he's having a few throwdowns. And then he gets that one a little bit fuller, a little bit closer to him, open the face, and a beautifully timed shot for 4 to get off the mark.
Yeah, just a little fraction wide, fraction full. But I think the fact that he's going hard and trying to drive, I think that will be encouraging for Middlesex.
Nice again, he went a little bit harder at that one. Take back everything I said about his first innings approach, but certainly that first stroke up to Holden at mid-off had shades of how it seemed to be the way that he was approaching his first innings. Wicket in the over. Lyth gone for 1, caught de Carey's, bowled Roland Jones, 9 for 1, still trailing by 78 Yorkshire, goodness me. Well, we've talked about Yorkshire getting a grip of this innings and its powerful middle order that they have, all of a sudden being able to turn the game and put Middlesex in a difficult position in the chase. Similarly, a good start for Middlesex. We could be well advanced by tea, let alone stumps.
But I think in the back of your mind you've got Root and Brook, and something like Brook can change the game very, very quickly. So I think it's just being patient, hitting your areas.
Subfielder Noah Cornwall, I should mention, on for Josh de Carey's when he ran off after taking that catch. Coming right arm over the wicket to the left-hander here. Bamber. So often we see bowlers go immediately around the wicket to left-handers nowadays. From the nursery end with the slope, you're going to take LBW almost out of play if you go around the wicket to the left-hander. That's where he wants to be. Any little bit of movement either way there, and Bean's got a problem. That's the problem for batters at Lords, isn't it? You're thinking about the line that you're playing down, you're actually thinking about 2 or 3 lines, or what if it holds its line, keeps going with the slope, what if it comes back up?
It was a little bit like Fernandez's wicket, went across him, one comes back. So, you know, you checking your balance and where you're trying to hit the ball to is really important.
Ooh, that fizzes across.
That's a lovely line. That's a really good line, because that's you know, talking Yorkshire. That's that corridor of uncertainty. You know, the great Jeff Boycott will talk about. So it's asking those questions of batters. So if he can hang it in and around there, a little bit of skill, a little bit of nibble.
We saw that ball that got deployed this morning. That was from around the wicket. Came charging back down the slope to take the outside of the off stump. But even over the wicket, you can count on a fair bit of movement. 9 for 1 at the end of the third. Maiden for Bamba. It'll be Roland Jones against Shah Massoud again. See if that drive's still in play for the left-hander. Yeah, Edwards for Yorkshire, he ended up being expensive. Roland Jones and he went after each other, it felt. But I felt he looked like Toby Roland Jones down the hill at Lords, down the slope at Lords, just finding an extra bit of bounce. You wouldn't expect him to. Bit of chatter in the slip cordon, but in the crowd as well by the sounds of it. You can see what Roland Jones is thinking. He's got his hands on his face, but that was a lovely shot by Bean. Leans into it. Didn't go fully at it, didn't go hard at it, just to push into the covers. Roland Jones ruefully heading back to the top of his mark.
Again, I think it was just that, the way Bean played that, wasn't a fully blown drive, just got his hands through that ball. Almost like you say, almost copying Massoud here, just checking himself, making sure he's got the pace of the wicket, shape of the ball, and just getting his hands through it.
Again, in behind. Roland Jones on the spot, all over long. 12 for 1. Interesting the contrast between Shah Massoud's approach and that of Lias Deploy. 51, leading run scorer in the match. 51 from 47 deliveries, Deploy. Massoud there, he faced 51 balls for his 33 in the first innings. It's stark contrast. It's the way that the two of the star batters in the game, Root and Brook, will have a shout against Shah Massoud for the headline act in the Yorkshire lineup, but certainly for Middlesex at the moment deploys the headline act in the home side's lineup. So the grandstand meets the Compton in the background there, the little tunnel through to the concourse out the back. Good viewing position for a couple of the staff, able to take in a ball or two. Not a bad place to work if you're a cricket fan.
They're supposed to be busy, I think. They don't want the camera there.
Bit like us, Laney, this is supposed to be work.
Yeah, true. That's good. That's a good start from Bam. It looks like, you know, if he can just get one to run down that hill a little bit there, just challenge that top of that off stump, should be a good little contest, really.
Yeah, interesting. He comes around the wicket to Masood, over the wicket to Bean. Ooh, into the boot. Nice stop from Bamber.
Yeah, just interesting that, like you say, Bamber coming round the wicket to Masood as opposed to over the wicket to Bean. It was almost like Bean is looking or wants width, so maybe we can keep him cramped from over that wicket. But here I think Bam's just trying to get that one to run down and get one through that gate.
Bit off, slightly retreated there, Eskenazi. Holding there in the covers. Tidying up. Bamber over the wicket to Bean once more. First player to score a triple century in the seconds for Yorkshire, Bean. Highest second 11 score as well. Another prospect churned out by the White Rose. More than a prospect now, isn't he?
Yeah, he had that sort of churn them out, didn't he, throughout that sort of second 11 campaign, and it's good to see that, you know, these runs count for something and get given that opportunity. And certainly with, you've got 2 or 3 England players, or 2 England players have come back and he still holds his position. I think that's a testament to him.
End of the 5th, 13 for 1. Mark Lane, thanks for the time. Good to see you again.
And you, Kev. We'll catch up soon, I guess.
Good luck. Monday?
Yes, Monday, yeah, at Radley against second team against Hampshire.
Right, this is going. I might pop up and see you.
More than welcome. I'll even make you a cup of tea.
Thanks very much, Mark Lane. Oh, now, big decision, he's gone. Shah Masood, LBW, second time in the match. Roland Jones, huge celebrations. The Yorkshire skipper removed by the Middlesex skipper. Right arm over to the left-hander. Just bringing it slightly back up that slope. Let's watch where it pitches. Middle, just going to take the top of off, just holding its line with the slope. The slope will want to naturally obviously take that ball across. Roland Jones knew it. Umpire Illingworth didn't take long. Felt one kept low on him in the first innings, Masood. Line that one up again before he walked off. 2 failures for the Yorkshire skipper in the match. Hurt Middlesex hard for Derbyshire a couple of years ago. Middlesex once again have got Root out there early, the number 4. 6th over of the innings, 13 for 2. 12's the bat in the hand. Swashbuckling start for Root. And they will look to Root to be the hero of the hour here, the hero of the day they need. Still trailed by 74. 8 wickets down. Roland Jones 2 for 7 from 2. Couple in the first innings as well. Middlesex riding the crest of a wave here at Lord's with the ball in this one. Said he's rolling back the years, Roland Jones, goodness me. He'll be floating in from the pavilion end at the moment. Root shuffles to the pitch. Grabs a single to get off the mark. Be some serious muscle memory here for Roland Jones against Yorkshire. Encounters they had. And both were at the peak of their power, really. Both these counties are at the top of the pile for a couple of years. So Middlesex had a good start in 2014, 2015. Tailed off both seasons. Yorkshire powered through for the title. And it was neck and neck all the way in 2016. Right up there for Bean. Goodness me, a 3rd wicket now. Be it Root or be it Bean. Get Brook out there as well. Middlesex would feel in a very strong position in this match. Similar one to that which got Mahmood. Oh, he's edged it. Just out of reach for Higgins. Not quite going to reach the boundary rope. A gasp from those inside Lords. Would it have carried? 3 slips in place for the ball angling across the left-hander. Watch Higgins there, 3rd slip. Oh, yes. 4th slips catch. Higgins at 3rd made a valiant effort. His tail is up at the moment. Roland Jones, Middlesex skipper, leading from the front here. Well played, very well bowled. End of the 6th, 17 for 2 Yorkshire. Root is out in the middle already. For the visitors, Shan Masood is back in the hutch. And it's Roland Jones that's got him. It's tight at the pavilion end, because that slope, as you release right arm over to the left-hander, the natural slope is taking the ball away from the off stump. But Masood almost fell across his stumps there. Fraction of movement just to hold its line. Just keep that off stump in play as he did Roland Jones. This man, Ethan Bamber, rarely has anything other than the off stump in play. Middlesex's metronome. Keep rolling them out on that off stump. Keep challenging the outside edge. The forward defence. Trying to find the top of the off stump, which is how he fell, the last to go for Middlesex. In there, 2-4-6. Leg side. Excitable and understandable at the moment for Middlesex. This is never in with a chance, I don't think. Pitches outside, wasn't hitting. Other than that, it was a good shout. Can't take your eyes off a delivery at the moment. Every moment of this contest is right in the balance. Middlesex know that. Yorkshire still trailing by 70. Root, Bean, Brook, Hill, Tattersall, Thompson, all of those to come. They'll be calming themselves down, thinking about lunchtime tomorrow, still being going, getting a lead, putting Middlesex under some pressure. Swatted that hook, Bean. Quite time it. Forced it through square leg. Almost punched at it. $20 for 2. Well, those little scores you have in mind when you're talking about one innings coming to a close. Well, if you start the next innings, it's 20 for 2, then all of a sudden it's game on. Middlesex are hoping there's a moment's grab. Yorkshire, again, trying to think long game, not about the moment. Survive, set up, and sustain for a period of time. Let's try and get that deficit down, get into a lead, start building a game here at Lord's. At the moment, it's the home side who hold all the cards. End of the 7th, 20 for 2, just the 3 off the over, which was the hook from Bean. He'll have strike on 12, Roos on 1. Ryan Higgins in the foreground just walked out of the shot. He got 4 wickets in the first innings. Bean had quite the cameo, quite the strike rate in the first dig. Nicely played. Bean just leans forward. He scored 29 from 27 before he was bowled by Roland Jones. 4 fours, 47 minutes. Lyth had fallen to Roland Jones LBW for 15. Just 19 balls faced, 20 minutes. Send it up tall to that one, Beam. Quite get all of it. Gets enough for a couple. As Nathan Fernandez retrieves. Roland Jones just taking one out by the looks of it. Putting them in the leg side. Root coming on to strike. Sorry, Bean staying on strike. Just moved. Who was it? Into the covers. Third slip into the covers. Although Gully tightens up to be a third slip again now. Long leg drops, deep square drops back. Long leg already back. word from Roland Jones. He's got the bit between his teeth at the moment, the Middlesex skipper. Determined walk, trudge back to the top of his mark. Nicely done from Roland Jones. Bean ducks underneath it. Skipper has a word. He just dropped back the deep square. So often it drops back and you go full. Bangs it in short. Every delivery is an event at the moment. Every follow through has a word from Roland Jones. Well, at least one anyway. Eight overs done, 22 for 2. Just a couple of that off that over, punched away off the back foot. There's Josh DeCary's in the foreground, he's back on, so the damage to the finger wasn't too bad. It's a pat on the back from Ryan Higgins, holding on, has a little look at it. There it is, right index finger it looks like. He's smiling, so not too bad. Into Bamber for now. Tom Helm from the nursery end. He's the man that picked up Root in the first innings. Caught Higgins for 5, 10 deliveries. Roland Jones. Oh, look at the two of them. Two towering figures in this Middlesex attack. It's Roland Jones and Finn for so many years. Now Roland Jones and Helm. Just the one wicket, but it was the big wicket in the first innings for Helm. Nicely up there, nicely played. Beautiful timing, gorgeous shot. Root's first boundary of the match. .34 this year, Joe Root. Same again. Eskenazi might have a little chase here, might have a chance. Does, flick it back in. And they'll pick up 3. 58, Yorkshire trail by now. It'll just feel better. If they can get to parity 2 down, then all of a sudden Yorkshire will feel very close to being in the box seat. Brooks still to come. Root's still out there at that point. And we've got a serious game of cricket on our hands. I think we have anyway. At the moment it's still Middlesex, although they're just a couple of wickets away from piling the pressure on. 13 for 2 when Shan Masood fell LBW to Roland Jones. Went LBW to Bamber in the first innings. Searching slightly for that one, Beam. Played it late, played it soft. Clip fine. Keeps the strike, Bean. He's on to 15. Yorkshire 30 for 2. And now to the scheduled tea. Is that right? No, it's not. 50 minutes to the scheduled tea. Making up overs, so 104 overs in the day. So tea, like lunch, pushed back 10 minutes. Because of the extra 10 minutes in the session. Extra 10 minutes in the afternoon session as well means that tea's pushed back 20 minutes to 4 o'clock. Still 54 overs to be bowled today. There's a good chance to get them all in. Jones on the spot again. Nicely eased by Roots. Eskenazi, the latest one, just to dig up a bit of the dirt and hopefully not hurt his knee in the meantime, as Shan Masood nearly did earlier. Couple more here. Just starting to tick now, Yorkshire. Five off the over. Clouded over a little bit at the moment. .35 for 2, 10 overs bowled. Here's Helm again. Oh, the throw comes in. And that could have been tight. Delighted. Well, we've had some greats of Barbados cricket now. He's brilliant. He was great with me in the interviews. Well done. Can Helm be the strike bowler here for Middlesex? Remove the big wicket. Oh, draws him into that one. Just looking up the age comparison to who, well, Root came through at such a young age, early age. Test debut in 2012 for Joe Root. Debut in 2009 against Essex, One Day Cup at the then One Day competition at Leeds. Yeah, Helm, who 4 years younger, 3.5. Also an England under-19 and an England Lion as Root was. Make his first class debut until a year after Root had made his test debut. Root's got him away. That's beautifully timed. That's going to ramp up off the rope. Sweetly struck, sweetly timed. And Yorkshire 40 for 2. Trail by 47 now. Just closing up and making a real game of this. 2 or 3 down at Paracy, and you think, yeah, that balances out against the side batting last under the pressure of the chase. So scores elsewhere. Division 1, Essex 244 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 146. Simon Cook was out for 49 the night watch. Batted for 146 minutes. Dean Elgar, who made 79. Wesley has 36. Cox 21. They lead Lancashire by 98 runs with 7 wickets remaining at Chelmsford. Hampshire are 26 for 1 as they begin their reply to Warwickshire, all out for 455. 149 from Davies opening the innings, top scoring. So, or LBW to Hannon Dalby. Remember him? Gone for 4, Middleton and Gubbins together Hampshire 26 for 1. Kent are all out at Canterbury against Surrey. 244, 70 for Bell Drummond, 48 Garrett, 30s for Leaning, Joe Denley and Everson. 3 for Laws, 3 for Steele, 2 for Worrell and a wicket apiece for Roach and Clark. Burns and Sibley out to open for Surrey. Somerset 297 for 7. They lead Nottinghamshire by 104 runs at Taunton. On 9-3, Nottinghamshire with 48 from Montgomery. 3 wickets for Craig Overton, Somerset. 74 not out from Tom Banton. Dixon 72 at the top. 3 wickets for Harrison, 2 for James, 1 apiece for Hutton and Fletcher. 300 for 7 now Yorkshire. Somerset, sorry. 108 they lead by. Durham are in the 3rd innings of the match. In their 2nd innings, they're 62 for 2, leading Worcestershire by 122. Worcestershire posting 184 in reply to Durham's 1st innings knock of 244. 61 for Libby. And that Worcestershire knock. Durham have lost Lees, former Yorkshireman. I guess he's still a Yorkshireman. Former Yorkshire batter. Caught Holder. Bowled Smith for 4. Ackerman was caught Roderick. Bowled Leach for 18. Borthwick and Beddingham. Together for Durham, 122 their lead with 8 wickets standing. Division 2, Leicestershire 417 for 4. 214 for Harris. Double century this week against the Dukes Ball, those double centuries, and even a triple century against the Kookaburra. Watchfully worked wide of the mid-on. Noah Cornwall, Tilan Walaluita, both academy graduates at Middlesex, both hoping to bang on the door this season. Walaluita made an impact in the COVID year, hasn't quite been able to nail down and place the emergence of Holman and De Carey's now. Well, that's beautifully placed. Long leg and deep square are back by Sexton. Bean moves into the 20s. 45 for 2. They're halfway there, more than halfway there to knocking off the deficit now. 42 behind. Yeah, so Leicester have 214 from Harris, 68 from Hanscom. Harris still going with Travaskis, who's on 28. In fact, Harris is gone. Bowled by Brown, they're 418 for 5 now, Leicester. Strong position against Derbyshire. Northamptonshire 106 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 271. Emilio Gay, the batter, out for 15. LBW to James Harris. Vasconcelos with 56. Proctor with 33. There's a nice shot. Up on his toes again. Punches away. Fernandez fetches. And Root takes 2. Glamorgan's 271, 82 from Ingram, 50 from Douthwaite, 61 from Mason Crane as well. He missed out on the match here at Lord's, which they reflected after the first day was probably a mistake to leave out the leggy. End of the over here, 48 for 2, trailing by 39. Last game to tell you, I was at Hove, where Sussex are 1-1-1 for 1 against Gloucestershire. 4-17 all out. Middlesex's next opponent, Gloucester, off to Bristol next week. 69 from Bracey, 62 from Charlesworth, 60 from Zaffa, 58 Hammond. Reply, Haynes caught Hammond bowled, Singdale for 4, Clark 53, Allsop 43, 116 for 1 now, Sussex. Bamba's back, and from the pavilion end where he picked up Sham Masood first innings, number 20 from 3. Not out. Ball ricochets around between the legs, falls behind the knee roll. Just a single. On to 49. End of the over, 38 they trail by now. 49 for 2 Yorkshire. Middlesex will feel they just need another little breakthrough now, just to keep them coming. Real danger, Brook to come. Root out there at the moment. Bean, 29 off 27 in the first innings. More sedate pace in the second, 24 off 46. As long as Root's got a not out asterisk next to his number, and it spells real danger for Middlesex. Nicely pushed through by Helm, the quickest of the Middlesex bowlers in this match. Will be challenged for that title by Cullen. Oh, Cornwall, who was up, he was in the box yesterday. That was a sub-fielder a moment ago for Josh DeCary. He's got a bit of pace about him. Still half an hour to tea. On the second day. Game's advancing quickly. It's 13 for 2. And Shah Massoud fell. Nice shot. Eskenazi's giving chase. Pick up a couple, that's the 50 up for Yorkshire. In their second innings, 51, 88 balls, 61 minutes. Just pushing themselves back into this match now. Trail by just 36. I reckon it'd be just about even Stevens now. Who can grab hold of this session and the next? So far to go in the game, but I often talk about the third innings pressure. It's so early in the game. Almost got it down to a one innings match now, Yorkshire. .36 won't perturb them too much now. End of the 15th, 51 for 2. Little conflab with Roland Jones and a few of his deputies. Max Holden, the flock of flowing hair out the back of his cap there. Up stands the keeper, that's punched through. They'll pick up a single. Moved on to 19. Into the covers. Just settling in here, Roots and Bean. Just feels a little bit less of a rush about matters for the first time in a long while. Middlesex had a good start, reached 84 for 2 at stumps on day one. Yorkshire came back hard at them. But it's been relentless since the off in this match. Non-stop action. This feels like the first time there's just a little bit of calm for the batters out there, just managing to settle matters down. Into a little bit of control themselves. Ooh, use of the feet. Just to push the single, create the angle, wide of mid-on. Scoreboard ticks over again. Nice looking stroke again from Beam, but that's what it's been really from these two. Getting into position, stroke the ball around, take their time, build the innings, build the foundation of this second innings. Get to parity. See where the innings goes from there. See where the match goes from there. It's becoming a bit of a procession at 13 for 2. Around the wicket, loops that one in. Oh, the run. The stop, the recovery, the throw, and the flat out finish from Toby Rowland-Jones. All action from the skipper. Focus that kept a fraction low. Rudin behind it though. End of the 17th, 54 for 2. 20 minutes till the scheduled tea interval. I reckon there's about 14 overs until tea. Just harking back as I work out the overs remaining today. Still 46 to go. The days of 104, of course, before that, 110, 120 overs a day. That's good from Bamba on the spot. Yeah, 104 overs a day. In the first time I met dear old Dave Callaghan, Yorkshire commentator, was a match at Southgate. 104 overs in the day back then. Jason Gillespie at the top of his run-up, turning just in front of the commentary tent, running into bowl to Owe Shah. I remember the particular matchup in that game. A couple of names that was from the early noughties. Gillespie and Shah. And then much like Richard Johnson going on to be the Yorkshire coach. Richard Johnson going on to be Middlesex coach. Came back for his second stint with the county in 2007 as a player. 18 bowled, 55 for 2, charged by 32. A bit of blue sky just breaking through in the top right there, you can see. Not much though, mostly cloud cover. It's not heavy though, it's not leaden like it was yesterday. Change of bowling at the nursery end. Helm's done. He's had his 5 overs, none for 24. Over to Higgins, 4 for in the first innings. Can he get things moving again for Middlesex in the second? And Jones just calling long leg to come round a little, which is Nathan Fernandez. Disappears out of shot there, Roland Jones. Over to Higgins. Orchestrates Gully. Moves Gully to leg slip. That's Tom Helm. So 2 slips to Carries and deploy. Davies stands up. Nathan Fernandez is being particularly placed by Roland Jones. He's the long leg. So Higgins to Bean. 4 for in the first innings. Didn't manage any with the bat in this one. Rare miss out for the Middlesex all-rounder. Leg side, there is Fernandez. Placed on the spot, he was nattering with whoever's on the bench. I think it was Tilan Wallaluita. Higgins that forced the real collops in the middle. Picked up Hill, Tattersall, Thompson and Code. Which particularly ushered the end of the Yorkshire first innings. Then I'm trying to usher a continuation of the tumble of wickets throughout this match from the top down. Nicely run. Might run all the way. Oh. Good chase from deploy. The slips combining. Either or will do for Middlesex. Just open a door at one end at the moment. This partnership with 46. (19 bowled, 59 for 2). Ticking towards tea on day 2. So Lyde the first to go. Carey's taking the catch off Roland Jones. Shah Massoud LBW to the skipper. Over to the rest to get going. He got 2 in the first innings, Roland Jones. 3, my apologies, 3 for 49 he picked up. Lyde, Bean, and then came back to get Moriarty at the end. right up there. From Bamber again, rooting behind. They'll just be thinking about tea now, these two. Starting to get around to it, 20 minutes away. Not so much settling in for tea. But they'll be mainly thinking that they want to be there at stumps tonight, let alone at the tea interval. Kept it tight, Bamber, none for 12. This now is 8th over, just the one maiden so far. Ooh, a little bit of wobble on that from Bamber down the slope. And then just seems to shape away, swing away after pitching, after passing the batter. 59 for 2, 20 bowls, trailed by 28, being 29, route 23. Straight from around the wicket again. Higgins, if there's anything going to happen through the air, this man will find it. It's 21st over. It seemed as though, again, first innings for both counties. Now, whether that was the overheads or whether it was the ball, but it was the 30th over when the swing really seemed to come into play. Up in the pads, but going down. This is where Higgins will be in the game no matter what's going on. Just try and tantalise the top of the off stump. Coming back in with the slope. That was the ball that got Elias to ploy this morning. Jagged back in through the gate. Now, trouble here and he's gone. Bean plays all around it. Higgins has his 5th of the match. Middlesex have their 3rd of the Yorkshire second innings. They're still trailing by 28, the visitors. The hosts, cock a hoop at the moment. 59 for 3. Ethan Bamber right in the middle of the chat. Like the look of what Higgins did. Let's watch the release. Just suggesting that came out the back of the hand a little bit more from Ethan Bamber. Jake's back in at him. Taking leg. Bean News in trouble. This will be the line. Pitching in line. Just beating that inside edge. Going on to take leg stump. And that is tea. The players will walk off at 4 o'clock. Tea set today with the overs being made up. So still an almighty amount of time to go. Still 42.1 overs. Light permitting today. 2.5 hours to come from 20 past 4. So that means I'm going to take a very swift break right now. Middlesex walk off with a wicket. Good way to end the session. Yorkshire still behind by 28. Join us back in just under 20 minutes here on the live stream from Lords in association with the principal sponsor Daffabet. Yorkshire 59 for 3.
foundation will be incredibly grateful for any support. For further information and to find out how to donate, please visit lords.org/NCC Foundation. The Lord's Indoor Cricket Centre offers both junior and adult night sessions and tutors. Children's school courses are available, as well as half-term, summer and Christmas periods. The centre is also available to for children's birthday parties, as well as group sessions and one-to-one coaching sessions for both adults and children. Go to lords.org and search Indoor Cricket Centre for more information.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Evening session coming up on day 2. We're well advanced in this game, 59 for 3. Moved along a little bit more just before the interval by that man, Ryan Higgins. Picked up the wicket of Finlay Bean for 29, LBW. He's now got Brooke to bowl at. Goodness me, he's on a hat-trick. One before tea, one straight away afterwards. He's picked up Brooke. Yorkshire are 4 down, they're in big trouble. The Middlesex smiles are beaming. Still 28 behind, 6 wickets stand in Yorkshire. The last wicket, the last ball before tea, and a wicket immediately after the interval as well. He'll be on a hat-trick at the start of the next over. No wonder they're smiling. Barely halfway through the second day of this match. Not even that in terms of the number of overs. 24 wickets fallen. And Middlesex are still 28 ahead of Yorkshire. 59 for 4 and big trouble. And that name, Joe Root, screams off the scoreboard now. They need something very special from their superstar. Middlesex have been delivered an absolute treat from one of theirs. 6th wicket of the match for Higgins. 2 in 2, separated by a tea interval. He'll be running on air at the moment. Yorkshire 59 for 4. Brooke been and gone. Goodness me, where is the new batter? Here he comes, dancing down. Pad up quick. Just got through the Mississippi mud pie in the players' dining room, I reckon. But here comes Hill. Toby Rowland-Jones has just let out the Middlesex players. Goodness me. There are still 42 overs to go today. How many wickets have we seen in how many overs in this match now? 37.4 overs in the Yorkshire first innings. Middlesex 56.2. .94 overs across the 2 first innings. 21 now. In the Yorkshire second dig. 115 overs, 24 wickets. 2 for 19 for this man. He's taken them all along the way. Use of the feet from Root.
You can say that, haven't you? That was one of my favourites.
59 for 4. 2 balls to come in the over. That's a beaut from Roland Jones. Shoots through a little. The man renowned for finding bounce on any pitch anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the country. He was denied the chance to go anywhere in the world by injury, Roland Jones, but look at that. Oh, goodness me. The big one as well, Joe Root. Left alone outside off. 59 for 4, 22 done. 2 for 19. Roland Jones going to have the hat-trick ball in a minute for Ryan Higgins. Takes off his cap. One man who you couldn't easily leave the ball alone to outside off on many occasions. Corey Collymore, delighted to say, is alongside me in the commentary box this evening. Corey, it's absolutely great to see. I think you put a smile on everybody's face that's seen you today. Rolls back the years. How you doing?
Very good, thanks, Andy. Seems like it brought the boys some good luck coming into the commentary box.
Well, you could bring this man a little bit of luck right now, Ryan Higgins. He's on a hat-trick. He's got 3 slips, possibly 4 now, just moving in Roland Jones. Points, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Hill on strike for his first ball. A wicket, last ball before tea at ushered tea. The wicket of Finley Bean, LBW to Higgins for 29, and then immediately after tea, a first baller for Brook. A massive wicket, a massive moment in this match. This could be another one. The hat-trick ball for Ryan Higgins. Up there, move him, defended. Well defended by Hill as well. 59 for 4, trying to rack my brains. Any hat-tricks for you for Middlesex, Corey, in a couple, 3 years? 2 years?
3 years, Handy. I don't think I had any hat-tricks at all for Middlesex. Otherwise, I would remember it.
It's right up there again from Higgins. A man you do know well from his time with Middlesex. He was second 11 youngster coming through. Ryan Higgins, look at him now.
Ryan Higgins, I've been following his career even when he made the move to Gloucestershire. Not known for his bowling as much, but he's developed into a very good all-rounder.
Where in the world are we finding you at the moment? What jobs have we got lined up?
Beautiful Barbados resting handy. But no, I'm actually working in Bangladesh with the High Performance Centre since last year, and we start back. Should be in June this year. So enjoying vacation at the moment.
It's nicely played down the ground. Runs for Hill. He's off the mark with the boundary. No need to chase that one, just to fetch it for Mark Stoneman. 63 for 4 now, still trailing by 24. How's the shape of cricket in Bangladesh at the moment? There's a lot on the move, a lot on the rise in the Asian continent at the moment, isn't there? It's a real thriving cricket scene.
I think so. I've been only there since July last year, as mentioned earlier, and my role is fast bowling coach of the High Performance Centre. Yeah, fast bowling coach of the High Performance Centre, and I've seen a tremendous amount of talent, surprisingly so. I guess people always say in the Asian continents, you find, or Asian countries, sorry, you find a lot of talent. We even had some practice bowlers who look really good.
Oh, that's a good leave. Only 2 types of leave. Bad one and a good one. That's a good one from Hill. Just a little bit of wobble up the hill from Higgins. 63 for 4. Enjoyed it then? I mean, you kind of turn up and see an unexpected amount of talent. It's a pleasure, isn't it?
Definitely a pleasure. It's really, really enjoyable. And I even had to recommend one of the practice bowlers who, dare should I say, but looked better than some of our main bowlers in the high performance program. So that's what you find in those countries from experience. And yeah, again, I'm really enjoying it.
Aaron Jones delays for a moment. Still taking their seats in the pavilion, somebody. You'd been in for a treat if you were here for the first round. Roland Butcher was up here, Ricky Elcock, rolling back the years of some cricket stories from Barbados, and in fact current stories from Barbados. Still enjoying their cricket interactions, the pair of them. Obviously Middlesex legends of the 80s and 90s.
I'm not sure I can join that esteem group called Legends, but that was actually my nickname for Middlesex boys when I was playing.
Good stop. Holden at mid-off holds them to a single. That was legend for a reason. Used to pick up all the wickets at the other end for Tim Murtagh. Remember one, would it have been 2013 or 2012? You can say it now because it's so far down the line, and he's retired. He's a bowling coach now as well. There was one season, I remember one match in particular at Warwickshire, and if you didn't beat the edge every single ball, but it was Murtagh that kept on getting the wickets. But there was a whole season where the two of you, I'm trying to think where Roland Jones, he was still probably breaking through at that point. But yourself and Murtagh with the opening pair, and I just remember the duo was, I almost called it the doctor and the dentist, didn't you? One was doing, but apart from the fact that you were doing all the work and Murtagh was getting all the wickets.
I think that's commonly known as bowling in partnerships. Yes, Roland Jones was breaking through, but you call Mertz and I the duo, who, as I said, nicknamed me Legend, and he was Ledge. But Roland Jones and myself, they used to call us the Tune-It, because we had a knack of getting wickets together on numerous occasions. So it was really enjoyable, playing with these guys.
Well, they were good days. We were just right. Sam Robson was up earlier. We were talking about then the 2014, 2015 years that followed after that. It really was a formative few years towards that title-winning side. And it was very much the emergence of this man, Roland Jones. That one gets through from Hill. Pick up a couple here. Stoneman with the tumbling stop. And of course, last up for you for Middlesex, last up for you at all the playing days was that match at Headingley 2013, picking up Johnny Bairstow. Picked up live in both innings, I think, as well. I was looking up.
I can't remember live, but I always remember Johnny Bairstow, who was one of my favourite players, simply because I like the way he played. He reminded me of one Matt Pryor when I used to play for Sussex, and it was good to get him as my last first-class wicket.
Right up there from Roland Jones' dugout. 2013 Headingley, Yorkshire won by 80 runs in this one. Adam Lythe, LBW, Corey Collymore for an 8th ball duck, 6 minutes in the first innings. Picked up Andrew Gale for 66, caught Simpson. And Patterson caught Simpson for 16. most economical bowler. 3 for 38 from 22.5. Mercer was expensive. He was going at 1.75. Middlesex 128 in replying that one at a tough time. But Sam Robson actually top scored 45, only one to go above 20. Sideboard and 4 for Patterson, 3 for, and then Yorkshire second in his live. LBW Colin Moore. He managed to make 18 balls for the Duck in the second innings. You don't remember that? Petty got him on a pair.
I think I can remember one. It's a strange game for me because I actually missed one game. I had to go back to Barbados, sadly so, for a meeting with my daughter at school. Had problems with teachers, but sorted that out. Came back, landed in the UK, and drove straight to Yorkshire to practice, and then started the 4-day game the very next day.
Second innings, 13 overs, 2 for 25. First innings was 22.5, 3 for 38, 8 maidens. Second innings, I said the economy of the first. Second innings economy, 1.92. The next nearest was 3.24, Gareth Berg. Only just hung up himself, Bergie. Still going with Hampshire and Northamptonshire.
Yeah, Bergie, good old Gaza, the Batman. Remember him going to Hampshire, a good all-rounder for Middlesex.
Great signing for Hampshire in the end, wasn't he?
Definitely
Shoulder problem with Middlesex,
and it prolonged his career for another 10 years, which is really good.
Yeah, so it was Lyth in that second innings, and then the last wicket, Johnny Bairstow bowled Colin Moore, 3 from 10 balls, 9 minutes.
Not a bad effort, Andy, after flying for 8 hours, probably spending 2 or 3 in immigration, then driving 4 or 5 up to Yorkshire, straight to training. I actually did an interview for West Indies on that afternoon as well after training, and then started a 4-day game the next day.
What was the West Indies interview for?
I think West Indies A team or under 19.
Get a couple hit. Nathan Fernandez picking up. How have you enjoyed the coaching side of things? I mean, obviously one of the big things at the moment, particularly in the last couple of years, has been the revival of West Indies. Roland Butcher was up here last week talking about how the last couple of years have gone pretty well for the West Indies.
Coaching has gone well for me. I remember that interview, actually. Otis Gibson was head coach at that time, who was part of the interview panel, who is the head coach of Yorkshire now in this present game.
Oh, that comes back in from Higgins. Really went quick through the air, that one. What, and he didn't give you the job? If you told him to cut his rations in the players' dining room for this one.
Unfortunately, he was not the one making the decisions, I think. But yeah, it's gone really, really well. 2 years later, I was starting up with the West Indies on the 19s, end of 2015, going into 2016 World Cup. Into that 2016 on the 19 World Cup, which West Indies won, by the way. Being the assistant / fast bowling coach, it was heartening to see the emergence of some fast bowlers coming out of the West Indies. Unfortunately, I thought we should have done more for that side, but that wasn't the case. But it was still good to see a lot of those players actually still playing first-class cricket. Some have gone on to play international cricket and franchise cricket. So it's good to see guys developing and evolving in their careers.
But it has, the last couple of years, some of the West Indies results, series results, have really, well, warmed the heart. I mean, we talked about the rise of Asian cricket. In some way, that's filled the gap of a demise for a little while of the West Indies. But the last couple of years, it feels as though it's all of a sudden, it's a bit of a resurgence.
The last couple of years have been very good. Fortunately or unfortunately, I was more or less involved in the ladies cricket, West Indies ladies, since 2020. First tours here in England during the pandemic, which is tough for most people, but I enjoyed it.
Nice shot. Pick up a couple. Yeah, Roland Butcher was talking me through that. Actually, I didn't get a chance to talk to him about it, so he'll be thanking me for bringing it up now, thanking you for reminding me to bring it up. But a new initiative that he's launched for women's cricket in Barbados, charity game, to make sure that any female player that wants access to cricket basically will get it in Barbados, which he's felt pretty passionate about.
Yeah, they actually have been out of the game from West Indies probably since last February after the Cricket World Cup. I had stopped watching cricket for a while, to be honest with you. I still work with players because I think those are the ones who go on the field, those are the ones we come to watch.
It's use of the feet again from Root, but well stopped by Roland Jones.
Yeah, so I've heard of Roland Butcher's program, and I do think it's a good initiative to get more ladies involved or young girls involved and try to propel the women's game in the Caribbean, which again have some very, very talented players, but the exposure with something like Roland's program would suit them very well.
.71 for 4 after 26 here. Corey Collingwood's alongside myself in the commentary box. We're whispering away off air as well, just going back through the years. And it's just looking back, trying to remember the West Indies victory in the West Indies earlier this year when Shamar Joseph took that final wicket of Hazelwood's to win the test by 8 runs, level the series, the Frank Worrell Trophy. Level the series in that one, and first victory for quite some time for the West Indies in Australia. Made the news over here, that one. I remember waking up the next morning and putting it on the TV, and it was actually on the sports news here. But it just shows the passion that's still there.
The passion's still there, and I think it was very good for someone like Shamar Joseph, who was relatively unknown to the cricketing world, even to myself. Yeah, Shamar Joseph, as I said, an unknown, and I had stopped watching cricket for a while, like I said to you earlier, and I was in Bangladesh last year, and somehow I found myself in the gym one morning, and an old CPL game was on, and I saw this bowler ran in first ball. I thought, oh, this guy looks like he's got something about him. Didn't know who he was Knew nothing about him, just watched his run up. And I saw him bowl the next ball, and he bowled 141. And I thought, oh, he can bowl 140s. This is very good. And that was really all I watched, to be honest. And I think the very next day I was speaking to one of my brothers who lives in the USA, and he was sharing a story of Shamar Joseph, where he came from and how he gave up his job as a security guard to play cricket. And I gave him a story about me in the gym watching the 2 balls. And I said, I think he'd be a good prospect. And my brother said, we'll see. And a couple of weeks later, he was in test side in Australia, doing very well for himself and the West Indies.
Again, he's just got it going. Again, it was around the 30 over mark in the first innings this match when the swing really came into it for both sides, whether it was the Yorkshire bowlers or the Middlesex bowlers. And again, 27th over now, the ball's just starting to do something through the air again. Watch this one go late, just there, and all of a sudden the line of it's all changed. So it looks like that seam, but it's actually late swing, isn't it? Just before pitching changes the trajectory, the line of it. There it goes again through the air, a little shorter on that occasion. 27 bowled, 71 for 4. Yeah, and those were his 2 tests, just 2 tests, 13 wickets. And Guyana player, but 2 tests, 13 wickets at an average of 17. Well, if he keeps going at that rate,
he would have an outstanding career.
He'll be nearly remembered half as good as you, Corey.
He's better than me at the moment. My first 2 tests took me 4 years to play.
Inside edge for Root, moves to 28, trail by 15 now, Yorkshire. Took you 4 years for the first test, did you say, since your first class debut?
4 years between tests 1 and 2.
Oh, I see, sorry. But wasn't that, but you had injuries, you had terrible injuries even before.
You're correct, loads of injuries. Some people say they are still surprised that I'm alive.
Yeah.
And well, but
I think it was Shield Berry, famous cricket writer in this country. Pretty sure it was Shield who wrote about you at a young age, seeing you at a young age and saying, my goodness me, this could be one of the greats. But then injuries, stress fractures, wasn't it? Of the back really kicked in.
Yes, in my under 19 years, I think my second year under 19, I sustained 5 stress fractures of the back. After my test debut, I made my one-day debut in Canada. I had 5 more.
Stretching a little bit for it, Root, but gets it away, timed nicely. Trial by 11 now, Yorkshire.
And 2 years later, in Zimbabwe, I think I got 3 more, but kept that one quiet. Tour of Zimbabwe and Kenya. Treated them myself, basically.
It's such a changed time, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing, the diagnosis now is so much better as well, isn't it? But they do talk about how many stress fractures bowlers probably had over the years. Throughout the history of the game. Didn't even know about it. It was a niggle or a, something. Varying degrees of stress fractures, of course.
Yeah, that's probably the case, Andy. What I have learned from back then is stress fractures hurt you in certain positions, and looking back on my career when I first had them, I could understand why that happens, because my under 19 years, I remember actually before I went to the Barbados, the tournament playing for Barbados, I sustained some sort of injury in trials, and then I made West Indies on 19, and first ball I bowl usually feel it, or first over, but after that no issues. And after a 5 or 6 over spell, then the issues started. It'll be almost a walk-in boundary. Not that I was a great fielder anyway. But I kept going and I kept going, and by the time I found out or got diagnosed, it was 5 stress fractures, 4 on the left and 1 on the right.
End of the over. 77 for 4.
Yeah, way back in 1996 that was, but as I said, after that, making my test debut, one-day debut, and still going on to have a long career, playing for 3 counties as well, and had some lovely times, great memories, great friendships. And I think for me that's what the game was all about.
Yeah, exactly. Who's the third? Sussex obviously finished with Middlesex. Who is the other?
Well, the first was Yorkshire back in 2003, 3/4 of the season or so. That started my county career. Still have some good friends there. One Keith Cook, who was the CEO, I think, for about 50 years. Tremendous man.
Floodlights on here. Scheduled to be another 34, 35 overs. We'll be lucky with the floodlights going on at this time, though. 2003 Warwickshire. I was trying to think what was Lara's last at Warwickshire. Is it late 90s? Going through triple centuries here the other day, when Sam Northeast hit a triple century in the first game. There was a Nick Knight 2001. I think Mark Ward 2003 maybe.
Following the county championship, or the teams that I played with, I saw that, and when Ryan Higgins followed up with a tremendous double century as well.
Ooh, no ball calls. Again, it's going out there though for Higgins at the moment. But yeah, when you saw him in the seconds, you skipped him. You said, didn't you, in the seconds as well. When you saw him at that point, he was primarily a batter.
He was primarily a batter, but you could see he had some skill, he had some talent, and he was very young at that stage. The guys were developing. Ryan Higgins, Steve Eskenazi, Tom Helm. Toby Rowland Jones was coming through. He was in and out of the first team and the second team. Max Holden actually played a couple of games with us, coming through from the academy when he had time from his studies. A decade later, it's good to see these guys are still playing and representing the club and doing quite well, actually.
So it's half the year in Bangladesh now, half the year in Barbados, roughly.
Sounds about right. Chasing the summers.
Sounds pretty good. Do you need a PA?
Anytime handy, anytime you're ready.
A bit warmer than a trip to April in the second week of April. Ricky Elcock was up in the first round, and sat as we are now, he just put the mic down for a moment and whispered to me, when did they start April 5th? When did they start playing on April 5th? Well, in 2013, even then, we weren't starting the season as early as April 5th, were we? I don't think. Had we got that early?
I don't think so.
Remember when it went down to April?
It started in May?
Well, it was usually around 25th of April or so. But Ricky was saying, which is a great thought and a great thought, great vision, great memory to think of. And it never really occurred to me, because he said, when did they start playing this early? I used to start the season, he said he used to fly over from Barbados on the 17th of April for the season to start somewhere around the 25th. And he said that flight from Barbados, Desmond Haynes, Roland Butcher, Ricky Elcock, he just said the plane was full of players from Barbados all coming to Europe to play for the summer. Some were actually going to play in, I think, Denmark, he was saying. But obviously county cricket at that time, a plane full of players from Barbados just all coming across on one flight to be there for pre-season, for the start of the new season. I think Angus Fraser was saying the contract started something like April 1st, but then the crossover of seasons, the overseas coming in, didn't come until a little bit later in April, ahead of the start. But yeah, it was a magnificent thought. Imagine that flight on the way over.
Yeah, you probably had some guys playing league cricket as well, so the plane would have been packed with cricketers coming from Barbados and maybe other parts of the Caribbean. I think May for me the season started because in April it was the county versus universities. So I never really played against universities from memory. I probably played once, and that was maybe my last year at Middlesex. So usually it started in May.
Yeah, I remember when it went to April 12th, that was a shocker, and then it went to April 5th, really? We're going to start the season on April 5th. Sam Robson got a century a couple of seasons back, Angus Fraser was telling me, in something like March 29th against one of the universities. Obviously didn't hold first class status, but fortunately the weather's been kind these 3 weeks. Although the Kookaburra ball, not so much. I don't know if you paid much attention to that. You wouldn't have enjoyed bowling the first 2 weeks of this season with the Kookaburra in England on dampish surfaces.
Probably not in England. Kookaburra ball is a ball that, when it gets wet, it does nothing. It gets swollen. Never a good ball for fast bowlers.
Yeah, it wasn't much fun for any of the seamers, but it's been quite the procession, really, in this match with the Duke's ball. There's only 37.4 overs for the Yorkshire first innings. Middlesex is 56 overs, so it weren't even a day by the end of both first innings. A day's allocation of overs. Now 79 for 4 in the 30th of the second innings. It's well worked. Deep square's back at the moment for Root, so pushes the single. But yeah, in terms of overs, 30 overs into this innings now. We haven't even hit lunch in terms of the day's allocation of overs. We haven't even hit lunch on day 2, and it's 80 for 4 in the second innings, so it's been a bit of a shock to the system, the batters this week.
I think that's the beauty of bowling the Duke's ball. From all reports, they'll be playing 2 more games with Kookaburra balls later on in the season. It's probably better when the sun's out and the wickets are a bit scuffed.
Oh, that was close. He'll just gets in behind it. It looked as though he was going to get himself into a bad position, but keeps Roland Jones out in the end.
I think that one was almost a replica of how Roland Jones himself got out earlier today.
Yeah, it's been quite the quick career with the bat as well for Roland Jones, hasn't it? There's been some amazing moments over the years, and a decent cameo today, but pushing one back. Caught and bowled to Code.
Yes, Roland Jones, Rojo as we call him, was always fond of his batting. Him and Tim Murtagh used to have some good banter with each other, who would make the most runs, but I think it's safe to say Toby is a better batter.
The best one was the slide to an argument over breakfast between Stephen Finn and Tim Murtagh as to who was going to be number 10 and who was going to be number 11 that day. That was a thing of beauty. Murtagh was officially number 11 for quite some time at the end of it all.
I think Steve Finn boasting a Test match 50, if I'm not mistaken.
Murtagh as well, though. Topped the Irish Test batting average for some time.
Sorry about that, Mertz. That used to be nightly conversations between those two. And somehow, when we had away game, I used to room with either Murtagh or Finn. And sometimes we have 3 of us. Yeah, sometimes the 3 of us spent a few hours at night chatting away, lots of banter about batting, bowling, and what will happen the very next day. I think that made a good bond for the bowling attack, throughout the course of this season, and it still goes on today.
So rooming with Finn or rooming with Mercer? Which one did you get a better night's sleep with? Well, actually, how do I phrase it? Which one did you feel more at sleep closing your eyes in the same room as Mercer the Mischief? He was always up to something, wasn't he?
Thanks for the correction, Handy, just to make it clear. And I think it's safe to say it's better to room with Tim than Stephen. Might have been a maturity of Tim. Stephen was a bit younger than us, or is a bit younger than us. And he was into the social media, bit of TV, some banter. And he could be up all night. I mean, I could as well, but I would prefer to be in the bar, should I say. But for me, it's about getting your job done the very next day. It doesn't matter what you do at night, that's up to you. You're an adult, but make sure you get the job done.
Yeah, before you joined, Sean Udall was the Middlesex captain. I remember he was tormented endlessly by Tim Mercer. Shortest attention span of any human being he's ever met. He described Mercer as having always had to be up to something. What a beaut from Higgins. Well beaten. Glorious sunshine at Lord's. Beautiful sight, isn't it? Even all of the places you played around the world, Corey, it must be a good feeling sitting here looking back at that red brick pavilion.
You know, funny enough, after coming to Lord's on my first overseas tour with the West Indies in 2000, this is probably the first or maybe second time I've been in this commentary box.
Ooh. I'm trying to think of the first. It wasn't with me. I can't remember us ever doing a bit up here. I remember doing plenty of the interviews at the away games and around the country, but what was the other time up here?
It was not actually in commentary. I was probably practicing at the nursery ground, and I said, all the years coming to the UK, I've never been up there. And I decided to walk up and have a look.
Oh, well, you have
to see what the view's like.
You have to go into the Test match special commentary box next door then. When this was built in 1999, they didn't put a window in it anywhere. But TMS turned up and said, we can't do a radio broadcast without a window. You know, you need to be, the radio commentators need to be able to see the atmosphere.
From memory, I think that's exactly where I went.
Did you open the window? Look out through the window. It's a pretty good sight.
I didn't. I knew nothing of it.
So you had to
stayed away from the heights just in case I fall out.
Fortunately, the window is operated by a button at the back of the box, so you're fine. But yeah, after you finish with me, you'll have to go in there, open that window. It's a pretty spectacular sight looking through that. It's quite a frame to look across at the pavilion. So your first tour was just
seeing that the glass is transparent, Handy. I think it's.
You're happy enough with this view?
Very, very happy enough with this view.
Actually, it's a pretty windy one today as well, so maybe it wouldn't be so pleasant in there. But so your first tour was 2000, so it was the year after this was built, 1999. This was built for the World Cup.
Yeah, 2000. Actually, just coming back from first set of stress fractures after making my test debut in 1999. Came on tour, which was Curtly Ambrose's last tour from the West Indies, because old Courtney Walsh kept going and going for another year.
Flicked away fine. Fernandez will have a chance here, runs around and they'll pick up a couple. Trailed by 4 now, Yorkshire routes onto 32. So pulled up stumps at the Oval, didn't he? Last test would have been, the last test was always the Oval, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's correct, Curtly Ambrose.
Must have been a pretty emotional place to be at the time when that was Ambrose's last test at the Oval.
Well, I think he was more angry than emotional, especially in the team meeting the night before. Yeah, I think Ambi, as we called him, was a bit angry with the way I got to put myself in that. With us, the younger players were developing, but I think it was more the ones that were playing. That, they weren't really backing up himself and the record holder, Dr. Courtney, or Ambassador Dr. Courtney Andrew Walsh. He didn't literally pull up stumps, but I remember him taking his rag and basically throwing in the towel.
Has he got him? He has! Root's gone for 32. Roland Jones has his third wicket, and look at the celebration. They know they've got the big three in the middle order. Shah Massoud, Brook, and now Root. Chops on in short. He got tucked up, and he got awkward. But Roland Jones got the wicket. 83 for 5. 3 for 33, Roland Jones. They still trail by 4, and they have Yorkshire 5 down.
Funny enough that happened, and yeah, I think his last over I was going to say to you that Roland Jones is always a man who has a knack for picking up these wickets, and you know, when I talk about the camaraderie and friendship that you develop over years, you know, Toby was always one of those guys. We stayed in contact for a number of years after playing. Even when I turned up at the ground today, he was the one who, as captain, who took me from the nursery ground into the dressing room. And I was there ever since until I came upstairs here with you. I remember saying to him today that Richard Johnson, the head coach, who was actually bowling coach in my time at Middlesex, we always say Toby is a guy who can bowl 10 overs today for 20 runs and pick up 4 wickets on his very good days. And on his bad days, Toby will bowl 10 overs for 57 runs and he will still pick up 4 wickets. So that was the beauty of having someone like Roland Jones in your side, and evidence of that so far in this game.
Well, he's got a big smile on his face after that one, hasn't he? Back of the bat for Root.
Always wears a smile on his face. Old Rojo, doesn't matter what's going on. He's always smiling, always enjoys his game. I think that's a good spirit to have as a fast bowler.
I mean, when he hit the heights in 2016 with Middlesex winning the title, in 2017 that 5 for against South Africa, really had the world at his feet then, didn't he? But injuries cruelly robbed him of the Ashes tour that winter and pretty much robbed him of his England career. From that point forwards, it was just about to burst the doors open for England at that point. End of the over, 83 for 5. He's picked up Root with that miscue, mistimed hook. Ended up into the slip cordon as it hit the back of the bat. 83 for 5. Big moment in the match. And Roland Jones, a big moment player. 3 in this innings.
Definitely a big moment player, Roland Jones. You know, I had a quote from Barbados, Henderson Sprang, who always used to say, "Injury is no one's friend." Definitely robbed him of what I thought would have been a long England career, and I know all about that. Yeah. Even the same Stephen Finn, injury robbed him of a longer career for England. But 2 good servants of Middlesex is cricket. Roland Jones, now captain of Middlesex, and doing a good job.
Just the sight of him running in from that pavilion end, he had a long run up. They always talked about, I mean, not to put him in the same breath at all as Michael Holding, but they always talked about Holding's run up, didn't they, in terms of you'd look up and look down again, you look up, he's still halfway through his run up, he's still coming. You're waiting and waiting for him, but I always thought with Roland Jones, at his absolute peak of his power, when he was running in from the pavilion end here as a batter, you knew you were up against it.
Roland Jones, lovely high action. He's a fairly tall guy as well. Extracts bunks from most surfaces. I think that's one of the hallmarks of his bowling. I think Roland Jones came at a good time for Middlesex, with lots of fast bowlers who could be either rotated, or if one was injured, you still get 4 good piercers, I should say, that bowled on that day. Tim Murtagh, Finn, Roland Jones himself, Gareth Berg, even Neil Dexter, who was captain. So a good handy 5 bowlers for our county cricket. And then I'll slip myself in there somewhere, so 6 of us usually battle for those 4 or 5 spots in my time at Middlesex, which was a very successful time. Tim Murtagh getting 60 wickets a season was a failure. Looked like he would never stop playing, good old Mertz. Could not believe that he was still playing up until last year it was.
Well, I honestly think he could still be going now if it wasn't for the fact that, I mean, as you've seen in this one, Middlesex have got an incredible Yorkshire batting lineup, but 159 all out in the first innings, 83 for 5, and it was as much that, or Mercer would still be playing in this one. But they've got a bowling lineup now that they had to move on. You couldn't, because you were denying somebody else a spot. But I have no doubt this, I don't think he'd fancied the Kookaburra rounds much, although no Mercer, if anybody was going to get wickets with that ball, it was him. But again, in this round, I think he'd still have full well been able to. April, May this year, he'd have still easily been able to continue doing what he was doing. Picked up 10 for against Kent at lower end of the square last year, and went out with an 8 for, I think, against Warwickshire in his final game here.
Funny enough you said that, because I was in Middlesex's dressing room for most of the day, as I said, and went over to shout my senior, Yorkshire's head coach Otis Gibson, and that's one of the first things he said to me. He said, "I'm happy Tim Murtagh is not playing this game."
Yeah. Yeah, he would have been a menace on this, but look at the score as it is. They still trail by 4. They've only got 5 wickets standing, Yorkshire. They're in trouble here. Oh, suckered into it. Tatzel. Middlesex won't mind that at all.
Yeah, this is Roland Jones' strength. As soon as he gets a sniff, tails up, and he'll be going all guns blazing. Roland Jones looking to finish it off this afternoon.
I had a little chat with him and then a couple of others as well coming into this season. Said, how is Roland Jones? And apparently, because again we've discussed injuries and almost up and down the body, knee, hip, back, shoulders. You know, he really has been plagued. But apparently this season, he's feeling pretty good. And it's good to see that he gets a prolonged career, still going so strong. And you can see in this match, you know, again, this is a test match lineup, isn't it? Lyth at the top. Masood, Root and Brooke.
Very good lineup for Yorkshire. You have the quality of Joe Root, Brooke, Lyth.
Remember when he first came through, Roland Jones, it was almost like there'd be a little purple patch in him every now and again. You just always knew there'd be a little spell where, all right, he might not get it right the whole time as a youngster, but when he did, there could be 3 or 4 just in that spell alone. A particular spell at the Oval just looked brilliant, absolutely brilliant as a youngster. And on an oval pitch at that point that never often had much in it for the bowlers. Through for the single, they get back for a second. He's run over the top of it, Stoneman. 85 for 5. Trail by 2 now, Yorkshire. But yeah, this spell here now as well with Roland Jones, it just looks like the Roland Jones of old. But he's got a good tempo, he's got a good rhythm at the moment. Obviously feeling good. Body's feeling good for him. Trusts the body.
Yeah, you mentioned Michael Holding early on in his long run up on Roland Jones, and one thing Michael Holding would say is that, you know, fast bowler, you never find a 100% fit fast bowler. Yeah, injury is something that we learn to manage over time, manage and play with, unfortunately so.
Then come to regret it years later.
Yeah, years later you would know a fast bowler by watching him walk down the stairs. He usually comes down sideways like a crab.
End of the over, 85 for 5.
Yeah, you've got to walk sideways, especially if you put a bit of weight on. It definitely tells on the knees and the ankles. And we pretty much have no choice.
You can speak freely, Corey. How's Murtagh looking at the moment now? He's stopped playing 2 months into the new season. Is he?
Murtagh actually looks very good for his age. He
Probably
said
looking better than when he was playing. Not piling into the carbs as much now.
I did say that to him early on, especially on his diet, pizza and beer.
Yeah.
But as I said earlier, it is about getting the job done. Doesn't matter what Tim eats or drinks, he's still looking to give you 30 overs in a day. And he would bowl. And he had an extremely long run as well, Tim Murtagh.
Nice start from Helm right on the spot.
Tom Helm into the attack. Another talented bowler who I thought was an England hopeful at one point. But I think injury again played a part in his short career.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. He's 30 this year, Tom Helm. And it's not even put together, I don't think, 50 first-class games yet. Injuries have been very, very cruel. Every time, I think this will be a spell, this will be a patch of games now for Helm. Injury would kick in again, and yeah, it's robbed him of a few years, so he'll hope he can stay injury-free for the next couple of years, and he has. As I said, he's nearly been the next cab off the rank for a decade now for England, but yet to get a debut in any format for England, but he's been in the squads endlessly.
Yeah, like I said earlier, injury is no one's friend, and there are people coming through from other teams as well, so sometimes you miss your chance.
What do you see the next few years for you, Corey? Obviously the job with Bangladesh at the moment.
Well, I've got 1 more year on contract, but I'm actually enjoying it, seeing the emergence of young fast bowlers. I'm really passionate about fast bowling. I tend to look at fast bowlers from all over the globe, but really enjoying it in Bangladesh. I probably can name 15 bowlers off the top of my head from Bangladesh in high performance, and 1 or 2 who've made their Test match debuts already.
It's funny, isn't it? You know, it's this great game, but it is when you, for so many of us, not everyone, but when you find a fast bowler who, wow, look at this guy, just come and watch him. It is a sight to behold, isn't it?
It is a sight to behold. As a coach, for me, I think it's more rewarding to see them develop and then go on to have a long and successful career. You know, more for the player, not for me as a coach, because again, I think it's about the players. But seeing a fast bowler, or a group of fast bowlers for that matter, and if you check Bangladesh's cricket, I mean, I've only just started, so I'm not here to claim anything, but if you check Bangladesh's cricket over the last, let's say, year and a half, they've been producing some good fast bowlers that are actually bowling teams out, and you know, guys who can bowl quickly as well, of that Asian descent, and very, very skillful.
Well, Afghanistan as well, so across the region at the moment, real rise to power. Of course, both looking at the T20 World Cup this year, the US and Caribbean.
T20 World Cup, a good chance to see any emergence of young fast bowlers coming through. I mean, even India and Sri Lanka are producing some fast bowlers. So you look around the world, majority of teams are looking for at least 3 fast bowlers. And you know, as they say, bowlers win you tournaments, batters win you games.
It's like sitting next to Angus Fraser.
The saying goes, then 1,000 Frenchmen can't be wrong. Bonjour.
Here's Ethan Bamber, another of shining lights of Middlesex youth cricket in recent years. Came through, grabbed his chance and never looked back. Let's get in amongst the wickets in this innings, yep. Straight on the spot from his favoured pavilion end.
Ethan Bamber. I mean, I was going to cross with Roland Jones actually. It was Ethan Bamber and Roland Jones, and Toby introduced me to him, and he said, "My name is." I said, "Yes, I know Ethan Bamber. I've been following your career. I'm a big fan of you, actually, and I still think you can bowl faster." So he does have some talent, and I think he's got something about him. It's fine, though. Let the sun come in.
Oh, over the gully it goes. Yorkshire leads. 4 wickets, 5 wickets standing. What makes you feel he can bowl faster when you look at him?
I think he's got good height, good build for fast bowling, but when I look at him, I think he uses more shoulder than anything else. If he can get a bit more body in his bowling. And you know, pace is an asset. With this another mile, 2 miles an hour. Miles an hour, it does make something happen.
So when you say you've been following him from afar, it means you've been tuned into the stream, listening to me the whole time.
No, Handy, just some quick info. Only joking. Yeah, I tend to look at Middlesex, Sussex, and Yorkshire, my 3 counties.
You know, that is the great regret, really, for so many county cricket watchers. 'Cause my first year covering Middlesex was 2005, and I was harking back to it, actually, a Yorkshire match, sometime around 2005, 2006 it probably was. Jason Gillespie, the overseas at that point for Yorkshire, bowling to O.A. Shah, and there was some great overseas players still playing. This was obviously before T20 cricket kind of took over, and the paydays took the players away from the counties primarily. Schedules of franchise cricket around the world, you just don't see it anymore. Again, that flight from Barbados that Ricky Elcock was talking about, you know, at different times now, they just aren't the same number, and this match is an exception in terms of qualities of overseas. You got Shan Masood for Yorkshire, but it is the lament somewhat of what was, go back through Middlesex in the 80s, Desmond Haynes, Wayne Daniel before him. Jeff Thompson.
You know, we're all entitled to our opinion, Handy, but I prefer to say the job and not the paydays. Because I think if franchise cricket was around, the immense talent that those names you've just called possess, I'm sure they would have taken the opportunity.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, we had this conversation downstairs, didn't we, off the record? You can never blame the player, not for one moment. I've always said that. Owen Morgan, for example, in his time here at Middlesex, is coming in for criticism that he'd be playing somewhere else, and you know, he's available for this, that, and the other, but not for Middlesex. But at the end of the day, the game's the game that's laid in front. It's about getting the structure right, isn't it?
Agreed. And the thing about it is that majority of our jobs, and it's a job. When you play overseas, which means you get on the plane, you fill out an immigration form. You never put down, "I'm a professional Middlesex cricketer." You put down "professional cricketer." That's your profession.
Gets away, squirts through. Yorkshire lead by 7, 5 wickets standing.
Yeah, we had this conversation off air, and we mentioned one Chris Gale, who people said is a T20 guru, so to speak, and he's played 100 test matches. He played 100 test matches. That shows some level of commitment for your country or your team. Because West Indies is not a country. It's a combination of islands. Yeah, I think the game has evolved, and the game has evolved not only in cricket, not only with the players, but the players are the ones that everyone sees, but it's evolved even from an administrative point of view. You've got your backroom staff. Before you used to have probably a coach and a manager. Now you've got S&C, as we call them, and not trained anymore. You've got numerous physios, dietitians, and they all want their piece of flesh.
I'm just trying to think. Yeah, there was an S&C here in 2007. Luke Woodhouse. I don't know if he was still here when you joined, Corey, but I was just trying to think when the S&C first came in at Middlesex. So it was here long before you. Basically, you had it. You had the S&C.
Yeah, Jara was his nickname, I think.
Yeah,
we called him.
Jara, yep.
Had some good times with Jara. Always smiling. Strong man.
Yeah, putting Middlesex through the paces. I don't know that he was one of the first on the county circuit, but I remember Gus boasting a few years later. I say boasting, but stating that Middlesex, it was the fittest the county had ever been. They'd got an S&C coach in, and strength and conditioning, and fitness-wise, Middlesex had never produced a fitter set of players. Interesting evolution of the game, though, wasn't it? To go from perhaps the 80s and even early 90s still, but through until where we are now, how it became more professional in terms of fitness. It's much fitness, because bowling fitness, isn't there, but batters in particular as well.
I understand why Gus would boast or mention it. But I think if you employ painters handy, you should have the prettiest house in the street. So that goes without saying. But I have my own opinion on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure too many of the players enjoyed some of the warm-up routines that were required, the pre-match routines that were required. It's funny, it has kind of come full circle a little bit now, that it's been reined back a little bit, the amount of strength and conditioning of the players and how they go about it, because you've got to be careful with taking away a workload of playing and putting it in the gym. That was one of the big things that was highlighted, not here at Middlesex, but in general with Middlesex as well, the amount of time the players are spending in the gym instead of spending in the nets, particularly bowlers or bowling in the middle.
I think it's more the understanding of it. When people hear S&C, they tend to think about gym, but it's not only gym. I think gym is an integral part of it. I try to use common sense, and all that helps shape my coaching or my coaching style.
Bit of width from Banbury, gets away with it. Higgins in the cover. Region doing the fielding.
Yeah, this game is so hard, and especially the county game. I think this season, what have we got? 5 or 6 games in about 7 weeks, and that really takes a toll on the body. If your body is not strong enough, then it wouldn't be able to stand up. The game is as hard as it is on fast bowling.
Oh, through misses. Would have been close.
Yeah, I said I have my opinion on it, and it's not downgrading the S&Cs. I think as a player, I look at it like mental skills coaches. Again, not playing it down for the mental skills coaches, but I don't think I need an S&C to tell me that I need to train, and I don't think I need a mental skills coach to tell me I need to hit the top of off regularly. Yeah, so as I say, the players, particularly fast bowlers, I said, even if you're the most skillful bowler in the world and you don't train there, you wouldn't make it. I think your body pays the bills and not the skills, or that comes afterwards. So you need a body to be able to perform that role of a fast bowler.
I'm just pulling up his deep square at the moment. It's a long leg coming in a little bit. Fernandez coming about 20 yards, just out of shot on the green matting there. Leg side he goes, take a single. Actually, he'd be a great man to ask on that in terms of bowling fit, and there's a big debate been raging for a number of years really now. The last few years it seems to intensify, it's settled down a little bit again, but 16 county championship game, 14 county championship games still being seen as too many. But I know, speaking to some of the players, that all of a sudden if you're out for a couple of weeks, there isn't some matches available for you. I remember Murtagh and Harris, there was a particular period where it went about 5 weeks between a first class game, maybe even longer. They came back, and that first game back after that break, it was probably a T20 block. They were exhausted and they weren't feeling great because they hadn't, bowled in a match situation for 5 weeks.
I think that's where you got to be smart. Look, people say the game has changed, but it hasn't really changed in my opinion. I mean, it has evolved, yes, but I think there are lots of cricket going around. Going back to your earlier conversation about that plane coming from Barbados with all these players, and I mentioned players coming to play league cricket.
Oh, he's got him, has he? No. Turned around, Tattersall.
Yeah, I think it's working smart, not hard. We've got to find a way. And that's one of our big mantras, actually, when we were here at Middlesex and Chris Rogers is captain. We talk about finding a way.
Just short there.
Finding a way to get things done. Even my time at Middlesex, I remember all players used to be part of a club. I was part of Stanmore Cricket Club. So when there's no first class cricket going on, you play club cricket, it keeps you ticking over. Yeah, and going back to that plane trip from Barbados, as I said, you had guys who played league cricket who were really good players or good bowlers and were far off making a West Indies 11 because it was so difficult. But these guys would play league cricket and they would bowl 25 overs every Saturday. I mean, it's not playing 4-day cricket, but 25 overs, yes, it's a lot of overs, but that workload guys used to enjoy. Yeah, again on workload, then I find it we have the medical staff controlling how many overs and they use balls this day and age, how many balls people bowl.
The red zone.
Yes, by machines. Again, I have my theory on the machines, and it's proven one way or the other. I was chatting to Sam Robson earlier. He said, "Our core, when you go on comms, and you can tell them some of the stories, but the ones that are good for commentary." I said, "Fair enough, Sam." And
well, they're all good for commentary. It's just the ones you can tell or can't.
I remember playing a game at Merchant Taylors, and we were out one night. I think Sam was there, Paul Sterling, and we had a very good time.
Wouldn't be surprised if his dad Brian's tuned in right now. Regards to him if he does. I usually get a message from Brian. For more. Cheers from the Yorkshire fans in. They lead by 14 now. 100 up for Yorkshire. 101 for 5. 158 minutes, 232 balls.
Yeah, I remember being out with Sterlo and a few others and having a good night. As Chris Rogers would say, we got in about 1:15.
1:15 what?
1:15. That was always his response. 1:15. And that's when the heart rate monitors were coming in. Which usually tells a true story, as they say. And everyone had to put their heart rate monitors on and lie on the floor, and it would give you an accurate reading of your rest period. I remember taking mine off while having a rest. And the guy said, "Good work, Crow, you're a true professional. You've been well rested." And I said, "Thank you very much." doesn't say quarter past what that I came in, but if you're mathematically inclined, I had my rest whilst the heart rate monitor was on, so you can work it out.
A good night out with Sterlo, I can't possibly imagine.
Yes, he went in early. As you know, anything after midnight is early.
Down in Battersea Way now living Paul Sterling. Big part of that World Cup side for Ireland. Out in the States and the Caribbean this summer.
Yeah, he enjoys that format. Good old Sterlo. Very, very talented player actually, Paul Sterling. Good batter. Underrated off spin. Very good catcher and fielder. And he's also a good dancer, actually.
That I've never seen. Now I feel like I've missed out. I feel like the broadcaster was the best behaved of the whole bunch.
I think that's because we never knew of your exploits, Andy.
It was one day.
But yeah, back on the workload though, I think the workload, in inverted commas for me, does have a part to play.
A little bit of width from Bamba. Tattersall puts it away.
Yeah, it does have a part to play, but I think the way it's handled is more of a concern than the workload itself. Look, if you're going to say to me that a bowler is going to bowl 4 overs, I like to use overs instead of balls. They like to say 24 balls.
A long way across to that, but too far across to interest the umpire or the bowler.
Yeah, you must have some sort of plan, and if it's 24 balls and your plan is to hit the top of off, I think 24 aimless balls outside of the off stump, then is a waste of time. One of the funniest things I've seen is that the SNCs will count those 24 balls, but they don't count the let's say 18 balls that you bowl for warm-ups.
Looking outside off, head spins to the onside, see where it's gone, back to a square, they have a single.
Yeah, so I think it's a full package, Andy. You need your gym, you need your running, you need your rest, you need your treatment, but ultimately it's about your cricketing skills, and that's what you come to do. That's your job. And that's your job, and again, you must have some sort of plan. So if you're bowling Yorkers, you put your target down. If you're only going to be bowling 18 balls or 3 overs, you need to be hitting that target, all 18 balls. Otherwise, I don't think you're doing anything. And that's my opinion on that. You know, Yorkers, bumpers, you need to practice the full package. I think too many times people just run up, hit a target for 18 balls, and then they go home. I think they've done a job. How can that help you to bowl like today? You know, you've got 3/4 of a day to bowl, and you're bowling 15 overs.
Oh, speaking of Yorkers, that's pretty good with the Tom Helm.
It was a good Yorker. I think it's a ball that people don't practice enough, and it's one of the hardest balls to bowl. I think bumpers and Yorkers, I usually say to pacers, are 2 of the hardest balls to bowl, and we don't practice them enough. Should be part of your practice routine.
Be interested to know what Helm's perhaps routine was, because he has been Middlesex's death bowler, defending 5 to win a match, defending 5 to tie a match in T20 matches here at Lords. His death bowling, his slow balls, his Yorkers, slow ball bumpers. He's got the whole array. He seems to deploy them at will.
Well, people seem to see the game as evolve, but slower balls were around for a long time. One Franklin Stevenson from Barbados had the beauty of a slower ball. And Wazim Akram, Wakar Yunus were great experts at the Yorker. Always a ball I believed in, actually. Ball at any stage of the game, but people now seem to think that the slower ball is the one to go with. I tend to think you should bowl your deliveries based on the batter, on the surface. There are lots of variables that come into play.
Flash from Tattersall again. 8 from 27 for Tattersall. 22 from 60 from Hill. The lead is only 19. Need something pretty special here.
Yeah, I think Middlesex now in the box seat. As the Australians will say, you put 2 wickets on it. So 106 for 7. A couple of wickets here. Could see Middlesex really getting amongst him this afternoon.
Does coaching fill the void of playing for you? Has it managed to... It's hard to ever replicate, is it? It's hard to replace, but coaching does for some.
I wouldn't say replicate. I think I accept the reality that that your career will come to an end at some stage, and I must say I was sort of coaching anyway before my playing days were over. In my latter years for the West Indies, people like Fidel Evers and Jerome Taylor. We had no bowling coach at that stage, and I sort of had to fill that role. And for me, again, it was a full package. So we had a routine. Every morning, it was pool or beach, especially beach if we were playing in the Caribbean. We used to go together. You go back to your room, decide what time we're going for breakfast, and we meet at the lift and we had breakfast together, go on the bus together. And one thing I learned from Sussex is 5 minutes early is 5 minutes late. So if the bus is leaving at 8 o'clock, you need to be sitting on the bus at 7:54. Otherwise there'll be consequences, and they all bought into it, which was good.
Gets that one through. Look at a couple here. Learnt the hard way at Sussex.
No, not learn the hard way. It was just a good box to tick for me, and I think we learn every day in this great game, and that was something I took forward in my career. I was always one to be early handy. My first job, I had to get up at 4:30 in the morning to go to work in Barbados.
What was that one?
Working at a data processing place. Start work at 7 a.m. and go through all the details of travel, but I had to get there to start at 7, so I'd probably get there about 6:45, turn the computer on, and then the lady gave me a stack of papers and said, key this in.
So you were brains as well as brawn.
I'm not sure what you'll say after I finish explain. I did my keying in on the 7 until, let's say, 1 o'clock was my lunch. I noticed I did not say lunch hour because you had to start back on the hour. So by the time you turned the computer off, it was probably 5 past or 10 past 1. But you had to get back to start at 2, so you might get a half an hour. And it go up until the end of the day, which was 3 o'clock for me, 7 until 3. after that day I went home, my back was killing me. Knowing that I was one who suffered lots of back injuries, I said to my mum, I'm not going back. Needless to say, she woke me up the next morning at 4:30 to go to work. And I did not go. That job lasted one day. Obviously in Barbados, nice chill spot. Chilled out all day with the boys and relaxed, but then I realized I had no job at the end of the day. And I thought for me, if it's cricket that I want to play, and cricket plays all day. And I think if I'm going to wake up at 4:30 to go into someone's office, I should wake up at 4:30 and go in my office. Very next day, you can guess what time I got up to start training. 4:30 a.m.
Into the over 109 for 5. How old were you at that point?
I was probably 19. Yeah, just coming out of 19s with my first set of stress fractures. 19, 20, I reckon.
But that was when you started doing the 4:30
19.
starts?
Yes, definitely. 4:30 start, and that was before training actually. So, and I had a long walk to the beach, which could have been half an hour. Did some training, and I still have that half an hour back. That was up hills, roads, and so on. But I enjoyed it. And I enjoyed dedicating myself towards that, because as I said, cricket I wanted to play, and then from watching cricket and somebody Courtney Walsh, who was my bowling hero at that point, I could see him doing the hard work, and I loved that. And even coming through school, games master Peter Vaughan, we used to always talk about the hard work. So I imagine myself bowling up the hill. I used to love the hard end because not many people want to bowl from that end, so it's an opportunity to not only bowl and bowl for long periods, but also get some wickets.
It's a glorious shot by Hill. That'll feel a little bit better. It's one of the better shots we've seen. Well, throughout the innings, really, it's been a scratchy innings. Roots with a good 32, but Hill trying to hold it together here.
Yeah, so ever since then I took that throughout my career, and as I said, that's how I used to coach those names that I mentioned. And even after a day's play, we go straight to the pool actually, coming off the bus or beach, and then we head out to dinner together whatever time we're meeting downstairs, and that worked well for us as a group. And I think probably after the Walsh and Ambrose, those two, Fidel Ellis, Jerome Taylor, probably two of the most successful bowlers West Indies had.
Yeah, 43rd over of the innings. That's been one of the quieter spells, isn't it?
Yeah, partnership must build in cricket. Nothing much happening. I think probably a time to bring on your more experienced bowlers or more skillful bowlers, i.e. Roland Jones and Ryan Higgins, or at least one of them.
Well, it settled just before Higgins got that breakthrough route, and Root and Bean had settled things down for a little while, hadn't they? Picked up Bean and then picked up Brook immediately after tea. Things just burst into life again, and then Root fell to Roland Jones, but these two just settling it once more for Yorkshire. Lead at 26. An awful lot more, at least one. At least a one in front of that number as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, 2 wickets on it. If you get your more experienced bowlers on, a couple of breakthroughs, put you right in the box seat.
Excited on that one from Helm. What was your favourite end here?
I don't think with Tim Murtagh bowling from this end you had much choice than to bowl from the pavilion end. But how I grew up handied, in all honesty, when captains ask me that, I usually point this way. I think we grew up learning to bowl from any end in cricket. or there are 2 ends in cricket, and you should be able to bowl from any. But like I said, Tim Murta loved this end, so not much choice for bowling from the pavilion end.
End of the over, 114 for 5.
I think that's how we learn in Barbados, and actually growing up we didn't have the luxury of having 15 or 20 wickets. We had 1, maybe 2. I actually can remember 1 wicket at school where you put a net in the middle of the pitch, or across the middle of the pitch, and you bowl from both ends in order to get in enough batters and bowlers with the limited amount of sunshine we had. Nowadays that's health and safety, or against health and safety, and we didn't have the best nets, but can't remember anyone getting injured, to be fair, and it worked out well for us.
Oh, hold that one. Hill's just getting in the mood for this now, isn't he? 34 he moves on to, 31's the lead. Held the pose. There is a skill to bowling on this slope though, isn't there? So just see there, even Bamba's walking back thinking about it now. It is different to most other grounds in the world, isn't it?
People say that. I don't mean to blow my own trumpet here, but somehow I used to go against the slope. I think the footage should be somewhere around Middlesex if you want to see.
Three taken. 1-2-1 for 5.
Yeah, I think for me that goes back to your training. I think you practice your skills at training, which then can transfer into a game. You got to understand your style of bowling. And before that last ball, Josh Takirius was saying to captain to put a short mid-wicket catch in.
I think 3 here now. Settle on the 2. As Fernandez comes around. Yeah, De Carey's a slip deploy is second. Deploy seems to have a good voice in this side at the moment as well. Recent arrival from Derbyshire.
Yeah, I still get the emails from Middlesex, so I keep abreast of what's going on. I saw him when he signed up, and he's got some really, really good stats. Seems to be a very good player, and from being introduced to him today, he seems to be a very good guy as well. I think it's always good to be a good person first.
Never stop Murta.
Murta is a very good person, Andy.
End of the over, Yorkshire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, Tim Murta, one of the greats of county cricket. I mean, he even did well for himself in international cricket, representing Ireland. Very good man, as I said earlier. Remember when Middlesex got promoted I mean, he was one, as I said, we used to always stay in touch. And remember Tim Murta gave me a video call. I can't remember where I was in the world, and all the boys were celebrating.
Side from Helm, yelp from the gully, but nobody else.
I remember Mert give me a call. I saw himself. I think Max was there, Max Holding, Sam Robson, Steve Eskenazi, and the boys were having a soft drink. And I went in my refrigerator, which had 1 or 2 Guinness in there, and I had one of the boys virtually to celebrate their promotion back to the top division.
Got him! Wow, up the slope, takes the off stump out of the ground. Tatsel's done for 10. Emphatic dismissal from Helm. Nice one for a fast bowler.
As I said, if you practice those skills, doesn't matter what surface you're playing on. Gives you the opportunity to showcase him up the slope. Wonderful delivery from Tom Helm. Middlesex got a breakthrough.
Oh, off stump gone.
Classic fast bowler's dismissal. Again, that's what I was talking about, Handy. When you practice, people always talk about fast bowlers in the top of off. If you are bowling 18 balls at practice, that's what I want to see as a coach. I want to see the off stump falling down. And sometimes I put challenge to bowlers. I said, if you hit the off stump, I will stand at the mark and I will go and put it up myself. So give me some work to do, please. It's just another way of giving them a challenge. Fast bowling is a challenge. It is really, really hard on the body. As I say, I think 8 to 10 times your body weight go through those legs when you're running in and delivering. So I put it over to young bowlers, for easy math. If you're 100 pounds, running in 800 to 1,000 pounds going through those legs. And if you look at your legs, do you think that one of them can hold up 800 to 1,000 pounds? If the answer is no, then you have issues. You need to work on them. It's as simple as that. I try to keep it very, very simple. I always try to finish with saying, most of all, enjoy it. Still again, if you don't enjoy your job, I like to say, even if you're a garbage man, you got to enjoy something. If it's rolling the cans or throwing the bags in and making sure they get into the can or something, you got to enjoy something about it. Otherwise, it would be a long, long, long day.
For a sports person as well, that's a big thing, isn't it? To try and remember the enjoyment factor. And I was reading that somewhere recently, actually. If you can just remember to enjoy it, even when it's not going right, enjoy it because it's what you enjoy doing. Oh, hits him. Was through the shot on that one. Thompson, who was an LBW candidate in the first innings. So Higgins, wide stance with a big step across. It'd be interesting to see if they get Higgins back on early to him here.
Yeah, the enjoyment definitely has to be part of it. And again, that's another thing I remember from playing for Sussex. I know I keep going on about Sussex, but I think I didn't really remember or appreciate enough of what was going on when I played for Yorkshire. Don't get me wrong, I definitely had a good time. It's a very good county as well. Good structure, but Sussex really showed me, what the professionalism was like. And that's something that I remember those guys used to pride themselves on. I always say to people that you would see Sussex would turn around quicker when the score is 150 for 1 rather than when it's 15 for 4. And the enjoyment the guys had, we had to find something to keep us going. So you'll find Matt Pryor, Michael Yardy, Luke Wright, Chris Nash. From slip, they had a race between overs. So that was the enjoyment to get you through. And then you'll find that the fast bowlers had a hand in that, because if you see your slips and keep it ready, you need to get to your mark. And Matt Pryor always say that when you finish your spell, that you need to be equally as good in the field. So all that enjoyment was really, really good. And it was a team that really worked hard. I remember preparing for white ball cricket, and you had sort of 3 stations. One is in the middle, where you can do your range hitting, which is a big part of what people like now. But it was, I think for me, it was proper range hitting, not just having a whack. In the nets, then it was proper batting, work on your technique, because that's still a big part of the game. And indoor school was 85 mile an hour Yorkers. You had broken toes, but people kept going. And that's one thing, as I said, with the professionalism with that county that I really, really love and enjoyed. And then it transferred onto the field. And I don't think it's no secret why in that period it was one of the most successful counties ever, or most successful periods of that county.
Who's your bowling partner at Sussex?
Jason Lurie, very, very skillful man. Surprised he didn't play for England. I don't think he liked bowling, but he was extremely skillful, Jason Lurie. And being a left-hander, which is a rarity, he could do all sorts with the ball. Even when it's reversing, he could switch the shine around in the middle of his action. Robin Martin Jenkins, medium pace, but good skills.
Another short one.
And
Thompson.
who can count out the little legend Mustaq Ahmed. And then we always had probably Yasser Arafat or Renan Naveed, who, as we know, again very skillful. New ball, old ball, reversing ball, wet ball, dry ball. I think they had it all. Pace, seam, swing, very, very skillful.
End of the over, 45 done. Still 17 to go today, 125 for 6. Corey Collymore alongside myself, Kevin Hand in the commentary box. Yorkshire at the moment hanging in there. Last to go, Tattersall, bowled by Helm. Just went that little bit wider on the crease, didn't he, Helm, to angle it back into off, and I think Tattersall, whether it was as wide as he delivered it, the angle back in fooled him slightly. Also wondering whether he can leave it on length. Just taking guard, Thompson. 1 from 2. Bamba wicketless in this inning so far. On the spot straight away, Bamba. Lights have just taken effect now for the first time, really. The floodlights, you see the foreshadows of the players. Max Holden will be thinking we're still out here for another hour. He was the last to go last night before they came off for bad light and it was dark. All honestly, probably should have gone off a couple of overs before. Oh, now. No ball. Might have been alright on height. Bamba was about to go up. I think he knew height was a problem. Then he had the double look at the umpire for the no ball call. It really did straighten though from Bamba, didn't it? DRS now. You'd have gone upstairs just to see if it was clipping, but then it would have been umpire's call if it was clipping. How many more wickets do you think you'd have had with DRS, Corey?
It's a very good question. I tend not to think about that. I always say, umpire's decision is final. That's one thing I learned from growing up. But it's also based on opinions, and he or she, I should say, has their job to do, and I take the opinion.
Oh, chopped into the ground.
Happy or unhappy, the umpire's decision is final. So again, I try to enjoy and try to find a way to get through it. And one thing I say to bowlers, if a decision is out or given, or I think it's out, I should say, if it's given not out, that's probably the fastest time I get back to my mark. And I would make a joke with the umpire and ask if it was going under.
Oh, now. This is his end, the pavilion end, Bamba. Just seems to have more joy at that end. So there's a smile on his face. 4 runs. Bamba feels he's in the game. Oh, goodness me. Short, pulled away. Just the single. .132 for 6. There's the skipper. Hungry work.
I think it's more a bit of energy handy. Watching on, I think it was Les Duploy, who, like you said, has a voice in the squad. Having a quiet word with Toby a couple of minutes ago.
Out on the crease again to deliver that one, Helm. And get back in towards the chin music to Thompson.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get all these overs in. It's probably a time for Captain Roland Jones to come back in for a short spell.
Oh, good stop. No, it's got through. Cryer catch, just short. Big boundary out towards Old Father Time. Field is pretty deep out there at the moment. It's a big hit to hit it in the air to out there. It's 50 now for Yorkshire. One ball to come with the 12th for Helm. Coming towards the end of his spell, picked up the wicket of Tattersall. Can he take one more with him? Go in for that bumper theory though, with a long leg, deep backward square leg, deep square. Now slips coming out, as you can see. Lewis deploy coming into a short mid wicket, round towards square. Down to deep backward square leg. It was either going to be toes or nose, that one. 139 for 6.
I think it better be nose. I don't think the captain will be happy if he went toes, unless it was a predetermined plan between those two. Yeah, Tom Helm looking a bit tired now. I think he's done his job. Good spell. Again, it's time for a bit of Roland Jones again. Because with the shadows looming, I don't think it would be too long of a spell. It's probably get a couple of overs in and try to get another breakthrough this evening.
Have you seen Gus today? Your old boss? I haven't seen him today. I don't know if he's in.
Yeah, I actually called Gus when I was going back to Middlesex's dressing room after having a word with Otis Gibson, and he said he'd be there in 15 minutes. And true to form, he was there in 15 minutes and came up to the dressing room. We had a good conversation. Talk about the good old times.
Yeah, they were. They were good days leading up to the title. Middlesex were on their way back at that point, weren't they? After a barren few years. They're hoping they're on their way back at the moment. It is relegation that they are responding to in Division 2 at the moment, but they're up against, well, the best Division 2's got to offer at the moment, Yorkshire. It's a test top 5. Middlesex are standing up tall to it here.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that you can fake, but when I was there majority of the day, it looked like a happy dressing room. Lots of young players, and I think the experience with Roland Jones leading, someone like Rocky Stoneman, Sam Robson, although he's injured, Steve Eskenazi coming back into the squad after injury.
Is there a little bit of bat involved there? Got himself into an awkward position, Hill.
Yeah, I think it would be a good test coming up against this Yorkshire side. Like you said, Handy, with lots and lots of experience in that top 5.
No bat involved in that one, just high on the back leg.
I think he's getting close, Ethan Bamber. Going for some runs, but I think he's in a good spell.
He started pretty cheaply, Bamber. He's gone for about 20 or so off his first 8. So off his first 10, I'd say. Got it, getting it back again now. Just had a few overs that leaked.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's different watching live, but I hope it wasn't a conversation I had with Roland Jones earlier saying he can bowl faster. He looks like he's running in a bit harder though, Bamba.
May have even fancied a 2-day finish at one point. Yorkshire lead by 53 now though. Middlesex still have a job to do here, 4 wickets to take. Even if they could get 150 ahead, then it's pretty much asking Middlesex to go out and beat Yorkshire's first innings score in the last innings. Higgins is the man they've gone back to, replacing Helm. He said he was looking a little tired towards the end of that spell, wasn't he, Helm?
Yeah, looking a little tired. I mean, he did his job. Good change by Captain Roland Jones, getting one of his better bowlers in, I would say.
So is Barbados the permanent home again now, permanent base for you? Obviously Bangladesh and working there, but permanently home?
Bit of both, UK and Barbados. But at the moment, like I said, working for Bangladesh Cricket Board, the High Performance Centre.
No ball.
Yes, well, sometime in the UK, some in Barbados. Cannot ever leave out the sun and the sea. But I always enjoy spending time in the UK, especially in the summer.
I was about to say the only time you don't see the sun is when you come to the UK.
Funny enough, people said I brought the sunshine with me.
You have
Here
indeed.
it is, it's back out again. Couple more overs in for Middlesex.
So ball dug out. Stroked away. 4 runs for Thompson. He's on to 17. 147 for 6. The lead is 60 now for Yorkshire. Closing on that 150, their first innings score. But really, they've got to match the Middlesex first innings, 246, just to give themselves something to bowl at. As soon as it's something over 100, you just know if you have a side 10 for 2, there might be a chance. But 150, Yorkshire's bowling attack. Oh, put away again. Thompson moves to 21. It's the 150 up for Yorkshire, 151 for 6. They lead by 64. Just looking a little tired.
Yeah, Bamber and Helm probably coming to the end of their spells. You see a change from Tom Helsin already. Again, I still think it's time for some Roland Jones before the shadows come up. 2 wickets on it. 65 for 8, technically.
Yeah, it's got that feel of a Roland Jones evening. Just really appeared to be in a good groove, good rhythm. .152 for 6, end of the over. 13 to go at the moment. The lights hanging in there. Sun's blazing down. I think there's too much around to trouble us just yet. Three back on the hook of the pull. Deep mid wicket, deep square, long leg. It's just a single to hold and use the long leg. Called again. Just a single out there. .159 for 6. Runs ticking through in that over. The lead 72 now. They've matched their first inning score, Yorkshire, 159 for 6. Again, they need to match Middlesex's first inning score, 246. All out. There's a fight back from Yorkshire as they'll hope to fight back with the ball tomorrow, but they've got to get some more runs on the board first. It's just dropped dramatically there. It's not as bad as that. It's just the contrast has gone because of the way the sun's gone so quickly behind that cloud. Okay, for a while yet. Here comes your man, Roland Jones is back into the attack. Corey, you've been calling for it for a while.
Man for the crisis, Captain Jones, Roland Jones, sorry.
Seems to enjoy the role as well, the skipper. Don't know if he was always skipper material when you first knew him coming through, but seems to be something that he was happy to take on board the last couple of years, and it became apparent that he could be the next skipper. Straight on the spot, just a watchful push from Thompson.
Again, I said man for the crisis, so he was always one to take on responsibility, Roland Jones. If I remember correctly, I think Steve Finn captain Middlesex at one point, or was it a white ball cricket? I would apologise from now, Finney, but I think Roland Jones was more captaincy material. Yeah, Roland Jones, Toby, always very kind individual, always want to help. He would do anything for you. Responsible young man.
You're saying Finney wasn't? I haven't seen him yet this year, Stephen Finn. Hear him, he's often broadcasting somewhere.
Yeah, listening to the guys in the dressing room earlier, I heard he's doing some sort of broadcasting somewhere. I'm not sure where it is.
Leg side and away. Just drifts down the slope on that one, the skipper. The pad on the way through, going fine. It's only 7 the lead now. On 64 for 6. Partnership worth 40. So a couple of cameos in the first innings for Yorkshire. Going to need him again in the second, but ideally it would be this partnership that gets them to something that they can think about defending.
Yeah, a bit of to and fro in this game so far, Handy. Both teams, even Middlesex is tail enders, so to speak, bottom half of the order, I should say.
Just playing it with a little bit more time now, aren't they? 52 overs gone. At least you can get it through to somewhere around the 60 over mark. Slightly softer Duke. Older ball. Try and get something going tonight, but first thing again in the morning if they can still be there. Mr. Ploy having a chat with Higgins. Certainly quickly become one of the major lieutenants, deputies, major voices in the dressing room. On the field, certainly.
Well, my first time meeting him today, and again seemed like a pleasant gentleman. Speaking to him, understood the game, or understands the game, I should say. His red and white ball stats, I think, speak for himself. So I could see why he would be one of the major lieutenants in the Middlesex's dressing room.
Captured a good one, haven't they? Into Ploy. Whispers were it was one of the best signings since Middlesex picked up some bloke called Collymore. No, it is about the people that come in and what they give. I mean, I know that obviously you're sat next to me, so saying it now, but I remember at the time, you know, it was as much what you brought to the dressing room that Angus Fraser was so keen on. And actually was desperate to keep on to you for a little while longer than he had you, but management of squad sizes and squad budgets, unfortunately, brought the end after that Yorkshire match in 2013, but that was, you know, bringing people in like Leas, like yourself at the time, the impact that you had on players like Roland Jones, like Finn, and like the dressing room culture itself. It was a big part of it. It's a big thing, isn't it? Changing it, bringing somebody into a dressing room. You've got to know what you're bringing in and what effects they're going to have. If you can bring in somebody with a vast amount of experience as well.
Yeah, like we had this conversation on air and off air earlier, and yeah, again, I think it's about doing your job, and that is part of your job, helping the younger players to develop. Again, it's about being a good person first. If you're a good person, you would tend to pull along the younger guys with you, because the thing about cricket is that when you've played at the highest level, people always have a mutual respect before you bowl a ball.
Tight and gone. Thompson's gone for 26. Higgins has got him LBW in both innings. This time around the wicket from Higgins. 164 for 7. Thompson hung his head backwards. Was he disappointed with the decision? Was he disappointed with himself around the wicket with the slope to the left-hander? Had to straighten it, Higgins.
Did he get a nick on it? Not sure if he got a scratch, but like we said, Ryan Higgins or Toby Rowland-Jones.
He has a look at his bat, doesn't he, as he walks off. Delight for Higgins. A little bit of relief for Middlesex as well, because that partnership is just becoming a nuisance. 40 it was worth. Thompson gone for 26. Hill has 40, he's still there. Ben Code had a useful little cameo in the first innings. Lead 77.
Yeah, again, good change by Captain Rowland-Jones to bring himself and Ryan Higgins back in. The two better bowlers in the squad at this point in time. And Higgins again did not disappoint his captain. Doing the job for Middlesex once again, Ryan Higgins. He's becoming a bit of a go-to man, Higgins, a bit like Rowland-Jones himself.
Yep, these two key players for Middlesex. Stephen Eskenazi coming in shot there, back in the side. Last week at Northampton, didn't get to bat in the run fest at Wantage Road. Key voice in the dressing room as well, T20 captain. Was the List A captain as well, until the 100 stole him away.
Eskenazi, another one of the young players when I was around. Always had a lot of time for Steve. Very, very good player in my opinion.
Thick edge. Flies away, 3 slips in there. Leads 81, 168 for 7. End of the over. Wicket, followed by a boundary. Nice spot from Higgins. Thick edge flies away though. I always found Higgins, Eskenazi from a young age, an incredible talker. Able to explain the game, speak at the end of a match. Oh, he's got a brilliant voice about him in explaining it and relaying the message.
I agree with that. From a very young age, or when I first met him, as I think he was a teenager, Eskenazi. Always good to have a conversation with and see him way beyond his years.
Hill dances on the spot while he waits for Rowland-Jones to orchestrate the field, bringing Nathan Fernandez around from fine leg to more a long leg, deep squaring position as well. There's the short one, straight to Fernandez. Rowland-Jones knew where it was going to go. Positioned him well. I think you call that experience.
Astute captaincy by Rowland-Jones. That's what you call bowling to your field.
Helm comes back in from the deep into the slips for Code. Top edged. Down it goes. They're giving a hard chase. They can give up. But relatively flat. Code gets a chat from Roland Jones. He's a nice guy, but he's the one out in the middle who certainly won't be short of a word as a bowler. Pretty upset with that one.
Plays with a smile on his face, Toby, but he can get frustrated, especially when he thinks things are not going his way.
Sets off to bowl. Code makes him wait. Oh, flays him away for 4. Contest on. This is what Roland Jones did to Code and Co this morning. Yorkshire trying to find their own little sting in the tail now. Leads 90. Code checks the fields. There's no deep square. It's a 6-3 fields. There you go. Holden's being sent back. It did look as though something was missing there, because you can guarantee Roland Jones will be thinking about a bumper again here. Long leg, deep square, mid-on. Those the 3 on the onside. Goes on the stumps and just over them. There we go.
There's a smile from Toby.
Do you reckon he's asking Code if he's coming to the tavern tonight as well?
Yes, he did. As the opposing captain, you always invite the opposition for a drink afterwards.
Through it goes. Game on. Out in the middle between Roland Jones and Code. Code 12 from 5. Roland Jones biting back with the last 2 deliveries there. Richard Illingworth looks as though he enjoyed that one. Smile on his face as well, the umpire. Good contest out in the middle. 177 for doing this. But who was having the greatest influence on you in your younger years and then just in those formative years of coming to breaking through?
A lot of people, I would say. You have your coaches. My primary school coach, Mr. Adrian King, who's sadly passed away.
Oh, swing on that for Higgins. Thick inside edge out to the leg side. Holden's Bamber, is it? Managed to flick it up together. And then has he got more towards the professional setup?
Keith Boyce, another one of my coaches, who again passed away. My secondary school's coach, Mr. Peter Vaughan. In terms of players, it was the people like Vaspert Drakes, going on to international cricket, Courtney Walsh, even Otis Gibson. The thing about it, Barbados always had numerous fast bowlers, so you always had someone you can call on. Strangely enough, I went to national trials at 15, so things like that, you get to sit around and listen and learn. Although being through injuries, I made my test debut at 21 with Walsh and Ambrose. And Walsh, played a big part in my career as well at that level. He actually sent me a message today, good old Courtney. Again, Ambassador Dr. Walsh. There were numerous amount of people, who would have played a hand in my career. You can't name them all, but you thank them all.
Nice shot, good stop. Snowman in a cover.
And you learn from people, you take something. There's again another guy who has passed away, Kurt Edwards, one of my good mates. His dad used to always say, you learn something from every man, even if it's what not to do.
Standing up now, Hill kept in his crease by Davies. End of the over, 4 dot balls to finish for Higgins. 179 for 7, leads 92. Nice bit of shape from Higgins on that one. Swinging down the slope. Well, I was just thinking at the end of the follow through, Curtly Ambrose, he was never short of a word. The very end of his follow through, he didn't follow in Curtly's path then.
Honestly, I don't think Curtly spoke that much about it. He was definitely one of a steer. Definitely let the ball do the talking.
Actually, it's a good point. I'm probably thinking there was one incident in particular, wasn't there, when the Aussies got under his skin at one point. Seems to remember, yeah.
I think it was the late great Dean Jones who made him take his white wristbands off. So.
There was that one, yeah. The dressing room never forgave Dean Jones for that, did they?
There's another one with him and Steve Waugh when Captain Richie Richardson had to pull him away, but I don't think he said much.
Who's more of the talker of the two then, Courtney or Curtly? That's nicely done. It's 3 back, square, deep backward square and long leg. That's square coming around. Tom Helm, long chase for him. End of his spell, they've run 3. It's 95.
Yeah, I don't think any of the two of them, to be honest, were talkers when they were
Probably
bowling.
didn't need to actually, did they? Didn't need to get
Agreed.
involved in it.
Agreed. Both of them would give you a steer. I think from listening, the team of that those guys played with back in those days, they were so good. I think they understood what each other needed or what the team needed, and even I think the fielders did more talking than the bowlers, from all reports. The short leg would say something like, "Courtney or Curtly say you're bowling a bit slow today."
That's pulled away as well. Hill getting in on the act against Roland Jones now. He moves to 46. Leads 99. Crucial runs these. Another 50. And Yorkshire will have something to bowl at in their final innings. What was your favourite game for Middlesex? Do you have one that really stands out? I think you look back on, think, yeah, that was the best of the times at Middlesex. Be it your own performance or the game. End of the over, 186 for 7.
I think every game is a great game for me. There's so many, but I think the one that stands out would be not much of a story per se, but the game against Somerset here. I think it was to win the championship and get promoted back to First Division when Garth Berg took that catch at Gully, I think it was, to get the last wicket. That was really, really a great memory.
Just working it back. So 2011, Middlesex were promoted at Leicestershire. Berg hit the winning runs, didn't he? Was it the match here before then you were saying against?
Match here before, correct.
The home game, which basically set it up to go to Leicestershire.
Yeah, correct. I think both games really were really good. Even that Leicestershire game. I got 49 wickets that season, and there was a bonus at 50 wickets, and Chris Rogers kept trying with me so I can get that 50th wicket.
Right, away, no deep thirds. Chase on and a turn for 3. The lead's 102. 189 for 7. Middlesex won't be nervous yet, but getting to the point where they're thinking we need to wrap this up.
Yeah, funny enough, that game, either my 48th or 49th wicket, Chris Taylor out, caught leg side by the keeper, did not hit it at all. And then for the 50th wicket, he hit one, caught leg side by the keeper, and got given not out.
Was Buck getting a percentage if you did get that 50th in, as he kept on bringing you back on?
No, I think that was just the way that team played. We all looked after each other. At one point, he said, "Core." I said, "Yeah, I think it's time for a change." Sometimes you just need to accept the reality of the situation.
Through for the single and overthrows. Off the stumps. Higgins looks less than impressed. Buzzers, says Corey Collymore next to me. Not a nice feeling as a bowler. Applause though from Higgins for the fielder for hitting the stumps. Frustration wasn't with his colleague. Just for the moment. Leads 105, 192 for 7. Code 19 from 9. Ah. Push back to Higgins. His frustration. Got to stick to the task though out there, haven't they? Davies standing up again. Went searching for it, but he found it, Code, and he gets it through. Fernandez giving a hard chase. Lead moves to 107, 2 more to end the over. 8 off it in total, 194 for 7, still 6 overs remaining today. If these two can get through to stumps, 7 down, 3 wickets in the morning, how many can they add? Give Middlesex a challenge on the 3rd day. Hope for a bit of cloud cover, sunny day today. Still plenty in it for the bowlers. Wake up in the morning, open the curtains and it's leaden skies, and there might be a little, or 1 or 2 nerves in the Middlesex batting lineup.
Thing about cloud cover in the morning handy is that Middlesex will still have the bat, and the Yorkshire seamers did a very good job today. And the clouds are over us.
.50 for Hill, 107 deliveries, raises his bat to the dressing room, 156 minutes. 7 fours. It's not that he's the unlikely hero, but he has upstaged some of the bigger names in this lineup for Yorkshire here, when he was most desperately needed as well. Holding this innings together. 32 from Roots, Bean with 29, 26 for Thompson. The last to go, 21 from Code from 11's, a nice cameo at the moment. The 50 from 107. Smack bang in the middle of the innings. At number 6, so crucial right now from Hill. Roland Jones versus Code. Tight offside field to him. Try and get him to push something into the hands of one of those fielders, but protection there as well. And the deep backward square if he drops on short. Point protecting that short boundary. Just behind Ryan Higgins there. Brings the point in. Chat goes on between Code and Roland Jones.
Yeah, very good innings from Hill. I mean, put the names aside, when you talk about pattern lineups, you tend to talk about your top 6 doing the job for you. And Code has been a good foil.
On to come of the over and 5 today. Where's your money, Corey?
Betting is illegal, Handy.
End of the over, 196 for 7.
Yeah, I think Middlesex still in the driver's seat here. 110 at home at Lord's. I think you back yourself to get that on the third day. Looks like a pretty even or flat pitch.
Only missing your mate Robbo really, but Stoneman, Holden, Deploy, Higgins, Eskenazi. Then that batting lineup going down so far. De Carey's coming in at 8. Davies the wicket keeper at 7. Roland Jones would rather hope he doesn't need to go out there and finish it off, but even as we saw earlier, Helm and Bamber are decent bats down the order. It was an infamous chase at Durham. We up at that one. Was that 2011, 2012 under Rogers? 117 was it? Set to win. Middlesex fell short, and I remember, I think that was the angriest I've ever seen Chris Rogers at the end of a match. I think 2 times I saw him particularly angry at the end of the match. That was one of them. And then the other one was a match here. It could have been a little bit later, maybe around 2014. I just described the pitch as a featherbed. It was up the top of the square where this pitch is. It was a game against Northamptonshire, and Middlesex desperate to win it, try and get in amongst the title race. Maybe it was 2015 then. described it as a feather bed. He was spitting feathers, I can tell you that. A match that Middlesex really knew they needed to win, wanted to win. Northamptonshire in Division 1. It's a game they felt they would win on a surface where a victory would be possible, but he didn't feel it was possible on that one. Wow. Coast starting to rise to the task here. 200 up for Yorkshire, 200 for 7. Played with a flourish, clip wide of mid-arm.
I think those are the ups and downs of sport. Live and learn. No one wants to go through games like that. I think it's part of your career and be a learning curve for all.
We'll say what's the mindset for Code here. 26 from 17. If you middle that was 30 from 17, but he's thinking 4.2 overs tonight. Sun's out, blue sky, tired Middlesex attack. As we say, maybe come back in the morning and it's leaden skies. Feels like he's ready to play a shot of ball at the moment.
Seems like that's the way he plays, Code. He's definitely enjoying himself at the moment.
And equally, if you feel like you're seeing it big, as he obviously does, no point going against the grain.
Sure momentum with the Yorkshire at the moment. But again, 2 wickets on it, 113 from 9.
Partnership's worth 36, of which Code has 26. 26 from 19 now, 200 for 7. End of the 59th. 4 to go today. And yeah, the sun's dipping down just below the grandstand there, which is just changing the light slightly. It's much brighter than it probably appears on your picture at home. So it was gloomy at this stage yesterday.
Yeah, still time to get those 4 overs in, I think. Middlesex chasing the game a bit. I think it's recognising the moment. They're actually trying to get Code on strike. He's striking it better than Hill.
Hill on strike at the moment. If Code comes on strike against Roland Jones, then it's back to the fireworks. Oh, goodness me. Carry through to the keeper. Did it take a little tickle on the way? No, I think it's just swing after. Watch it go now. He's done a day's work, hasn't he, the skipper? Out with the bat this morning. Be happy to have that Duke's ball in hand, though, for this game. I don't think they'd have fancied facing Lythe, Bean, Masood, Root and Brook with a Kookaburra.
championships and games on puncture side. It was a good game against that battle lineup.
It's just gone through again as well. It's just swinging once it's pitched, once it's past the batter. It's causing Davies a problem behind the stumps. By a signal by the umpire. .201 for 7. 3 overs to go. The lead's 114. Tom Helm's back for a last blast. Get the last 2 overs of the day from the nursery end. Single for Hill. Now this will be interesting. Code and Helm. If Code continues to play his shots, Helm's the kind of bowler that likes to mix it up. Short cover in place for Code. Oh, beautiful square drive. Goodness me. Shot of his innings so far from Code. Still a little bit of width from Helm, but nonetheless, great shot. Just swung late. Code happy though, driving away. The short cover's just gone a little bit finer now. So short cover point. 206 for 7. The partnership's 42. Code has 30 of them. Wide on the crease, Helm. Leg buys. Will they get back for the second? Just a single. Hill getting involved, just like Code.
Ambitious. Hill late this evening. Middlesex attack looking a bit tired now. 2 long sessions.
single. He'll keep strike. 208 for 7. The lead 121. They've certainly got something to bowl at now, Yorkshire. Just how many will they have? 2 to go of the day. Helm will have 1 more at the nursery. Roland Jones with the last from the pavilion end. It's not Roland Jones against Code again, unfortunately. It's been a fine match-up this evening. Wobbled back in from Roland Jones. Had to lay something on that. Oh, goodness me, that was tight. Down the slope from Roland Jones. On the spot again. He's not going to give him an inch here. He's going to make sure that Hill plays it out properly. Just let that one slip out down the leg side. End of the day for Roland Jones. One more to come for Helm in this Yorkshire pair. 44 the partnership for the 8th wicket. Hill 52, Code 30. Corey Collymore alongside myself, Kevin Hand in the commentary box. Great to have him up here. I think first time we've ever done a stint on air together. We've done interviews obviously over the years, but first time we've ever managed to share the mic in a live game. Chew over all the memories. Hopefully it hasn't put you off coming back up next time you're here, Corey.
Yeah, I've put this tent in for the full season, Andy.
What did you say? It was the longest spell you've done from the
longest
nursery
spell
end?
I've done from the nursery end. Good stint in from Captain Jones. Don't know why I keep calling him Captain Jones. Captain Roland Jones, sorry. 19 overs in pretty much 2 sessions, as well as a good knock at the end of Middlesex innings today. I think he'd be happy to see the next 5 balls have a bit of a rest and put his feet up, good night's rest, and come back tomorrow trying to wrap the Yorkshire innings up.
Well turned around by that one. Be another boundary. Distinctive running style of De Carey's. Chasing hard. 212 for 7. 125 the lead. Yorkshire will just start to believe there's going to be something to bowl at here.
Yeah, slowly creeping up Yorkshire to even Stevens in their mind, I believe.
You can almost imagine the Middlesex team talk in the morning before they come out in that huddle of the bowlers. Keep it tight, do things right, get on that spot, top of off stump, just keep it tight, get the job done tomorrow morning. Code 34 from 25, he'll have different ideas. We'll all be looking up, not down.
I guess it depends on who's talking. My time, the team talk would be 3 good balls or 3 bad balls. We just need 3 wickets.
Two balls to go. 7:15. Backing across to that one. It felt a little tired from Code as well. He'll be ready to go again in the morning. How soon will he be going with the ball tomorrow? That'll be the question. Giving himself something to bowl at here. Still Edwards and Moriarty to come. Moriarty's got the shots at 11. I think this is the right move. They're moving the cover point into second slip now, so 2 slips in a gully rather than 1 slip a gully in the short cover point. Feels as though Code has put the shots away, so last ball of the day. Oh, and he tries to leave, and away it goes for 4 off the bottom edge. Code will be delighted to finish the day with another boundary. Not quite what he was intended, but he'll do it with a smile on his face. It looks like he might be getting a chat from Roland Jones for that one again. Backing across, tried to leave it alone. Boundary down to the deep third. He moves to 38. And the partnership moves to 52 for the 8th wicket. Well, that's a lovely scene, isn't it? Looking out in the middle there. A few better sights in cricket. Compton and the Edgerich have done this ground proud. Rebuilt, but look at that lineup. Well, Hill and Code have done Yorkshire proud. 52 not out, 38 not out. Lead of 129. Higgins 3 for 41. Roland Jones 3 for 54. They've been wary of that Yorkshire middle order, racking up some runs. They got through them, but they didn't get past Hill. Right in the middle, he's been the thorn in the side so far for Middlesex. How much of a problem will he prove to be tomorrow? Corey Collingwood, thanks for your time this evening. It has been an absolute pleasure and a privilege having you up here. It really has been great to roll back the years.
Thanks, Andy. Pleasure's all mine. Thank you for inviting me up. Yeah, Yorkshire. You can see everyone on the balcony cheering. They think they have a sniff. Middlesex guys on the balcony as well. I think Middlesex still think that they're in the box seat with this game. Only 129 runs on the board. Just 3 good balls in the morning, and they're right into the Yorkshire innings, looking to wrap it up.
Or as you said, 3 bad ones as well.
Doesn't matter. 3 wickets to 3 wickets.
Corey, great to see you. Thanks so much. Really appreciate your time.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you.
We'll see you again soon. I dearly hope. Yorkshire lead by 129. Thanks for your company today on the live coverage from Lords from the Middlesex Live and Enhanced Stream in association with the principal sponsor. Daffabet will be back in the morning then, weather permitting, at 11 a.m. Certainly we'll all be looking up, not down, to see what it's going to be. Yorkshire, you have to fancy, they'd fancy the Leaden Skies and a quick shootout for 20 or 30 more in the morning maybe. And then get amongst Middlesex if they can. We'll bring it all to you tomorrow in the morning. Do join us then if you can. From tonight at Lords, it's a very good night to you all.